Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S. strikes on several fishing boats near Ecuador's Galapagos Islands earlier this year were part of a secret operation conducted by the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. That's according to the Washington Post, which spoke to a source anonymously. One of the boats disappeared January 20th, along with 8 of its crew members who are presumed dead, according to the United Nations. Survivors of 2 other vessels that came under attack in March said they were abducted by U.S. forces, hooded, cuffed, and tortured aboard a ship before being taken to El Salvador. No U.S. government agencies claim responsibility for those strikes, which the Washington Post reports are separate from the Trump administration's publicly acknowledged strikes on boats off the Caribbean and Pacific. The Pentagon has provided no evidence for its claims the boats were carrying drugs. More than 200 people have been killed in the U.S. strikes since September. Meanwhile, U.S. Southern Command and Panama have concluded Panamax 2026, a series of war games involving at least 17 other countries from across the Americas. It was the first time joint U.S. military exercises took place in Panama since 2012. In Gaza, Israeli attacks killed 2 Palestinians and injured several others Thursday, with reports of airstrikes, mortar attacks, and live fire. The strikes came as human rights groups warned Israel is conducting a massive effort to clear tens of thousands of tons of rubble from the Gaza Strip. The debris resulted from Israel's near-daily attacks on Gaza since October 2023, which have killed at least 73,000 Palestinians. Some of the rubble is from cemeteries and other locations where human remains are known to exist, leading human rights groups to accuse Israel of attempting to erase evidence of war crimes.
Not surprising.
In the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers are continuing to besiege the Palestinian village of Qusra, with Israeli soldiers stopping activists from bringing in aid. Among those who've come under attack is a Palestinian American. That prompted rare criticism from U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, who called the siege a horrific act of terror. A top humanitarian official of the UN said this week conditions in the West Bank have reached a breaking point. In southern Lebanon, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz vowed Wednesday his forces would maintain their occupation indefinitely.
We will clear this area and ensure the security of the residents of the north, and under no circumstances will we withdraw from security zones, not in Lebanon, not in Syria, and not in Gaza.
Katz's remarks came after Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam said Israel's demolition of homes in southern Lebanon represented a serious violation of international law. Iran's militaries rejected the Trump administration's claims that ships are freely passing through the Strait of Hormuz, saying no one can pass without Iran's permission. This comes as the Pentagon's announced it'll send a new aircraft carrier to the Middle East to replace the USS Abraham Lincoln amidst reports of deteriorating conditions aboard the vessel. The USS George Washington is set to relieve the Lincoln, which has been deployed for over 8 months. On Thursday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth dismissed reports in Stars and Stripes and the Military Times about a growing mental health crisis aboard the Lincoln, where sailors face moldy showers, backed-up plumbing, shortages of nutritious food, toiletries, and other supplies. Despite Hegseth's denials, a U.S. official confirmed a sailor jumped overboard from the Lincoln in early August, saying the person was quickly rescued. The sailor had missed the birth of his daughter 5 months ago and reportedly complained to higher-ups about mental health challenges before attempting suicide. On Thursday, the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee's top Democrat, Senator Richard Blumenthal, demanded answers and called for a federal investigation into the problems aboard the Lincoln, which hasn't docked in close to 7 months. The New York Times reports the Trump administration carried out an expansive surveillance program targeting left-leaning groups in Minnesota, infiltrating group chats, spying on meetings at libraries and churches, and secretly obtaining financial records of organizations that were never accused of crimes. Among groups targeted were labor unions, including the Communications Workers of America, the SEIU, and the AFL-CIO, and climate activists with Sunrise Movement. The massive spying operation began last winter as hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans joined protests demanding an end to a violent mass deportation campaign by ICE and other federal agencies. Government documents reveal DHS characterized the protesters as violent opportunists and agitators, unquote, alleging they were involved in a widespread conspiracy. The surveillance operation arose from a White House directive known as National Security Presidential Memo, NSPM 7, which identifies a potential domestic terrorist as someone expressing anti-Christian, anti-capitalism, or anti-American views. The civil liberties advocacy group Defending Rights and Dissent called the surveillance a, quote, disturbing, invasive, and utterly unjustifiable attack on freedom of expression and political dissent. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen responded saying, quote, these are the actions of an authoritarian state. In New Jersey, ICE has confirmed the death of a third immigrant in Newark that was first disclosed by Democratic Congressmember Rob Menendez. Jose Chahon Raxon from Guatemala reportedly suffered what appeared to be seizures and later died at the hospital, according to DHS. Chahon Raxon was detained at the privately run ICE jail known as Delaney Hall after being arrested July 18th. ICE claimed he was released from custody 4 days later, but provided no further details. ICE previously failed to notify of his death due to a new policy that no longer requires the agency to report on deaths that occur within 30 days after an immigrant is released from custody, even if he is released into a hospital. This is the third reported death connected to Delaney Hall since December, as prisoners and advocates have widely condemned chronic medical neglect inside the jail. Nationwide, more than 50 immigrants have died in ICE custody since Trump returned to office. In related news, in Washington state, over 140 immigrants are entering the third day of a hunger strike at the notorious Northwest Detention Center in Tacoma, Washington. That's according to the advocacy group La Resistencia, which confirmed the action began August 11th. Among their demands is proper medical care, as several prisoners with broken or dislocated bones reportedly have not received treatment. Northwest and Delaney Hall are both operated by the for-profit private prison company Geo Group. In Texas, bulldozers have rolled into Big Bend National Park to tear down portions of the environmental landmark as part of the Trump administration's $46.5 billion effort to expand a massive border wall and other security infrastructure along the border with Mexico. Protesters gathered Thursday at Big Bend seeking to block construction of the wall after the Department of Homeland Security waived requirements that federal contractors comply with a broad slate of environmental laws, including the Endangered Species Act. Meanwhile, in southern Arizona, a protest camp predominantly led by queer and femme activists continues in the small border town of Lochel to prevent the destruction of a grove of ancient cottonwood trees that federal contractors plan to destroy as they race to build another portion of Trump's border barrier with Mexico at a cost of about $500 million. Ukraine's proposed a deal with Russia that would see both sides halt attacks on civilian ships in the Black Sea. Reuters reports the offer came as part of an effort to reopen a crucial grain corridor amidst warnings that the attacks are driving up global food prices, which are already at their highest levels since early 2023. The United Nations reports more civilians were killed or injured in Ukraine in July than in any month since Russia's full-scale invasion, with at least 437 deaths and over 2,600 injuries in Ukraine in July. Poland's prime minister says authorities have arrested a Russian national who is preparing to assassinate a Ukrainian-American citizen in Warsaw. Donald Tusk called Russia's first attempted attack on a U.S. citizen in a NATO country. In Tokyo, the Japanese prime minister Thursday blasted Vladimir Putin over the Russian president's first ever visit to the disputed Kuril Islands. It's one of 4 islands claimed by both Russia and Japan.
This latest visit to Ituro by the incumbent president of Russia runs contrary to Japan's consistent position regarding the northern territories. Furthermore, it hurts the feelings of the Japanese people and is absolutely unacceptable.
Meanwhile, President Trump shared a video on Instagram Thursday showing former U.S. Marine Robert Gilman aboard a plane with Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff following Gilman's release from Russian custody. He'd been jailed by Russia for over 4 years. Here in the U.S., Indiana's governor has declared a statewide disaster emergency and deployed the National Guard following severe storms that brought what officials called a once-in-a-millennium, once-in-a-thousand-year flooding event. More rain is expected this week in Indiana and neighboring Illinois, which also suffered flooding. Some 36 million people across the Midwest were under flood alerts Thursday. A federal judge has dismissed the Trump administration's lawsuit accusing Harvard University of failing to combat anti-Semitism on campus. The government had argued the university failed to protect Jewish community members during campus protests over Harvard's ties to Israel's assault on Gaza and Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories. A U.S. district judge in Massachusetts called incidents of anti-Semitism, quote, isolated and episodic. The Congressional Black Caucus is calling on the Department of Justice to investigate the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, an 18-year-old black college athlete whose body was found in July on a barrier island in Mississippi. Wells vanished after taking a boat to the island with a group of white friends over the July 4th holiday. His body was recovered several days later. Authorities say Wells may have accidentally drowned, but his family has questioned the official story in part because Wells' cell phone was found not with his body, but in the possession of one of his friends who returned home. This is Georgia Democratic Congressmember Lucy McBath.
This brings back so many vivid memories for me and my own family, having lost Jordan to unnecessary gun violence in November 2012, Black Friday, simply because he was black and playing loud music in his car. And so here we are again today, here for the loss of another black young man in our community. And we find ourselves asking the same questions.
And in Washington, D.C., the board of directors for the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts has voted to once again inscribe Donald Trump's name on the building and to shutter it for 2 years, allegedly to make renovations to the Performing Arts institution. Thursday's vote by Trump-pick board comes despite a federal judge's order barring closure of the Kennedy Center and ordering the Trump administration to remove Trump's name from the building. Meanwhile, Senate Democrats are seeking an audit of spending on the White House East Wing and Ballroom after the Washington Post reported the Trump administration plans to spend at least $900 million on new construction. When Trump announced his plans to build a ballroom last year, he repeatedly promised the project would be funded entirely by private donors. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
Thanks, Amy.
Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video.
So, Kat, we know that the Trump move and the MAGA movement in general is when things are going bad, focus on trans people, pivot to a vulnerable group that is already so small in this country and force all of the national attention on them, whether it's in sports or trans representation in media and film. That is their go-to prerogative. And this is no different with the Trump administration creating a new rule that's cutting off federal funding of Medicaid and CHIP for gender-affirming care, specifically for people under the age of 18.
Hey,
this is a rule that was finalized on Tuesday, basically ending federal Medicaid and CHIP funding for gender-affirming care for trans minors. This includes hormone therapy and puberty blockers, starting in mid-October. Now, there's a caveat. There's a 6-month runway for kids that are already on hormone therapy, and some states can still use their own money to keep covering it. So this is really like a federal funding fight,
Oh,
not a
no.
nationwide ban. And it kind of is contrary to their own motives. And I've said this before, like when conservatives aren't going all the way to ban something, it kind of shows that they don't think that it's that big of an issue. It's more of just a culture war talking point that they're trying to signal to their base. Because if they genuinely believe that this is child mutilation or hurting every single kid, they would just do an outright ban. But the fact that they're allowing this leeway kind of shows that, you know, oh yeah, we're going to signal that we're against this. We're not going to fully ban it because we know what the ramifications would be in many of these states. We know that children or people that are under the age of 18 that are receiving this care would have terrible health outcomes if they're just stopped this treatment
Got all the way
midway
down
through
here.
having it. And so they don't
Only
want
to
to fully
realize.
deal with those negative consequences. but
Yeah,
they wanna
he's like
signal to their base,
serious
this is not
Cody
something that we agree with.
from
And
some more news.
I never understand that mentality.
I need wood.
Because you can't
I don't
call
have
it
any
an
wood.
outright, problem.
Got
in
all the
this
way down
country.
here.
And I don't even think their supporters would fully accept if it's not like a nationwide ban. So it seems like a lose-lose for them. But we know that the biggest victims of this, obviously, are people who need this type of medical care.
100%. There's two things that come to mind immediately with this story. One is that the people who are going to be adversely affected by this are some of the most vulnerable people in the country. These are trans kids, probably from red states, who need
This isn't
to
enough
access
wood?
their medical care through programs like Medicaid, which means that a lot of them are probably also in low-income households or disadvantaged in other ways. You're literally taking one of the most vulnerable minorities out there.
How much
and
wood
the
do I need
full
for a
force of the federal
goddamn
government
crafting
bearing
table?
down on them for no reason. Because to your point, we also know
Did you
this
say
isn't
something?
going to affect a ton
I
of
said, how much
Americans. There
wood
aren't
do
a
I
ton
need
of
for a
people who
goddamn
fit into
crafting
these
table?
categories. So this isn't about saving money or doing anything productive. This is literally just about targeting, isolating, and making life so much harder for this poor group of kids. It's like one of the most evil things I can imagine, telling a kid who has been receiving gender affirming care that in 6 months, the government's taking that away from you. Like you have 6 months left. And what are they supposed to do? They're kids. Like they're totally helpless in this situation. And my heart really goes out to the poor families and children who now have to deal with this because of culture war issues that are so far outside their control. And also to your point that this isn't really going to do that much, this isn't even the biggest hot button culture war issue out there. Like, I don't even think the vast majority of Trump supporters or people in the Republican base are going to know this is happening. It's just like going out of their way to harm these people just because they can. It's like a classic symptomatic case of a fascist government just easing its way into people's lives however it possibly can.
Yeah, it's just another slap in the face on top of a litany of already done attacks throughout this Trump administration. I mean, there's 27 states currently that have already banned gender.
You're also a
care for those
milkmaid.
that are under 18. And even in the states that haven't, many major hospitals have just stopped providing funding altogether because they're afraid of what the Trump administration is going to react when they see that they're still giving out this type of care.
Off the
So this
screen.
really is meant to hurt blue states that are
Don't kill me.
defiant in protecting trans kids that are still using federal funding in order to provide that care. And we know, I mean, most of our audience knows, but all of this care is supported by every major medical association. This is not some experimental science. There is a reason why doctors will prescribe this to people dealing with gender dysphoria or people who genuinely need this care. It's because it's life-saving. It protects people's mental state and makes sure that self-harm is not on the table, and it makes sure that people are able to live their most authentic selves. This is an article from CNBC that again states gender affirming care is supported by major medical organizations as safe and effective when following clinical guidelines, as well as positively received by patients. Studies have shown that access to gender affirming care can improve mental health outcomes, including when it's initiated in youth, according to the National Alliance on Mental Health or Mental Illness, the U.S. leading grassroots mental health organization. The organization said denying gender affirming care can similarly worsen mental health symptoms and increase suicide risks. So this is not something that like we have to debate
Yeah, that's what
about.
they want, though.
We know what the medical consensus is. And for all Republicans, whether it's in the state legislature in red states or whether it's the federal government in the Trump administration, they know what the medical consensus is as well. And for them to go against that is to say, hey, we're choosing the potential election points that we're going to get from our extremist base over the health, safety, and well-being of those that are experiencing gender dysphoria. And that is completely unacceptable for any government, regardless of which party it
You're giving them
belongs
too
to.
much credit.
I also want to
They
show you
actually
this clip
just want them
because
to
we
die.
know what
That's
the
the point.
motivation is for doing this. It's for the midterm elections. Again, whenever Republicans feel like something's going wrong, you know, we don't have the best approval rating. They have historically low approval ratings right now
Finally
because
killed
of the
the
war in
mimic.
Iran, because of the Epstein files, because of the terrible economy. Now is the time to talk about trans people again. And again, we know why he's doing this. This is what the president had to say specifically about this new ruling and why it's so important to him and MAGA. Be warned, there's a lot of terrible language in here that's incredibly transphobic. But it says, today at my direction, Dr. Oz announced that Medicaid will no longer fund gender transition surgeries and hormones for minors. We are not going to pay for our innocent children to undergo these barbaric surgeries and practices, which result in unthinkable and irreversible harm to their young bodies. Thanks to our strong position and pressure on this issue over the past year and a half, dozens of U.S. hospitals have already ended this so-called gender-affirming care, and we expect many more to follow. Just think about all the young, innocent, and perhaps confused children who will be spared. While the Democrat Party wants your kids to be able to chop off their reproductive organs before they're old enough to vote, President Donald J. Trump, parentheses, me, and the Republican Party say that is absurd and will protect America's children. Please remember this when you're casting your vote in the midterm elections in November. Thank you for your attention to this very important matter, President Donald J. Trump. Again, anytime like conservatives try to say that gender affirming care is a barbaric practice that's chopping off body parts, blah, 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 there's always like a scary way that you can try to describe any medical procedure. If I were to say that like doctors ripping your knee apart and cutting off parts of your bone in order to make a fake artificial tendon, I mean, that's just an ACL replacement surgery that, like anybody can get. That's totally normalized because that doesn't deal with the idea of gender, which is still stigmatized to this day. And nobody bats an eye, even though you could describe it as this scary, barbaric practice of chopping off body parts. Like none of that makes sense. And for the president to evoke this language just shows that he doesn't care about, again, one of the most vulnerable and stigmatized populations in this country, and is specifically using them for election points, which is why he ended his whole rant saying, by the way, remember to do this when you vote in the election, that I'm protecting kids. I'm talking about their bodies 24/7. It's just, it's so disgusting to see.
What about
It's
the
so
vaccines
disgusting, and they
decide
make
a
their
soda pop?
intentions with all of this very, very clear. They don't believe in transgender people. Like they don't respect people's autonomy to
Jack?
transition, and therefore
Where are you?
their end goal here,
Hello?
as they've basically
You're over in the
spelled
corner,
out,
can't
is
see
to
you.
eradicate trans people, to prevent people from transitioning, starting with kids, but also increasingly young adults and anyone. And that's why using language like genocidal when it comes to the Trump administration's intentions around trans people is not an exaggeration. It's not hyperbole. They don't think trans people should exist. They want to classify being trans as a mental illness, and it is unbelievably starkly similar to the language used around gay people, used around people of color, not very long ago. This is just the latest minority that conservatives have been able to demonize and villainize to the very point of dehumanization, so that people don't even care if young trans kids are engaging in self-harm, pushing them even to the point of suicide, because they no longer even view them as human. And make no mistake, that is the end goal of all of this. The President of the United States is basically spelling it out right here for everyone to see.
So-called gender affirming care. What does that even mean? Like, if he used that for any other medical practice, people would rightfully call him insane. So-called insulin, so-called like therapy. It's just medical denialism again that's used for what he thinks is bringing up this energy in his extremist baits in order to carry him to victory in the midterm elections. But it's not going to work. We know that the American people's biggest focus right now, as you said in the beginning, is not trans people. The biggest focus for Americans, especially working class Americans, is how the economy's doing, which is terrible because we're getting in more foreign entanglements, because the president doesn't care about the financial well-being of Americans. He said that explicitly on television. He doesn't think about Americans' financial position when he's making these decisions, because what Donald Trump does is what is right for the country in his mind. And so there's no reasoning with this man. There's no trying to figure out what the broader strategy is, because we all know what the strategy is. He is trying to boost his ego however he can, and he's doing it at the expense of the American people. And especially with this story, some of the most vulnerable and stigmatized Americans imaginable.
Absolutely. And this is a little bit of an aside, but at the beginning of that post, he references how Dr. Oz fantastically is like in charge of making these medical decisions for people. And it's like, yeah, this is what you get when you put literal reality TV stars in charge of the federal government. Like,
I found
it is
spaghetti.
a dangerous, despicable clown show, because none of these people are actually qualified to do any of this decision making. And I do think increasingly, to your point, Americans are seeing that. Like, everyone's like hoo hoo ha ha when they're voting in the reality Trump administration, but then when they actually have to live with the consequences,
How
of
the clother
reality
fell down
Trump
this hole.
administration, it's like, ooh,
What's he
maybe it was
doing
a
down
bad
there?
idea to put TV presenter Dr. Oz, who's over on TikTok Shop hawking supplements, every other week. Maybe it was a bad idea to put
Oh,
these
by
people
the
in charge
way,
of the government.
up top
Maybe
here,
that's why all of our lettuce
in the
and salsa
bedroom,
and
there's a
guacamole is
sharpening
getting
wheel
recalled. Maybe
for your
that's why
melee
when I go to
weapons.
fill up gas, it costs me
It
like
will
$10
increase their
a
strength.
gallon. Maybe
I
that's
just found
why
it.
nothing has actually materially improved for me since Trump got into office. But remarkably, for some reason, everything's getting worse. And yeah, voters at the midterms, fortunately, I do not think are going to be swayed this time by this blatant transphobic rhetoric, because people are really waking up to the fact that, yeah, there's more important things in the world than trying to strip gender-affirming care from vulnerable children around the country.
100%. I also want to dispel more information.
Yeah,
that
they
was in
tried
his
to
Truth Social
do
posts.
the
He
trans
said how
shit
we
as
need
a
to
like
stop
mainline
the
issue,
gender
and they
surgeries
dropped
for
it
children
before
that are happening
going
so
against
frequently.
Kamala.
That's just a flat out lie.
She would have destroyed
Although
them.
the rule would apply
Because
broadly
it doesn't
to most
matter.
hospitals,
Nobody
hospitals
cares.
provide
Yeah, it
relatively
literally
few
doesn't matter.
gender-affirming care services, and
This is
almost
why I
no
always,
gender-affirming
whenever it
surgeries
comes
to
up, I'm
youth.
just like, why does
That
this
has
matter to
remained
you?
consistent.
Why
Most
does
times when
somebody
children
else's
are
life
transitioning,
matter
it's a
to
social
you?
transition.
Why
It's
do you
Like,
care?
I think-
Why are
by a
you
different
putting
name.
energy
Maybe
into
they wear
this?
their
Like,
hairstyle differently. Maybe they wear
abortion
different
bans
clothes.
probably pull
They're not
stronger
even
than that
receiving
shit.
Oh, yeah.
medical assistance to transition, usually until they're around puberty or right before puberty. So for
Yep.
Donald Trump, again, to like boogeyman and fearmonger that all of these children, these 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds
a
are all getting their body
much
parts
less
chopped off because of the
enthusiastic
medical industry. None
and
of that's true.
charismatic,
We are following
um,
medical consensus to
what's
ensure
his
that
face?
children are as happy,
From some more
healthy,
news,
and productive
Cody?
as possible. And part of that is
Yeah.
a small percentage
He
of them
should,
that receive gender-affirming
take some
care
notes
or
from him.
puberty blockers or hormone replacement are in better mental health states after they receive that care. That can't be emphasized enough. This is completely anti-medical consensus.
Where'd you go?
This is hurting people that need care the most. And for
Where'd you go?
anybody
You
to
were
try
just
to
here
like
2
shut this
seconds ago.
conversation
I can get
up, all you
frog
are doing
shirt.
is hurting
Where'd you
people
go?
in general, and that is just not
Oh, there you
okay
are.
moving forward. If you
Here.
genuinely care about people being
got,
misdiagnosed, as conservatives love to say all the time,
Oh,
what
no,
about
they
people who
sorted into a
detransition?
chest.
They should matter
Yep.
too. Part of recognizing when somebody is properly diagnosed to receive
Hang
this
on.
care or not is opening
Gotta
up the
find the
conversation
boots.
more. We should be
I
actually
threw him to you,
investigating.
but
We
you
should
weren't
have more
taking him, so I
research
didn't want to
granted
lose him. So
towards
I picked
figuring
him
out
up
how we can
again.
properly diagnose
Now they're
people.
sorted
Because
into
I
yeah,
have
we
chests.
don't
boots.
want people
What
to go
boots?
through
Lava
gender-affirming
waders.
care if it's not the right
What about that?
medical
Yeah, you
help
do.
for them. Like,
Yeah.
of course, you don't want to give insulin to somebody who doesn't need insulin. You don't want to give people the wrong type of medicine. But closing up the conversation, saying,
That's
"Shut
what you
up,
think.
this is all bad. We
What
can never
boots
talk
do you have
about
on
this.
now?
This is taboo. You're weird if you do
I don't
this."
know,
That
whatever
is
one
just
we
absolutely
upgraded
hurting the
last
people that
time.
this was made for.
Yes.
Frost
Yes,
Spark.
and at the end of
Yep.
the day, this really has nothing to do with healthcare or
Oh, here
what's
they are.
dangerous for kids. Like, all of this is just blatant disinformation.
Right,
and
combine these
fear-mongering.
with your
But
Frost
the
Spark,
reality of why
and you'll get the best
conservatives
boots,
oppose and
fully
deny the
upgraded.
existence of transgender people is because they have an ideological opposition to the idea of transitioning and being able to determine
amphibian
your
ones?
gender.
No.
Because they
No,
want
your Frost
gender
Sparks.
to be this fixed
Where do I put
Take 'em
construct
off?
in society.
Yeah, where
that
do
they
I
can use
do
to
it?
discriminate
At the
against
table right
people
there, the
with.
tinker bench.
A lot of this ideology feeds back into the patriarchal notion that people who are born men deserve to be leaders, they deserve to be head of household.
Should
the people
get
who are
achievement
born
for it.
women don't deserve to have the same rights. A woman can't be president, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Terra
Like,
Spock?
we see their
Yep.
sexism and misogyny play out in so many different ways. And that's one of the main reasons, I think, at their core, that they oppose transgender people is like, yes, they also have this very childish, discriminatory.
Now, they're going to allow you to walk on water. If you want to sink, just press down.
I figured.
Like you would be going through a platform.
Mm-hmm.
attitude toward transitioning and toward identity, but also they just want to institute gender and force people to live by their ideology and their rules. It all goes back to like conservatives don't care about personal
now
freedom.
follow me over here.
Conservatives want to dictate every single
To the
aspect
arena.
of our lives so that they can maintain those status quo hierarchies that ultimately just hurt all of us. It's ridiculous and it's pathetic, but it's truly what they care about at the end of the day.
No, your point on the patriarchy needs to be highlighted more because that is exactly what it is. And that's why there's such a fixation on trans women specifically and not trans men or other people on the gender spectrum. It's always fixating on trans
Can you cut
women.
down these trees
Why?
for me?
Because how could these men adopt the female archetype? Why would they want to be women who should be less than, who are the helpers, who are subservient to men? Why would they deny their masculine energy? And that's exactly what it is. It is trying to reinforce these patriarchal standards. And it's why like trans men oftentimes are seen with like more sympathy from a lot of these like transphobic people. It's because, oh, of
This
course
area's
that
not
woman
large
would
and
want to be
flat
a man.
enough.
Of course they want to take on a more powerful role in society. So without a doubt, 100%, you are correct. It is patriarchal at the end of the day. And it's so ironic coming from the people who say they care about protecting women is all they're doing is hurting women to begin with, both trans women and cis women.
100%.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching and make sure you subscribe to Courier so you don't miss a debate.
And we'll see you next time.
There we go.
Before we get into public citizens findings, I just wanted to briefly talk.
Don't go anywhere.
I'm not.
Yeah, let's check. We haven't checked
Nasty
in with him in a
pig,
while.
Or is it, is it 19 with Crowder, or do we want to go to 18?
They're both the same episode, just different parts of it.
All right, let's watch a little bit of
there a
Stephen
portal
Crowder
opener?
on Abdul El Sayed. I didn't even realize I haven't talked about Crowder in ages.
No.
Yeah, because he's just been doing like black crime race baiting.
His most recent episode was McCarthyism was good, actually, and I'm not joking. I was gonna look through that this weekend, but yeah, here he is. I'm sure he's taken the Abdul Sayed victory very well.
Alliance, and there's no other alliance as dangerous or as blatant about it. This guy also, by the way, campaigned with and has been endorsed by, even though he's not a socialist, he says, known commie and praiser of Mao, Hassan Piker.
You know, there's one other guy that you've campaigned with who's raised eyebrows, Hassan Piker. Was campaigning with him a good idea?
Look, I want to reach out to his viewers. He has a 3 million person platform. And there are things that Hassan and I disagree with. If you
We have
watch
more.
any of
Reach
our
out to us.
content together. And there are things that he and I agree with.
I think Abdul centered the needs of the working class so perfectly in his policies. But in many respects,
in his speeches,
his run didn't start yesterday. His run didn't start 6 months ago. His run started in 2018 when he ran on a Medicare for All ticket in the gubernatorial race. And I guess the people were not ready for it now, ready for it back then, but they're certainly ready for it now, it seems.
On the question of whether or not we should be guaranteeing people health care or sending our money abroad to drop bombs on other people, we agree. I think we should be providing health care here. On the question of taking on the fascism of the Trump administration, we agree. We should probably take that on.
Right, the fascism as opposed to Sharia law.
They never define fascism.
They
don't even know what it is.
No, they don't. Which how they define it, I go.
They don't define fascism. As opposed to Sharia law. I mean, the racism is just pretty intense.
Do you know who that is?
That was Nick DiPaolo.
Okay, just make sure.
I don't recognize him.
Oh yeah, no, he's aging very gracefully.
He looks like he's happy. Well, a lot of happy days in Nick DiPaolo's life lately. Just a note for people like Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, for that matter, commenting on Hassan Piker. You are far more toxic, and you are far more alien, and actually your politics are bad, unlike Hassan Piker's, whereas like all you can point to is something that Hassan has said that, he probably shouldn't have said in the context of Dan, what's that guy's name? Crenshaw.
That's true.
Dan Crenshaw, that America deserved 9/11 on my stream. These guys are actually heinous, and it'd be a much bigger problem, I think, to be seen with Steven Crowder than Hassan Piker. But yeah, should we skip ahead to the next one? Or, yeah, this is Crowder talking about OnlyFans. It's interesting.
Look. This war. Therefore, insert all of the other socialism here. I will say this man does have one
Did we win?
Achilles only heel.
Like, you think about, if you're on Instagram, my team has access to my Instagram account. And like the things that I actually look at on Instagram, right, of course we get served that on your For You page. But then like every third video that scrolls on its own is gonna be some OnlyFans model. And it's because it clocked me as being a 40-some-year-old man.
No, that's not why. It didn't just clock you as a 40-something-year-old man. Someone explained to him how the algorithms work. This is from Instagram. It says, we use signals to predict which reels people might like. Signals include user activity like watch time, retention, shares, likes, and comments. It's showing you what you like.
He could have just been watching it way too long.
Mine shows me a bunch of judo and jujitsu videos along with a few political things every now and then.
Sounds gay.
And cigar stuff. His is hardcore.
That is a bit of a self-report.
I wonder if
buddy.
Stephen took away the gun because he had a temptation to use
I
it.
just watched man-on-man conflict.
Man-on-man conflict.
So these misogynist like pigs have a problem with Abdul Els.
That's amazing. All of a sudden now, like they have an issue with him.
Who sounds more Sharia in this conversation?
Yeah. This guy, look at this guy. He doesn't know how the algorithm works. His algorithm is reflecting that he has a libido. Mine just shows me karate guys. Cigars. What? You're a loser.
Karate and cigars.
I want to hear that one more time. That is so funny. Yeah, it's not relatable. I'm sorry. It's a little. Maybe this is just me again, and I'm showing my algorithmic bubble. But I think it's pretty relatable for men of our age to see OnlyFans models on Instagram. But maybe I'm revealing too much. But yeah,
it's showing you what you like.
He could have just been watching it way too long.
Mine shows me a bunch of judo and jujitsu videos along with a few political things every now and then, and cigar stuff. His is hardcore pornography.
I get nothing but beheadings.
Well, there you go.
No, I bet you I can guess some other things that are on their algorithms. Probably like, I don't know, black teenagers committing crimes. I bet that goes, the second they open up their apps, it's some sort of
it's
Nazi
full of
say, look at what this
propaganda.
teenager did to this white woman.
Amazing. They really, I mean, that's the problem. They don't have, he's both subscribes to Sharia and to OnlyFans accounts.
Right. You get a bundle.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Another portal?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this will give us the new waves or those same ones, so.
It looks like the same ones.
Hassan Pecker.
Why can't I put anything down?
Huh?
I can't cut trees. I can't put anything down.
Yes, while the portals are active, you can't do anything except defend the crystal. This entire mode was added from a tower defense collab.
Huh. I sent some videos.
Oh. Fucking, this one was playing without me flipping it.
As you know, maybe this you're not aware of this, but Abdul El won the Michigan primary.
Haven't heard any coverage of that.
Fun fact, which I did not know, it turns out that he's Muslim, and this also I found surprising.
Use
like
the sharpening wheel?
80% of the people in this country wants to cut off aid to Israel, but apparently there is nothing more relevant to our politics today than the fact that Abdul El Sayed wants to cut off aid to Israel,
and children's
Hassan
genitals
Piker helped with his campaign. Let's go through the list of some of the things that are not as important. Climate change. We're completely effed. Donald Trump's kleptocracy. The Republican assault on all of the agencies of our government, which is actively creating a significant cohort in this country that has diarrhea. They can't get far from their toilets now. We're going to have more smoke on the East Coast in a day or two, I think, from fires in Alberta. They're pulling down signs of from literally from the New Deal era, marking the country's history. The government's doing this. Actual history, not veneration for people who wanted to overthrow the U.S. government.
Put back up some Confederate general statues.
The U.S. Attorney General, the chief law enforcement officer, is Donald Trump's former defense attorney. A bank found Trump Organization's money to be too wrapped up in money laundering to maintain their account. Meanwhile, Trump's former defense attorney, again, the new attorney general, has decreed that Trump doesn't need to be subjected to any IRS investigations. He's got a free pass. But let's get back to the most important thing. Abdul El Sayed agreeing with 80% of the American public.
And better roads and bridges and better health care here in America.
You're saying you would not support sending aid to Israel, which was attacked by Hamas, but you have also said that you would support sending military aid to Ukraine, which was, of course, attacked
genocide.
and invaded by
I don't
Russia.
understand why
Where
this
do
is
you
still a
draw
fucking
the
conversation.
Pause it for a second.
Where do you draw the line?
Russia,
Genocide.
Hamas.
Like, I just don't understand how
What's
this is
different
still
between those two
a talking point. Like, oh, Hamas attacked them?
Russia?
Great. Israel did a
Hamas.
genocide. I don't care. Is doing a genocide. I don't care.
Not a damn thing.
I can't imagine.
Well, In Ukraine, you're talking about attacks from a leader of a neighboring sovereign country who clearly violated international law in attempting to breach the sovereignty of the Ukrainian public. That is conditional on that circumstance. We have been offering unconditional foreign military aid to Israel, independent of the circumstances, for years and years and years. And might I say, it's not just Israel, it's also Egypt, it's also Jordan, it's also Saudi Arabia. That's the difference. It's about the conditions. So when we're talking about taking on Putin and his violation of international law, I do believe we have a responsibility to uphold international law and therefore to support Ukraine in its efforts.
I mean, the amount of restraint associated with that response, you could see it in his face, like, oh my God, they're just going to wear me down by attrition. But the amount of restraint in that, I mean, I could go on for quite a bit longer and quite a bit more stark differences between these two situations. Israel was attacked by Hamas. Was that the way that, is that when this conflict started? 3 years ago? Was that it?
Everything was great even in the year before that.
But he did a very good job. But it's literally, yes. Here's, let's actually not do this one. Let's go to 8. This is the big story. El Sayed won, and Hassan Piker is alive.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hassan Piker, who obviously...
The passivity of this, you're making it the issue right now, John.
It's amazing. Listen, this level of frustration that you're going to feel is exactly what every single day was in the aughts. It's all like, somehow this is a big deal. Right. I have no idea, but it's a Sunday talk show.
It's the Trump version
this week.
People are saying.
People are saying. Yeah. Some are saying. Somehow, just Hassan Piker is a big deal.
Yeah, well, he's Palpatine.
Because, Laura Loomer said so, or whatever they have.
Is it because anchors keep devoting their segments to him?
Clicked off the screen.
John, Carl?
John, we had a list of questions we were going to ask. We were going to get in on, hey, remember abortion rights? Or climate change? Or, the
war that we're losing?
And on, like the amount of news that exists. But this is what you need to understand. And this is why we have a real problem in this country. They don't want to spend money on news. They don't want to hire reporters. All of the people who work in news are lazy. To some extent, lazy. And it is much easier, present company excluded, of course.
No, I was relating.
They just don't want to have to dig into anything else that is going to be in any way require effort, fact-finding. We're going to have to require something of our audience. This way they can just make it completely TMZ. And this happened all the time. I mean, with Barack Obama, it was Reverend Wright, and it was all of these other things. And the idea, was there ever like a moment where you saw a politician have to account for being on Joe Rogan's program?
A guy who literally believes there's white genocide happening in South Africa, for instance.
I mean, never mind days and weeks of commentary and questions about it. Was Donald Trump, was J.D. Vance, were they ever say, like, you went on Joe Rogan's show. Do you disavow his COVID denial? The fact that he thought that children were having to poop in kitty litter because in schools because they were identifying as a cat or whatever. All of the bat crap crazy stuff that this guy has been talking.
Far more conversation about Kamala not doing Rogan.
Exactly. How dare you not do Joe Rogan's show? That was it. Go ahead.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hassan Piker, who obviously
Hassan
endorsed Abdul al-Sayed in Michigan. You've been on his live stream, at least a few times. He's somebody who said, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot of...
Pause it for a second. Let's talk about this America deserved 9/11. I don't think anybody or anything deserves anything. But the idea of blowback, we had Chalmers Johnson on the program 20 some odd years ago to talk about this. The idea of blowback is a rather uncontroversial one. And the idea that what you do in a region, every reaction has an equal counter reaction or whatever it is. What I've lost. What is it? The opposite. Equal and opposite. It's blowback.
Very dangerous conversation for a morning show to even get this close to, frankly.
What's that?
That blowback could exist. Like,
oh yeah, the idea that our implications if we, I don't know, kill people in Afghanistan or in Iraq, or if we topple governments in Iran, that somehow we could suffer some consequences from it, is a pretty straightforward concept. So I don't think anybody deserves anything, positive or negative, frankly. But physics exists.
The other little move he does here is he says, okay, Hassan's walked back and clarified what he meant by those 9/11 comments, but there's so many other comments, which I guess I don't need to even cite now, that are also bad that everyone should run away from. That's what he does in this next moment here.
Deserve 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot of controversial things. Is he somebody that should have a role in the progressive movement going forward?
I think when we look at our elections that have happened, we have lost young people. Much hay was made about the fact that we lost young men in the last election. And many of the same consultants that are wringing their hands today were the same ones talking about how we need to go on Joe Rogan and we need to be not so, willing to engage in cancel culture. And I think that the flip-flopping on this is a tactical debate that they may be having. I think the fact of the matter is that Democrats can go on Joe Rogan, Democrats can go on Fox News, Democrats have a responsibility to build a winning coalition, and young people are engaging in mediums and conversations that we have a responsibility to attend to and be responsive to. And even right now, when we look at this insurgent wave of what is happening
right now,
oftentimes when people are doing that Monday morning quarterbacking and what demographics voted where, the big one that's being ignored is the generational tidal wave.
You see it in the polling. It's significant.
Millennials are not, punk kids anymore.
Yeah.
We're grown adults with mortgages and kids, and that generation is starting to be decisive at the polls, and there is anger at being ignored, sidelined, having our economic futures mortgaged by the generations that came before us on everything from the economy to climate, and we're taking the reins.
So
I mean,
do you think 9/11 was deserved, or?
I think they're going to continue to ask this question, and I think Democrats have to just sort of plow through it. I think Hassan Piker is going to end up being a household name by the end of November.
This is great for Hassan, if anything.
If Democrats manage to still gain control of the House and are competitive, if not victorious, in gaining the Senate, I don't know that he would take it, but they should offer Hassan Piker the chairman of the DNC. I mean, clearly,
honestly,
it will have worked.
That's not a terrible idea.
Chairman of
You
what?
know, I mean, the question
The
is,
DNC.
is he a liability or is he an asset? And we're going to find out.
Politicians keep treating him like he's an asset.
That's
despite all
weird.
this talk that he's a big liability.
It's weird. It is very weird. But, I mean, listen, there's a twofer here for the media. Because the media always bites at, when Republicans dangle shit like this. And it's so much easier for them to make these races about these questions. Medicare for all's all fallen by the wayside, all these things. There's two things that are important in these elections, in every single one of them. That is, do you actually agree with 80% of the American population on Israel? And have you not in any way distanced yourself from Hassan Piker? Those are the two most important questions facing this country right now.
Yeah.
Understand that.
Pretty cringe.
Understand that. That's a political matter. Let's play number 10. In a just world, Tim Eugene Scott. You know what I'm talking about, right? Tim Eugene Scott. Tim Eugene.
What about him?
Tim Eugene.
What happened to all my water
I didn't
down
know
here?
that was his name.
Did
Tim
you empty
Eugene?
out the cavern
Tim
I
Eugene Scott?
built out?
Yeah. You didn't know?
Did you fuck
You
up
didn't
my
know
plan?
Tim Scott's middle name was Eugene?
Have we been
That's weird.
draining it because we have
Where
to
have you
fight the
been?
hollow?
After somebody specific?
Your early attack.
I didn't even know where the fuck it's going. Oh, you built a hole down.
Attack ads, which has gotten some
Where the fuck did
attention.
it all go?
Abdul Rahman Mohammed
Well, we have to
Al-Sayed.
drain it
He
because
goes
of the
by Abdul
hollow. You can't
Al-Sayed.
be
Are you
connecting
trying to
stuff.
say hint to voters he's Muslim?
Not at all. What we're saying, what we're only saying to voters is a simple thing. He says he's the most dangerous candidate you can find. He's right. We should trust his words, not ours.
But why not just use his name, Abdul Al-Sayed, which he goes by?
Well, listen, I go by Timothy Eugene, and so I get called that all the time. Here's what I know for that question. It's about what he stands for. And we're going to focus and bring attention to the fact that not only is he sympathetic for Hamas, not only does he run around with Hassan Piker, someone who said that Americans deserve 9/11, he should be held accountable for exactly
deserve
where he
9/11,
stands
you
and what
dickhead.
he's for.
So,
the entity of the United
If you
States.
missed that,
you know, the
Tim Scott
government.
claims
You,
he's known as Timothy
not
Eugene.
Americans.
Well, it rolls off the tongue.
Timothy Eugene Scott. You know, I didn't know that Abdul Al-Sayed had an like a Arab-sounding name.
Yeah. Why
Sorry.
would you have to add to it by saying his full first
Timothy
name?
doesn't even. Rahman isn't his middle name. That's his full first name. It would be like Timothy.
Yeah.
Not Tim Eugene.
People call me Timothy all the time.
The Hassan Piker thing, of course, came up. Incidentally, for those of you who don't know, he said it 7-8 years ago and apologized the day after.
Yeah.
But the idea that you would even contemplate the...
But he said a lot of other controversial things too.
Oh, yeah. The idea that you would even contemplate saying those words.
Are these same Democrats going after people who go in real time with Bill Maher? Because Bill Maher once said that...
He said that they weren't cowards.
They were brave.
They were brave.
Timothy Scott is playing to
Timothy.
an actual rabid base of racists when he does that stuff, the Abdul Rahman stuff. Like the racism toward the Muslim community right now is just, gets louder every single day. And it's hand in hand with this freak out about Hassan Piker.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about...
Yeah. I see why Bernie would go on it.
Who cares? People be crying.
Sure do.
You've been their servants since day one, catering to
Oh, you
their
want this
every
Canadian
whim.
lady, huh?
But with new apps now claiming they can translate your cat's meows, we wanted to find out, do we actually understand cats? Or have we been reading them wrong all along? When is a purr more than just a purr? What are those meows really telling you? And are cats even as aloof as we think? We're cat lovers ourselves, so we dug through the
They got
research
smooth
to
brains.
give you real
They're dumb as
answers.
fuck.
This is
That's
how we've
the
been
secret. They're way
misunderstanding our
dumber than
cats.
you realize.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic. Everything you think you know about how your cat talks to you? Wrong. Starting with the sound you think just means hello. Despite domesticated cats outnumbering domesticated dogs, and having been our companions for thousands of years, they're still an amazingly misunderstood and mysterious species. We're cat lovers ourselves, so we dug through the research to find out what we've been getting wrong. The meow might be the most common and classic sound made by adult cats. When we think of interacting with a cat, we imagine the cat
You know, she
meowing.
does all the
And there's
drawings.
good reason for that. It's
Really?
because
Yeah,
cats
she's.
invented
I mean,
meows
that's part of
just for
biology,
us
is the
to get
drawing
us to
of
do
animals
their
and
bidding.
stuff.
Adult
Interesting, I
cats are
didn't know that.
capable of
Yeah.
making a lot of sounds. Over 100. They chirp,
That makes so many
yowl,
sounds.
chatter, growl, hiss, purr, trill, and caterwaul, just to name a few. But while adult cats make a lot
To
of
use the
sounds with
sharpening
each
wheel?
other, meowing is
No.
not usually one of those sounds. If you have multiple cats and you spy on them
Busy.
through a pet cam, you've probably noticed they rarely meow at each other. Feral cats in colonies pretty much never meow, and the same goes for the cats that were never domesticated. Cats don't meow at each other because they have other, more effective ways of communicating gato a gato. Body language, facial expressions, touch, and most importantly, scent are how adult cats speak volumes to each other without ever making a sound. Cats have figured out that compared to them, we're essentially scent blind, so they had to come up with a new way to yell at us. Meowing.
Oh, that's funny.
You might think that meowing is just how cats communicate, but really, it's just a whole communication method they invented to manipulate us. Cats can see we're chatty cathies, so they use their darling little meows to get our attention and get what they need from us, pretty much with 100% efficiency. We should point out that kittens meow to their mothers to let them know that they're cold or hungry, but generally grow out of that behavior once they're older. That is, unless they were raised with humans, who the now grown cat continues to see as a kind of large, hairless, and bipedal parent with a terrible sense of smell. They have learned from a young age that meowing gets them what they want, and continue that successful style of communication into adulthood. Some cats meow more than others. There are also certain breeds that are naturally chattier, like Siamese, Burmese, Siberians, and Abyssinians. Cats meow at us for a lot of reasons. If you have cats at home, you've probably heard these meows before: to greet you, to get your attention, to ask for food, or to be led or out. They're also surprisingly smart about when they do it. One study found cats actually meow more when saying hi to men than when greeting women, regardless of the cat's age, breed, sex, or household size. It's a small detail, but it's evidence that meowing isn't random. And as we cat owners know so well, the meows refuse to be ignored. And they can go on for hours until they get what they want.
Digitally.
Every
That's
cat
crazy.
has their own unique pattern of meowing. We know this because one study showed that humans are not actually that great at understanding the context of the sound of cat meows. The only time we do slightly better than chance at identifying what a meow means is when a human is the owner of the specific cat that's meowing. Being a cat lover, cat owner, or a woman also slightly increases our ability to interpret what cats are saying with their meows. But to an average person listening to the meows of an unknown cat, it's like hearing a language you've never heard before. Meowing is both cute and effective, but there are some less adorable reasons for meowing. Elderly cats can meow out of confusion if they have what's called feline cognitive dysfunction, also known as cat Alzheimer's. The condition is actually so similar to how Alzheimer's disease presents and progresses in humans that researchers are using cat brains to help us understand our own form of the disease. Poor kitties. But quickly moving on from sick cats, now that we've analyzed the meow to the best of our limited human ability, let's move on to a cozier cat call, the comforting purr. Any human who hears a purr must know that it means that the cat is happy, right? It makes my heart melt when my cat Neb snuggles up to me and purrs up a storm. But that's not always the case. Feeling comfy and happy are not the only reasons cats purr. First, let's talk about how a cat purrs. This used to be a huge cat mystery. For a long time, we believed that the sound of a purr was made by blood rushing through the inferior vena cava, a vein that carries deoxygenated blood to the heart. Recent studies have shown that cats actually have an extra layer of fatty tissue on their vocal cords that lets them vibrate at low frequencies between 25 and 150 hertz. If you've ever been suspicious of your cat's purrs, you might be onto something. Some purrs are engineered. Researchers have identified what they call the solicitation purr, which is a purr cats use specifically when they want to be fed, which hides a higher frequency cry inside the normal low purr. Wild. The theory is that the hidden frequency closely mimics the pitch of a human baby crying, which is exactly why that particular purr is so much harder to ignore than a regular one. Your brain is literally wired to respond to it the same way you'd respond to a human, and cats hacked into that wiring. Just like meows, the amount that they purr varies from cat to cat. Some cats purr almost constantly, while others never do. Most of the time, a cat's purr means that they are content, excited, or otherwise feeling good. There are a lot of situations that can bring out the purr. Being drowsy, being in a warm and familiar place, eating, making biscuits, lounging around in the sunshine, or being petted by a beloved human. But also kinda wrong. There are other situations in which purrs occur. Some cats are feeling anxious, scared, sick, giving birth, or even dying. They purr to self-soothe. Basically their version of, I'm okay, I'm a smart, independent cat. Purr. Or you might also compare it to how humans laugh when they get nervous. I know I do. I smile at some pretty awkward times and I'll burst out laughing just to self-soothe. So just because your kitten's purring on the vet's examination table doesn't mean they're having a good time. Beyond trying to calm themselves down, there is actually scientific evidence for why cats purr when they're injured. That super low frequency that cats produce when they purr, studies have shown that it's the range of frequencies that promote bone growth and fracture healing. Humans are exploring the potential use of these frequencies to treat pain and swelling, and some studies have even shown that low frequencies can benefit conditions like fibromyalgia. So if you've ever hugged your purring cat when you're not feeling great and felt better, the purring might have helped. Having a built-in, supercharged healing system probably helped cats in the wild recover more quickly when injured. For more sedentary house cats, it may also keep muscles and bones strong. All the more reason to keep my girl Nebula as happy and purring as can be. But not all types of communication are created equal. Meows are super flexible and they're basically improvised on the spot. But your cat's purr is far more consistent. And recent research found that a cat's purr actually reveals more about its individual identity than its meow does. The sound you've been dismissing as just contentment might be the most honest thing your cat says to you. So if they can communicate so much using sound, which is not really their first instinct, imagine what they can communicate using their whole kitty body. Body language is a crucial part of cat communication. The human equivalent of a big hug for a cat is body rubbing or face bumping, which shows friendliness and closeness. If your cat walks past you and rubs even just the tip of their tail against your leg, they're showing you that you are a beloved member of their family. That's because rubbing is an act of sharing scent. When cats are stretched out and relaxed, it shows that they're comfortable and satisfied. Cat owners can recognize the peak of cat joy when their cat starts leisurely rolling around. When a cat is stretched long and lazing about, they are a very happy and content cat.
I like those
You can
weird
tell you
cats
use
that
this
are extra
thing,
long.
But I don't know where the
love
fuck it
trying
is.
to interpret
You like
our
use
cat's
this thing I've
emotions.
never
There's
seen nor
endless
heard
talk
before.
It's
about
in
what
the
it means when
upstairs,
different
I
parts
told
of
you,
a
in the
cat's body
bedroom
are
area.
in certain positions. A tail held high is a happy tail. One wrapped around tightly is a tail that
fuck is
shows
that?
anxiety.
Where the
A
bed is,
swishing
up
tail
top.
means agitation. Same with the ears.
Where the
Pointed
throne
forward,
was?
they are
Yeah.
alert and curious. Flattened or pointed back, they are defensive and scared. Where we humans often
It
go
should
wrong
give you a
about
buff.
cat body language
not giving
is
me
in
anything.
looking at each of the individual tails
making a
instead of
clank
looking
sound.
at the body as a
Are you-
whole.
do you have a
When
sword
you read
equipped?
the whole cat and
Yes.
all their cues at once,
Nothing is
including
happening.
vocal cues, you'll have a better idea of how your cat is actually feeling. If the body is tense with shrugged shoulders and hair standing on end,
Let me
your
grab a
cat is
sword. Let me see
defensive
how it
or
works.
getting ready to attack. If they are low and crouched, they're feeling frightened. The whole body is the best indicator for where your cat's head is at. Perhaps the biggest misreading of cats of all is that they're aloof. It's this misconception that has led them to being
Yeah,
less
you
studied
right-click,
overall
and then it
compared
says
to dogs,
sharpened
despite
at the
being more
top
popular
left.
than dogs
Melee weapons have
worldwide.
armor penetration.
But we just have to take a look at the history of human
Underneath your,
interaction with both
item
cats
bar.
and dogs to get a clue as to how we got to believing
right-click.
that cats couldn't give a bother about
And
us
it make it
humans.
clank.
Dogs were
Yep,
brought into
nothing
human
happened.
households
Then you have
between
the buff.
15
It's-
and 30,000
Close
years
your
ago.
inventory if you
you've
can't see
crossed
it.
paths with a
don't-
cat,
there's-
black
there's
or
nothing.
otherwise,
I don't know what
you'll
to fucking
probably
tell you.
understand
Nothing is
the
happening.
sentiment cats domesticated themselves. But
Like,
there is
literally
still debate
nothing is
about
coming up
when
on the screen.
exactly they gifted
It doesn't
us
come
with
up
their
on the
permanent
screen.
presence in our homes.
It's in the upper left
New
under your
research
item
that
bar.
sequenced the genomes of ancient cats showed that modern domestic cats only started to spread around Europe from North Africa and the Middle East about 2,000 years ago, with the movement of ancient Romans. It turns out that cats that lived before 200 BCE were not actually ancestors of today's modern domestic house cats, but were rather wildcat species that were likely living nearby Neolithic communities. So, given that dogs had tens of thousands more years to integrate into human society and had already come from social packs, they have a leg
That's
up
better.
on us understanding them
Dogs
as
are
a
still
species.
better.
Dog behavior is also way more studied than cat behavior, which could relate to their willingness to listen and participate, with the help of a few treats, in studies, something cats are famous for finding a bit cringe. Not Nebs, though. She just learned a new trick yesterday for a new bag of treats. Another reason that dog social cognition is more widely studied is the conception that they are more inclined to form strong attachment bonds with their owners. But the little research about cat socio-cognitive abilities we have has already shown that we're probably underestimating how attached our cats are to us. One study used an abbreviated version of the Secure Base Test, a test to show attachment of babies, primates, and pets to their caregiver to analyze how attached cats are to their owners. The test involves the subject spending 2 minutes in a new space with a human caregiver, spending 2 minutes alone, and then being reunited again. The results showed that cats had similar responses and levels of attachment to their caregivers as dogs and even human children. That attachment translates into a bit of mood mirroring. Cats appear to pick up on our moods too, changing their behavior based on how we're feeling. They get more playful when we're upbeat, and are more likely to curl up when we're feeling down. Which means that emotional distance we assume is on their end might actually be on ours. Surprise, surprise. With more and more studies about cat communication happening, and as technology advances, researchers and cat lovers alike are more interested in finally reading cats right. Some tools are being developed to get a better handle on what our cats are actually saying when they talk to us, which are helping both researchers to categorize the sounds they make and help regular users to interpret their cat's meows.
Users.
There's real research behind some of these. Meow Talk, for example, was trained on meows vets recorded and labeled. But most cat translator apps out there are novelty toys, not science,
translator.
and even the serious ones can only guess at a general mood, not an exact meaning. Given that cats are each utterly unique individuals who have been shown to be best
Gotta watch out for them
understood by their
spiders.
very own owners, researchers are skeptical about the usefulness of these apps. Who knows better what your cat needs than you, their personal servant?
There should
As
be
the
enough
saying
ore
goes,
to give you hard
cats don't
mode
have
armor if you
owners,
don't have
they
it.
have staff. So now I want to know all
Huh?
about your kitties
know
and
what
the
that is.
stories they tell in the
Whatever.
comments below.
I have
and if you're interested in the
auriculum
evolution of
armor.
Oh, okay. That's hard mode. Fuck off, slime.
cats, which you should be, check out this documentary we made about how they went from civet-like creatures to the talkative kitties of today. And now for a special message from my boss to your boss.
What did you say?
Meow. Meow, meow, meow. So what should we talk about next? Please let me know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for new episodes every week. Thanks for watching. Meow, 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 meow.
Is the armor you have on boost range, though?
No idea.
Michigan State candidate Abdul El-Sayed resurfaced clip from 2021 when he was running for Michigan governor.
I hate Mackinac so much. It's funny because, like, if we win, this is going to be the, like, summer home. I'm just going to be like, every time I've ever come here, I've hated it. Why am I here?
Here to react is music legend and Michigan
Who cares?
native Kid
Who
Rock.
cares?
Loves Michigan more than Kid Rock.
Oh boy, I can't wait for
let's talk
Kid
about
Rock's
this, because
opinion.
In Wisconsin, we have someone running for governor.
Exactly what I want when I
who hates
watch the
Thanksgiving.
news. Kid
And now
Rock's
you have
fucking
someone in
opinion.
Michigan running for Senate who hates what might be one of the most beautiful towns in America, which is Mackinac Island. So for those who don't know about Mackinac Island, tell us what it is and tell us
Is
your
that the
reaction
place
to
where you
what
don't
he
have
said.
cars?
He's an idiot.
He's an
I know
idiot.
they're trying.
He's
They're
an
already
idiot.
trying to spin it that he was talking about the political conference up there. No. He said, "I hate this place." And Mackinac is one of the most beautiful places in America. And don't take my word for it. Ask the millions of people who have visited. I just recently had some friends up here at my lake home in Charlevoix, Michigan.
Didn't
from
ask.
South Alabama, from
Don't
Birmingham,
care.
Alabama, but have a lake house in Alabama. Knew nothing about northern Michigan. So one of the first things I do is take them over to Mackinac Island. There's no cars there. You
It is the
you get
place
a
with no
buggy
cars.
pulled by horses. You tour the island and the old Fort Mackinac. There you see the beautiful landscape and homes overlooking Lake Michigan and the Mackinac Bridge. And then my favorite thing to do, one of my favorite things on earth, is to end up at the Grand Hotel, which is one of the largest front porches in the world, if not the largest in America, lined with American flags. And you're sitting there having
Great.
a whiskey drink before you go to dinner, and it's God's country. Every little
It's
town up here
God's
in North
country.
Michigan is like a Norman Rockwell painting come
Rockwell.
to life. And it's complete idiocracy. I mean, I think we have to be very careful of
ironic.
people like Mandami and El-Sayed. And and Islam,
Muslims.
what they believe in Islam. This man's saying he hates Mackinac, but he has property in Dubai. We have to be very careful of these
Okay.
wolves in sheep's clothing.
Okay.
And to make another point is, like, I would employ Mike Rogers, my friend Mike Rogers, to debate this man and have him state on the record, have him pledge allegiance and acknowledge we are
Great.
one nation under God, not Muhammad, and call him out in what his book says.
Muhammad
the
is
faith
the
they
prophet,
subscribe to, that it says
not the God.
there will be no peace on earth until everyone converts to Islam. And if you want want to leave Islam or you won't convert, that they say it's okay to call for your death. I mean,
Maker of
people my
shitty
Democratic
music,
friends,
notorious
not these
expert of
crazy
religion.
liberals, but my Democratic friends and independents need to take a hard look at what this teaches, because it's very
Shut up,
scary.
you fucking
I believe
nerd.
Charlie Kirk was right when he said this has no place in Western civilization, especially America. And before we even get into debating these crazy socialist and communistic policies they want to implement, I think we need to get down to some
So
real
true,
brass
Queen.
tacks and have them state on the
Everything
record
that isn't
they
the cult
know that
is
Sharia
communism.
law has no place and never will
Really
in this country.
not beating
So
those
God forbid
fascist
it tries to.
allegations.
Our grandchildren are going to be fighting that war.
So as you point out, his campaign tried to say he was just
Keep
talking
forgetting
about the
we have a
conference,
portal
but then they
network
also
now.
said, oh, they tried to make a joke about what he said about Mackinac Island, saying, oh, who could love an island that doesn't allow automobiles? Like that was gonna like get him out of trouble in Michigan. Is that gonna work?
Yeah, I mean, the Motor City, I mean, come on. I mean, idiocracy part 2. This is just insane to even debate it. Anyone who looks at pictures who has ever visited this island, it is God's country. It literally is. It is one of the most beautiful spots on Earth. And I hate even being on here with beautiful Lake Charlevoix in the back of me, because we kind of keep this as our own little secret up here, and now I'm kind of letting the whole world know about it.
Too much.
I might be in a lot of trouble up here.
The
Fuck.
secret is the cat's out of the bag. Hey kid, let me
Trying
ask
to
you
get
about
you
something
a
else,
sword.
because earlier I was talking about how cool it is that
Oh my
country
God, you can
music
punch
now
cunts with the
rules the
umbrella.
Billboard Hot 100.
Yeah, it's a
Literally,
weapon, technically.
First, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Of course, choosing Texas, Ella Langley's at the top, followed by Ben by now, Morgan Wallen. I Knew It, I Knew You. Taylor Swift, leaning back into her country roots. You have country roots as well. And then Ella Langley and Morgan Wallen have a duet, and then rounded out by Estella Lefley. What do you make of this?
Well, for better or for worse, you know, I had a song called Cowboy years ago that kind of started a lot of this, for better or for worse, with mixing hip hop and country music, which really that's a big part of what
Oh my
someone like
God.
friend Morgan Wallen does.
Rave
I love
party.
Ella Langley. She's just the cat's pajamas and a friend. I think it's great, but really a lot of this country music has really turned into pop music, and you have to just call it what it is. It's really pop music, and I think it's light years better than the pop music. If I happen to click on a pop station, I don't, and I just might be old grandpa, like, I hate that music. I would rather hear the country tinges in it than the pop music, coming out of LA and other spots.
Kid,
I think it's great.
you have a new album coming out. Tell us about it before we have to let you go, because I know you're excited about it. You sent me a little taste of it on my phone, and I loved it. So let's just talk about that quick.
Yeah, it's kind of the spiritual journey I've been on, and I've had a calling through James 1:17, my middle name being James, and 1:17, my birthday, and I looked up that passage a while back, and it's all good things basically come from God. And
John 1:17?
After I wrote the verse for the Turning Point halftime for Cody Johnson's song "Till You Can't," about
It's
Jesus giving
a biblical
everyone a
reference,
second
obviously.
chance, I started writing more songs. And growing up Catholic and going to Catholic church, I was always like, I have to
red
confess,
flag.
this is boring. This music's terrible. And so I would go to Baptist churches and non-denominational, just looking for the music that I wanted to hear. And there's some good
Well,
stuff, but it was always
I'll
a
tell
little
you
bit of
what,
this dark place. So I decided
there's your
to
first
write the
mistake,
songs that I
going
kinda
to
wanted
churches for
celebrate
music
Jesus and my
and
faith
not
with,
being a
which are
black
rock
church.
and roll, country, hip hop, and I picture this celebration on a Saturday night, everyone celebrating God, drinking beer, just having a great time, making this
Sounds
place
gay.
that you want to go to, that you don't want to miss, not that you have to go to.
Well, I love it. The album is great. The music is
Doubt it.
fantastic.
How much
I'm just gonna
AI
say
is
I
it?
still like a good Gregorian chant. So that's just me.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Well, then you got to go back to Ball with the Ball for the Gregorian chant.
All right. Good rock.
Thank you, kid. Great stuff.
Thank you, kid.
Enjoy
God
the
bless.
lake life. Send me more pics.
Imagine calling bro kid.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming
Boy,
now.
that was cringe.
That was awful.
All right. Ah! Fuck off, Wraith! Oof. He almost got me. I don't know where my spider boys are, but they're not here. Oh, they're stuck over here. Sillies. Okay, this might be something we'll react to.
Okay, can't hear it.
This guy is Falun Gong.
Great.
The United States may have the winning strategy for an unseen war. And this could leverage foreign corruption, of all things, as a tool to take down all the key enemy nations from China to Cuba and to bring to account all rogue regimes. Now look, we were already seeing examples of this. Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, he was captured. He's now standing trial in Manhattan for his alleged ties to the drug trade. Former Cuban leader Raul Castro, he's now facing charges in the United States for murder. And something much bigger is even now unfolding against the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party. But look, here's the thing. It could go either way. The problem right now is this. The United States, we play by the rules that our adversaries do not follow. State-backed drug trade, intellectual property theft, bribery is a way of making deals, scams, whole economies built around black markets. But where there's a problem, there's also an opportunity. And interestingly, the sheer scale of state-backed crime globally is also a weak point in a lot of regimes, and it's serious enough that just basic enforcement of laws could bring entire regimes crumbling down. And here's where it gets interesting. Strategies to do this are now being proposed. Take this, for example. It's a recent report from the Hudson Institute. It's titled A U.S. Counter-Kleptocracy Strategy Leveraging Corruption Against America's Adversaries. And it lays out a pretty bleak global picture, frankly. Basically, that the Chinese Communist Party has built a global alternative alliance to the United States with corruption at its foundation. It states this: Beijing's emergence as a global power has given authoritarian and hybrid regimes, meaning they're kind of like dictators and they're kind of democracies, but somewhere in the middle, an alternative partner to the United States and its allies, one willing to provide capital, infrastructure, technology, and diplomatic cover without attaching meaningful conditions related to democratic governance or the rule of law. And from there it raises a question, quote, how should the United States compete in a world where major adversaries routinely use corrupt practices and elite capture, meaning you're buying people off, bribing, blackmailing, as instruments of statecraft, the way that business is done? Well, the answer, this is where it gets really interesting. It says this: an effective U.S. counter-kleptocracy strategy, while acknowledging the limits of American soft power, should seek to exploit the fact that America's principal adversaries are all kleptocracies with critical governance vulnerabilities. Interesting concept, right? I mean, basically think of it like a game. You keep losing because your opponents keep breaking the rules. They keep on cheating. And so it's like you're trying to compete with one arm tied behind your back while they just do whatever the heck they want. So how do you win in such a scenario? Well, what do you normally do? All you need to do is call them out for breaking the rules. Enforce the rules, and then suddenly, well, game over. You win.
Hell yeah.
Here's another way of looking at it. You see, crime is not really just
that actually
about
didn't
crime.
take very long.
And this may sound funny, but hear me out.
You're not
for
far
corrupt
either.
regimes, for kleptocracies, criminal governments, crime is about control. And some countries are basically run through a criminal establishment. And there's also
gotta put on my fall
nexus
protection.
between corruption, crime, and whoever holds power. Think of it like this. If a country is controlled by corruption, then whoever controls that corruption controls the country. And some countries weaponize corruption in order to seize control of countries. Look, we even see this, real examples, in
Oh,
places
no.
where
Did I just
gangs
throw
have
away?
effectively
Oh, no, it's in my
taken control
inventory.
of entire countries.
There we go.
Narco states are perfect examples. If a politician runs for election saying they're going to stop the crime, well, they risk being assassinated, and this happens all too often in a lot of countries. But first, I tend to look at events a little differently than most people.
Sure you do.
Not just what's happening on the surface, but the deeper patterns shaping the world around us. And in today's world, economics is not just about markets. We've seen how authoritarian systems use economic pressure, control over resources to create vulnerabilities that can be exploited. That's why I believe in owning something tangible.
Gold.
Physical gold and silver from American Hartford Gold, a
don't move.
company I trust. These are tangible assets, not dependent on political systems or institutional stability. Gold has preserved value through inflation, currency shifts, and periods of global uncertainty. American Hartford Gold has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, thousands of 5-star reviews. They can deliver gold and silver directly to your door or help set up a gold IRA if you're thinking long-term and want to diversify your retirement. And right now, if you call and mention my name, Joshua, you can get up to $20,000 in free silver with your first qualifying purchase. Call 877-260-2764 or text Joshua to 65532 or click the link in the description below. There's also a nexus between corruption, crime, and whoever holds power. Narco states are perfect examples. If a politician runs for election saying they're going to stop the crime, well, they risk being assassinated. I mean, look, take Mexico, for example. Not long ago, the mayor of
he's not wrong.
Carlos Manzo, he took the national spotlight in Mexico for a stance against crime. He demanded the government in Mexico take a stronger stance against cartels. He said not enough support was being given to stop the criminals.
One of
He
them
even
got in.
criticized criminality.
Also, that sword is not
crept
as strong
into
as the
system.
cutlass I have.
He called out so-called narco politicians. He fired corrupt police working with the gangs and so on, and he started getting worried for his safety. Then November of 2025, during a Day of the Dead celebration while surrounded by his supporters, he was shot and killed by an assassin.
Specific
And
type
the
of
killing
sword.
was linked to one of
When
the
you
cartels.
strike them,
it was a CJNG,
it debuffs them, and
the
they start
Jalisco New Generation
spraying,
cartel.
piss
In another
debuff.
case, a mayoral candidate by the name
So
of
it's not
Gisela
good in
Gaitan
like tight
was sworn in
quarters. It's
Celaya,
good in like
Mexico.
open.
She announced a platform to fight crime,
During
to put an end to
invasions and
corruption,
stuff is when it's
and
really
to take
good.
a strong stance against the violence sweeping across the country. She was positioned to take on the cartels. Then, April 1st, 2024, she was shot and killed during a campaign rally by an assassin. And the real crazy thing is, cases like these are really common, really common. Just 2024 alone, during the election season in Mexico, 37 political candidates were assassinated. And what's really happening here? Well, look, the Washington Post put it simply. It noted that the Mexican cartels, they pick their candidates and then they kill their rivals. What a way to hold power. But situations like this are actually not limited to just Mexico. This is a broader problem globally. And think about what that actually means for politics. Basically, what it means, you will struggle to get into a position of power unless you play ball with the criminals. If you campaign saying you're going to stop the crime, they will kill you in many countries. And when problems like this grow to a large enough degree, that's when you end up with a kleptocracy, a system of government controlled by criminals. So just what exactly is a kleptocracy? Well, look, just having corruption does not make a country a kleptocracy. Look,
have you found a
everywhere
gelatin
has some
crystal?
kind of problem. Every country has some
it's in
degree
the
of
hollow
corruption
underground.
throughout all of history, basically. But technically, a kleptocracy is different. What is that? It's defined as a system ruled by criminals.
He just did.
It's when the corruption reaches to the top, then establishes a system of control and profit based around things like bribery, embezzlement, and just all-around crime. Merriam-Webster defines it like this. They say it's government by those who seek chiefly status and personal gain at the expense of the governed. Britannica goes a bit deeper. It notes this. Kleptocratic rulers are rarely concerned with good governance,
What
and
is
their
all this you
neglect
did
or
over here?
violation of their official duties usually leads to economic and social dysfunction. It says kleptocratic leaders, or kleptocrats, use the resources they have stolen from their countries as well as the institutions they have subverted to maintain their power. So effectively what it means is this. A person
built an
gains
entire
power,
thing in the
they give
zone
a
we need to
free pass
quarantine.
to the crime they want,
Where?
they then use the ecosystem
Over
of the
here.
crime they've created to enrich
On the hollow.
themselves. They kill
Right.
any challengers, and through that, keep the
built that a
power
while
for
ago.
themselves and others in
Yeah,
their
I
regime.
only just went in
And
here
look, right
to
now,
work on this side.
quite a lot of countries are regarded as kleptocracies. This is not even uncommon these days, although the designation usually depends on who's in power. Basically, it's gangster regimes, what you call mafia states, entire systems ruled by cartel politicians. I mean, just as an example, Britannica notes that Russia is widely labeled as a kleptocracy through an oligarchy held by former Soviet officials or KGB agents. North Korea, another example on the list. The Committee for Human Rights in North Korea notes that a small elite in that country controls nearly all significant wealth, and that the communist regime uses things like forced labor, slavery, cybercrime, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, counterfeiting, and a long list of other illicit acts to enrich itself at the cost of the broader population. But really, this is a bigger problem than even just a small handful of countries. What's happening right now is that a whole global alternative world order exists
under my
that
building?
basically takes kleptocracy as
Like,
the
do you want me to
foundation.
build it back up?
An underworld order, you might
I
call
can
it.
put bricks and
And the
shit there.
Chinese Communist Party has positioned itself as the leader
Well, the
of this alternative
hollow spreads
global
between
system.
bricks, so if it's
The Hudson
touching the
Institute lays
hollow,
out the
it will
history of
spread.
how we actually got here. Basically, what happened is this.
So we
The
want
Soviet
to
Union
build
collapsed.
air between it.
The liberal
Yeah.
democratic world order
Okay.
came out on top after the Cold
I can
War.
do that.
But
It's
the
already spread a
people
lot on
running
this
the
side.
former Soviet bloc, they didn't just go away. Instead, what they did was this. They took their
But we're also
ill-gotten wealth
looking for
and
ore,
they used
and
that
we have
money
to kill
enrich
mimics and
themselves
stuff.
in the new
The most
emerging
important thing
free
is the
world.
blood moon.
The report says
At this point, a
regimes
lot of stuff that we
distributed
need will
public
drop
assets to their
only during blood
cronies
moons.
under the guise of privatization and
we could
increasingly
create at
seized
any
private
time as well.
assets for the same purpose. It notes that Western lawyers, accountants, bankers, and corporate service providers often facilitated this process, whether out of ignorance or a cultivated unwillingness to ask where the money came from. And unfortunately, as it notes, quote, Western governments and institutions greedily welcome the glut of foreign investors as businessmen, philanthropists, and patrons of culture and education. And, you know, some of this came along with the belief that the world was changing after the,
I finally
end of
finished
the
Ghost of
Soviet Union.
Tsushima.
The old tyrannical regimes are
Amazing
gone,
game.
so why not help the old guard enter the new world of rule of law and basic rights? It was, according to the Hudson Institute report, a mixture of wishful thinking, commercial opportunism, and bureaucratic inertia. And as it also notes, quote, the effect was the same. Dirty money flooded into financial centers, legal systems, and elite institutions before its corrosive effects were fully understood. And Western rule of law could not catch up fast enough. Like, sure, we could deal with things like money laundering on an internal basis within a given country. But the new globalist system, with corrupt leaders flowing in from the former communist world, bringing all their money with them, it brought a whole new set of problems. And then it got worse. That was when the Chinese
It would be very
Communist
interesting
Party
to
put
hear
on its
Scott
show of reform and opening up and
react
convinced
to this
the
video.
free world to give it open access
Because it's
to
literally
global
what he
markets.
does is counter
The
money
Hudson
laundering.
report says this. China's
foreign
rise
regimes.
has arguably unlocked a second wave of globalized kleptocracy. And it adds that wealthy Chinese trying to circumvent their country's capital controls are altering the offshore landscape, while Chinese state-owned companies and opaque lending practices are supercharging corruption risks across the developing world.
Hey, there's some
Basically,
underground
the CCP
desert
was
over
given
here
open
that
access to the free
isn't
market.
hollowed.
And with that, it brought along corruption, underhanded, and anti-competitive practices from the communist world. Forced labor in modern gulags punishing free thought. Slave camps of persecuted minorities. The murder of religious believers so the regime can harvest and sell their organs. Currency manipulation,
there it is.
undermining the entire global
Did you hear
economy.
that? No.
Forced technology transfers, stealing technology from the murder of religious believers so the regime can harvest and sell their organs. Currency manipulation, undermining the entire global economy.
There it is.
Forced technology.
Wonder who funds this.
What's funny is that there were sources for a bunch of stuff on screen where he was highlighting the sources. Not that.
Modern gulags punishing free thought. Slave camps of persecuted minorities. The murder of religious believers so the regime can harvest and sell their organs. Currency manipulation, undermining the entire global economy. Forced technology transfers, stealing technology from countries trying to do business in China. Military-run operations for cybercrime. Stonewalls limiting market access for foreign investors and foreign businesses. And frankly, a long list of other crimes. Basically just going at it by hook and by crook, throwing out all the rules to give itself an anti-competitive edge, and then using that to seize power and influence. And through that, also getting influence over global networks of people willing to put personal gain before basic principle. But even beyond the issues the CCP has brought, just through its access to the free market, it has done something arguably just as bad. What it did, it undermined global rule of law almost in its entirety. Basically, there are a few systems in place to make sure everyone is playing by the same basic set of rules. Things like not using slaves for cheap labor. Things like not genociding parts of society deemed undesirable. Things like not exporting deadly drugs to kill populations for
Is it the
profit.
Pearlstone we need to get rid of?
Yes, if it's Pearlstone, that's
sanctioned.
the one that will
and
spread.
The United States has leveraged the US dollar, being the world reserve currency, as a way to also enforce a type of monetary-based world order. You don't play by the rules, well, you get sanctioned, and
It's
you
not
get
a
cut off
you
from
don't
the
need
global
to
financial system.
You really just want to
But what the CCP
quarantine
has done
around
is
this
offered a
Pearlstone.
workaround,
Like
an
just dig
alternative
tunnels
to that.
straight down.
If a country gets sanctioned, well, typically they're forced to reform, otherwise they risk going bankrupt. But rather than let that happen,
Because it can
the
only
Chinese
spread
Communist Party
over a
instead
certain
offers
amount of
countries
tiles.
access
Like
to
if
its
there's,
own
I think it's
alternative
6,
world order.
but it
An
could be
alternative order that essentially
even
says,
3
do
for
as
all I
thou
know.
wilt. The only rule in that CCP-led world order is to not criticize others for their policies. Kill, steal, cheat, harm your own citizens all you want, but just don't call out anybody else for doing it either. It effectively works as a gang, only a global one, where playing ball means, at the very least, you
Look at
need to
this
turn
place.
a blind eye to the crimes around you.
It's all blue.
It's in this way that many of the world's broader problems are able to continue. Russia doesn't end the war with Ukraine because the Chinese Communist Party is, as NATO puts it, the enabling force. The CCP supplies Iran with weapons while buying its oil. North Korea keeps its tyrannical regime running with the Chinese regime as its international defender, and the list goes on globally. In a lot of ways, this is a serious
It's
challenge
great because
to the
I
United
have the
States,
boots
because,
so
look,
I can touch
how
a
do
little
you
bit of
compete
lava
with
and be okay.
adversaries that don't play by any rules?
Oh,
How can
titanium.
a free market
And there's lava
exist
dripping down on top
when
of
your
me.
competitors are being allowed to steal
mine it quick.
and cheat? What's emerging now is something very different.
You need it.
Basically,
You're the one who needs the
U.S.
titanium.
adversaries have exploited the loopholes to such a massive extent, gotten involved in corruption to such a deep
Where's my
level,
base open?
and
The fuck?
cheated their way, vying to the
What did
top
you
for
do?
so long that their use of state corruption is no longer just a minor sporadic
No
issue.
wonder cunts keep getting
Instead, it has become part of
Let's
the
put a door.
blood flow of many countries. And the CCP,
put a wall.
the beating heart of global corruption,
Huh?
I put a
if the
wall.
United
Put a
States
door.
really puts an end to it,
I don't have
it
any
could become a
doors.
death blow to those regimes. And
Well, I didn't
potentially
either. That's why I made a
even
hole.
see their leaders
just go out the
thrown
other
in
way.
jail. Think of it like this. Remember what I said earlier, that if a country is controlled by corruption, then whoever controls the corruption controls the country. Well, conversely, if that corruption is destroyed, so too are the powers that controlled it. And this is exactly what some are suggesting the United States should now aim to achieve. Technically, some of this has even already started, at a few different levels, in fact. Congress, one example, they launched the Congressional Counter-Kleptocracy Caucus back in 2021. And this was with a stated goal to educate and mobilize Congress on how to curb global kleptocracy. I mean, some of its victories already, they include the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, that's to criminalize elements of foreign bribery. They also outpassed the Transnational Repression Accountability Prevention Act. That's to respond to the abuse of Interpol by authoritarian regimes. And they have other achievements as well. That was launched alongside a Biden White House strategy that same year on countering corruption. In fact, Biden even wrote June 3rd, 2021 that, quote, corruption threatens United States national security, economic equity, global anti-poverty and development efforts, and democracy itself. And that adds, by effectively preventing and countering corruption and demonstrating the advantages of transparent and accountable governance, we can secure a critical advantage for the United States and other democracies. And the bones of that strategy were then in place when Trump took office. And remember also that even while Trump got mixed reactions when his administration captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, the criminal allegations against Maduro actually started during the Biden administration. Just as a reminder, this is the actual wanted alert from the Biden admin on January 10, 2025, and it states this. It says, Maduro helped manage and ultimately lead the cartel of the Suns. And it accuses him and others in the regime of other crimes. It also offers a $25 million reward for information leading to his arrest or conviction. And again, that was under the Biden administration. That was before Trump sent the military to capture Maduro.
The right side, there's like three
Actually,
chests over to the right.
If we take a more complete look at what's been happening in the world, the picture is actually really interesting. Start with Cuba, for example. The State Department has now declared that Cuba will be next for the United States to deal with after Iran.
Chests everywhere.
Castro is facing murder charges.
It's over.
Members of the regime profiting off theft and abuse are getting sanctioned. And it's possible we can now see a change in leadership. Also with Iran, look, alongside the war, there are now exposés of ill-gotten wealth and information on how regime leaders have enriched themselves by robbing the country's citizens. In Latin America, just overall, we see the restoration of the Monroe Doctrine. The United States is working now to push out Russian, Iranian, and CCP influence, while also pushing for the destruction of the cartels. But even more so,
the floor broke
something
up here.
Very big is now brewing for China. This is probably the most significant announcement recently, and it fell almost entirely on deaf ears. It's something so big, it could shake the foundations of the Chinese Communist Party and the entire global corrupt network it supports. U.S. intel agencies are now working on a plan to expose the hidden wealth of the CCP's leaders, including, well, the head of the Communist Party, Xi Jinping himself. Now, the United States already sanctions individual Chinese businesses and key figures for, human rights abuses, other crimes. President Trump is also going after them with tariffs for things like trade imbalances, market manipulations, and so on. But really hitting the core of corruption takes something a bit more. Let this sink in. CCP leader Xi Jinping has been running a so-called anti-corruption campaign in China for years now. Through this, well, he has purged a lot of top members of the CCP, mostly on crimes like embezzlement and so on. But behind the scenes, there's something else. As many China insiders would note, the Chinese Communist Party itself runs on corruption. In fact, it's hard to get into power in the regime if you're not corrupt. It's a kleptocracy, after all. And what Xi Jinping's anti-corruption campaign was really about was always just power consolidation. It was a factional battle inside China where he was using allegations of corruption to purge the enemies of his own faction.
It's very communist of it.
So, a simple question is this. How will the Chinese people react when they realize it was all a ruse? When they see the officials in charge saying they're fighting corruption were actually involved in the same forms of corruption themselves.
You think they don't know?
Well, we may soon find out.
No, we won't.
But what do you think?
I
Is the
think
issue of
shit's not going to
hypocrisy really
happen,
so
and like
bad?
even
Does
if the
system of
Chinese people
global
rose up
oligarchy
and shit,
really
look
present
at
a problem
Myanmar.
to the free world? And if so, well,
How
is
long
what's
are they
being
going to
done
fight?
now enough to stop it? Let me know your thoughts in the chat. Until next time, this is the Josh Phillips Show.
What a chungus.
Yeah, a bit of a dickhead.
Before we get into public citizens findings, I just wanted to briefly talk to you and ask you about last week's Supreme Court decision on paying finance law.
Happy Wednesday. Hope everybody out there is having a phenomenal day. I'll say one thing. I'm tired, bro. And I'm tired because last night the elections went way too late. But nonetheless, we got the results. We're here. And there were multiple shocking results. Okay?
I'm
there were
shocked.
shocking results in the sense that the Bernie candidates, who were supposed to have close races, absolutely dominated against their opponents. But there was also a shock result in the sense that the center has struck back. And Francesca Hung, who was supposed to cakewalk to victory, actually lost. So we'll talk about all of that. I have all the election results, and it's some amazing stuff. So prepare for that. We also have, later on...
Damn, it really has spread.
MAGA is in complete free fall right before the midterm elections. We have never seen a polling collapse this severe, ladies and
Really
gentlemen.
only in the surface layer,
They
though.
are... It is a five-alarm
It's not too
fire
bad
on the
down
right,
here.
and they don't know how to react. So we'll dive into that as well. We also have Trump falling asleep in the Oval Office in yet another meeting during the day. Remember, he can't sleep at night, can't stay awake during the day, so he's struggling. And then we also have RFK Jr. in the White House at the same time, shaking uncontrollably while reading something from a piece of paper. And we'll probably get to this one tomorrow, but we have the Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreth, just absolutely tweaked off his ass cheeks, y'all. Just zooted and geeked up on Lord knows what kind of upper. But, like, he's sitting, he's doing the sniffle thing. He's putting his hands through his hair. He's sweating like crazy. He's, like, moving all over the place. So, obviously...
he wipes his nose and then runs his hand through his hair.
Obviously, he's got a little bit of that booger sugar in his life, most likely. So, we'll talk about that as well. And then... the hit job against Abdul backfired spectacularly. CNN did a hit job against him, and this thing came apart at the seams, and people are furious, and if anything, they're lining up to support Abdul more now. So we'll dive into that as well. So you guys know the drill, man. Everybody do me a big favor. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel. That helps out big time and costs you nothing. You can also click that bell icon.
I didn't know Lamias were in this game.
Video. Thank you to everybody who supports this show on Patreon. We could not do it without you. Even if you just give $1 a month or $2 a month or $5 a month, that goes a very, very long way. Remember, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. I never will do those things.
Good.
You guys have made it possible by
Easier
keeping us independent with the small dollar donations.
now I don't
the way
have
we
to
fund
skip.
the show is that, and with the default ads on
Yeah,
YouTube,
true.
that's it. I have no ad team for the show here. Like I said, I never talked to an advertiser, never talked to a PAC or a government or anything like that. Very proud of that fact. You guys made it possible. Okay, also, sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. We have Oliver
I think
Larkin
I
coming on
contained
this
it.
week, the man himself, the man of the hour who's been busting up Fox News hosts left and right, which is a phenomenal thing to see. The guy who called Trump a pedophile on Fox News and they panicked and ended the segment early. The guy who's running against Jared Moskowitz, the self-described Ron DeSantis Democrat. Okay, so we have him coming on Crystal Kyle and Friends this week. Can't wait for that. And, of course, go sub to Corin's World and come hang out with us live on Monday nights. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and jump right in. Big-time election results. Big-time election results. So here we go. Take a look at this. This is a massacre, says Elections Joe. The Democratic Tea Party's home field is very clearly in the Northeast. Congressman Larson is currently nearly losing by 20 points against his primary challenger. And you can see here, now this was, when only 16% of the votes were in, but at the end of all of it, he didn't do much better. In fact, I think he lost ground since then. I think he ended with, last I saw, he had like 33% of the vote, and that was with like 70-some-odd% in. So this guy got his clock absolutely cleaned, okay? Progressive challenger against John Larson. Funny story, me and Crystal were eating at a restaurant in D.C. about a month ago, maybe, And John Larson happened to be sitting at the table right next to us. So that was kind of weird.
Hilarious.
And I mean, you guys know I'm a political junkie, but I recognized his face. I couldn't remember his name. But he absolutely got obliterated. He's been there since 1999, y'all. Since 1999. But a sign of the times and the left-wing Tea Party, his ass got kicked to the curb, and it was decisive, okay? So notch 1 in the progressive column. Okay, Dave Weigel comes out and says, clearest win for progressive so far is looking like Minnesota's 2nd District, where Matt Little took several positions, including Medicare for All, to the left of Angie Craig, and is in a strong place to succeed her. So, spoiler alert, he did end up winning. Angie Craig, this is her old congressional seat, and she went on to run for Senate. More on her in a minute, okay? But this guy, Matt Little, wound up winning the race. David Hogg says, his car broke down while we were knocking, and it could have been the end of canvassing, but with some help it was fixed and we were back on the road. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. So anyway, David Hogg supported candidate here. Again, left-wing Tea Party surges on. So Crystal says, congrats to Matt Little. To learn more about him and this race, check out this interview with Ryan Grimm and Emily Jashinsky that they did with him last week, where they get into the new strategies that AIPAC is using to try to block his victory. So he was the anti-AIPAC candidate, and AIPAC spent against him, and he wound up winning. Okay, but this is probably the biggest win for the left last night. Peggy Flanagan not only won for U.S. Senate in Minnesota in the Dem primary, but she absolutely curb-stomped Angie Craig. It wasn't even close.
Hopefully
now, mind
that's
you,
not a black candidate
the polling
who just said that
leading
about.
into this thing was nearly dead tied. It was nearly dead tied. You know, some people were saying it's going to go Angie Craig. Some people were saying it's going to go Peggy Flanagan. You could find polling to back up either one of those arguments. But come election night, when people turned out, look at this result, bro. Look at this result. Now, granted, this is only with 72% of the vote in here, but you can see Peggy Flanagan up nearly 20 points on Angie Craig in what was supposed to be a close race, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Bernie-endorsed candidate, the AOC-endorsed candidate, I believe Elizabeth Warren-endorsed candidate. She's the lefty candidate, and she absolutely dominated, bro. She absolutely dominated. So shout out to her. Shout out to, Bernie and all the candidates who are out there helping to lift her up. Now, if you don't know about Peggy Flanagan yet, you're about to get a crash course on Peggy Flanagan, because she's very likely, your next senator from the great state of Minnesota. And here she is in her victory speech. And I don't know, man, I think this speaks for itself here. She knocked it out of the park. Listen.
And getting rid of prior authorization so that some dude behind a desk, or worse yet, an AI bot, isn't determining whether you get the life-saving health care that your doctor has prescribed.
This is all the response to Luigi Mangione.
And passing Medicare for all. Because we are going to make healthcare available and affordable once and for all. And now let's talk about Donald Trump's out-of-control ICE force. We need to rip ICE apart and stop them from terrorizing our communities. And I know this. I know that we can fix our broken immigration system, secure the border, and create a real pathway to citizenship that aligns with our values. And we are going to stop Donald Trump's $1 billion a day illegal war in Iran and the crushing gas and fertilizer prices. We are going to fight the corruption, whether it's in the White House or in the halls of Congress, because the grift has to stop. And make no mistake, we are going to protect our democracy from this out-of-control president and all the yes sir senators who are doing his bidding. And we're also going to protect our democracy from the corporate PACs and dark money groups that are trying to buy our politicians. Because you know and I know the best way to end Citizens United is to show that we can run and win grassroots people-powered campaigns.
She is spitting hot fire, y'all. She's spitting hot fire. Isn't it crazy that now we might be saying Senator Abdul El Sayed, Senator Peggy Flanagan, and Bernie might finally have some fucking backup. I mean, shit. He's geriatric as fuck now, and he barely has any support over there in the U.S. Senate. And now we're sending the cavalry, man. That's what's happening. But you know what? Many people are saying the reason why she was able to win and win by such gigantic margins is because, remember, Minnesota was fucking traumatized by the ICE Gestapo paramilitary thugs shooting people in the street, breaking up families. I mean, the entire state was terrorized by this rogue gang of criminals. Okay, and Angie Craig was out there going, we need to reform ICE and maybe look at certain ways to rein them in a little bit here and there. And then Peggy Flanagan's out there like, we're going to rip them apart. We're going to get rid of them. Fuck them. And so, I mean, look, that's a wake-up call for people.
Why.
And they ended up going with the person who was actually promising to do something real against ICE, not some bullshit half measure. Also, the Medicare for All thing, I'm sure, helped as well. So again, shout out to her. Okay, Angie Craig outspent Peggy Flanagan by over 4-1 and lost. Not only did she lose, she got crushed. We have this. AIPAC doesn't get its way both in Michigan and Minnesota Dem Senate primaries. Okay, that is glorious. It's been a really rough primary cycle for Democratic members of Congress running for higher office. So Craig, L, Stevens, L, Kelly, L, Krishnamurthy, L, Crockett, L, Swalwell, I mean, shit, he's donezo for good because he was outed as a rapist. 0 for 6 so far.
Could have told you that
Moulton
long time
and
ago.
Pappas, who we don't have their results yet, but that's possible. You only get one victory out of those two.
Bro gave the
voters
vibes.
are pissed. The voters are furious. They don't see anywhere near enough standing up to MAGA and actually fighting back. They don't see Democrats who they feel like represent them and fight for anything real and tangible. And so this is our Tea Party moment. I mean, it's the simple way to put it. Okay. But now, let's talk about the one big loss that the left had. And of course, that was Francesca Hong running for Wisconsin governor in the Democratic primary. And she was beaten by a guy named David Crowley. Now, by the way, the poll showed she was up a ridiculous amount. You want to talk about a polling miss? We're talking probably a bigger polling miss than the polling miss in Michigan, which was pretty fucking big. Okay? She had a double-digit lead in virtually every single poll. The more establishment side could not consolidate. The more establishment side had somebody drop out and endorse somebody else, and that person dropped out, and then David Crowley, the one who initially dropped out, came back in. It was a mess. The establishment was a mess. However, in the final week or two of this race, you really had a lot of national media attention on this. And when I tell you they were beating the fuck up on Hong, I mean it, man. Francesca Hong got just absolutely reamed by, relentless segments against her in mainstream media. Okay, so the end result is Crowley ended up winning, and he ended up winning by a little bit, I believe, maybe a little over 1% or thereabouts. So Mac here says, Abdul wins by 15,000 votes. The media says, devastatingly close. He has to become more centrist now. Hong loses by 3K votes. Media, it's over for the left. Collapse is imminent. Full centrist mandate. And of course, he's responding to a piece here from Politico that says, the far left hits a wall. It's a crazy thing to say, especially because the DSA candidates and the left-wing candidates, they won the majority of their elections. Now, I'm not trying to take anything away from David Crowley at all. Props to him winning this shit. And by the way, you 100% should support him over the MAGA candidate. That's not even a question, okay? But it's a strange thing to pretend like, the left is cooked now when we won the majority of our races. And not only won them, but the surprise was we won them by the massive margins that we did. Okay, so you do have plenty of people on the left now who are very pissed off at Bernie and AOC because with a race that close, it is very clear if Bernie and AOC, or just Bernie or AOC, endorsed Hong, she would have won, and she probably would have won comfortably. Okay, so Nathan Robinson says, Bernie and AOC are directly responsible for Hong's loss. Instead of making the case for democratic socialist politics and getting more service workers like herself into office, AOC threw Hong under the bus as, quote, crazy woke one. Bernie pretended he didn't know her. Nathan also says, I can't believe people are really talking about AOC as a left presidential contender when on the eve of a critical primary, she decided to produce a totally irrelevant news story about her parenting choices instead of backing the socialist. So there's some real anger out there. Nathan J. Robinson also says, if you want to make the argument that they should have deliberately tanked a socialist gubernatorial campaign that was likely to prevail in the primary because you share the electability narrative, well, make that case. But let's be honest, that they tanked her. So that's my guess. I mean, their dodge was like, oh, we're not going to get involved in a state race. We're more interested in, like, you know, what's happening at the federal level. So, like, Congress and the U.S. Senate. I believe that was their dodge. But my guess is, I think they felt like she was definitely going to lose the general, and they didn't want to have a massive L on their side here. And so they were like, let's just punt on it and not say anything. And she ended up losing the primary. But I think they feared that, you know, with that, the news cycle for a week or two where they were just relentlessly hitting Hong over old tweets, I think, you know, I think Bernie and AOC were like, we think there's more oppo coming out against her that's definitely going to sink her in a general, and we don't want to put our name to that. That's my guess. Now, having said that, it's also like, how do you view your job as a left-wing politician? Like, there's people like Ro Khanna, for example, who, like, he doesn't care what his batting average is. He's just going to go, this person more aligns with me, I will support them. Basically, like, anybody who he would theoretically vote for if he lived in the district, he'll tell you, I want this person, right? And I don't know, my perspective is, I'm more of that philosophy, where, you know, if you're a politician, if you have this power, why not just tell everybody who the closest person to you ideologically is in a given primary race? And I don't know why people think it's such a big deal that even if you say, hey, I like this person and I would endorse this person, and they end up losing, nobody actually blames you. Like, that's not a thing that happens. Like, think of all the Democratic candidates that Barack Obama has endorsed in general elections, and then they've gone on to lose. And, like, literally nobody holds that against Barack Obama and acts like, you know, that's the issue with him, or like he's electoral kryptonite. No, he's still, by the polling, the favorite politician of the people in the U.S. He's the most liked politician in the U.S., according to polling. And he's endorsed and missed, like, countless times. So it doesn't really matter that much. I don't know why you wouldn't just say, yeah, like, I support Hong, she's closer to me ideologically. But anyway, there's a lot of anger out there today at Bernie and AOC because we would have had yet another left-wing sweep if they had gotten involved, and they chose not to get involved. Only they can say why they didn't get involved. My speculation is that they thought for sure she was going to lose the general election. All right. Then, now let me show you this. So there's a little bit of stop the steal type posting on the left right now, if I'm being honest with you. So they say, this is fishy as hell, and why people have no faith in our elections. The reason it took so long for Wisconsin to report the results in last night's Democratic primary is that 5 USB sticks didn't have the election results, so they had to go back to the operations center and re-download the votes. They blamed human error. Hong must demand a recount. So here's what they said. So it did take longer than what everybody expected it was going to take. And here is the explanation that we got.
What we uncovered was that 5 of the sticks had the audit log downloaded and not the results. It's a human error. These things can happen. So basically what we need to do is go back to the operations center, and we're going to download out of those 5 machines the results and make sure that's not the audit log. So we have the reports printed from the first download. We're going to reprint and start the process so that we can compare those results. We invite you to come join us. Milwaukee Police Department will come with us too. And so we'll re-download those results and then send them back here to be uploaded.
5 machines are an issue?
Correct. Not the machines, the sticks. So the download process was, the audit log was downloaded, not the results.
Out of how many sticks?
9.
And so you will only be redoing those 5 sticks?
Correct.
But we can't know all of the results, and we can't see these 4 sticks worth of results.
All right, so you do have some stop the steal posting among lefties who are going, I don't know, that's kind of fishy, and she was up like double digits in every single fucking poll, and then now they're like, oh, there's a hiccup, and it takes longer than usual, and you need to re-download the USB shit. Like, so there's some people who are talking about that. Other people are saying that perhaps this was the moment that changed the course of the Wisconsin Democratic primary for governor, because Francesca Hong, look, as somebody myself, who is a well-known shit poster and have been shit, at least since I started this show in 2012, probably even earlier than that, as a well-known shit poster who has many cringe tweets in my past, right? I'm sympathetic
and present.
to Hong, because
that's what he
Hong,
should have said.
I mean,
and
that was
present.
like her Achilles heel, is like all these fire-ass shit posts that she put out there when she didn't think she would ever run for office or anything like that. And a lot of them came back to bite her in the ass. And, of course, the media hyper-fixated on these old posts of hers. And, you know, it became an issue. And she didn't handle it the best way possible. So one of the things, apparently she said like fuck Thanksgiving or like cancel Thanksgiving or something like that.
Oh,
and
this
so here
lady.
she is on CNN, and she's asked a question about it. And you determine how well she handled this.
You know, you talked about your past positions that he keeps highlighting and, you know, obviously likely would continue to do so before November should you win. One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. The post has been deleted. Republicans have been highlighting it. Do you still believe that
She says, if it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism and the original super spreader event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it. Okay? So that's what she posted. Let's see her reaction.
Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. You know, I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think there I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve. And the position that I'm running for right now, and I think my background as a chef, will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table.
I wish I was there to give her advice, bro. Because I would tell her, all you have to say is, of course I'm not going to cancel Thanksgiving. I'm shit posting, right? And by the way, the deeper point she made there was a point me and Corin have talked about on Kyle and Corin. That, like, let's stop pretending like Thanksgiving isn't the fakest motherfucking holiday in the world. Acting like what? The people who came here and committed genocide were holding hands and singing Kumbaya with the victims of said genocide? Like, no, that's fucking horseshit. Of course it's horseshit. So, like, that deeper point is true, right? But you don't even need to address that. All you need to say, of course I'm not going to fucking cancel Thanksgiving. What are you, crazy? No, of course I'm not going to. I'm shit posting. By the way, the overwhelming majority of millennials can attest to the fact that we all shit post. We've all done it. At some point, the fever's going to break with this, like, oh, your old posts are coming back to haunt you. At some point, when every politician that's in there is of a certain age, everybody's going to be, yeah, that's what we did, is we said wild ass shit online. Like, we had no money. We had shitty jobs. The country's falling apart. Like, yeah, we go online and we talk shit. Like, who gives a fuck? That's what we do. Like, that's more... You gotta kind of come up with that energy, not like, I don't know, this answer was not good, and some people say this is where, like, the race turned, because as soon as it got national attention, literally all of the national attention was all of the mainstream media outlets ripping her apart relentlessly. By the way, not talking about what she's 100% correct about, which is we need a moratorium on data centers, we need Medicare for all. I mean, you go down the list on her policies, and she's there. She's like 100% with it. But of course, they hyper-focused on this sort of shit, and that could have ended up tanking her. However, there's also this, and she deserves a lot of criticism for this. In fact, this is something I touched on not that long ago, too. And apparently the advice wasn't heeded, but many insurgent progressive candidates don't like to run TV ads for some reason. But Francesca Hong's flop is another strike for the ground game is greater than TV ads theory. Notable that Zoran started surging in the primary when he got on TV. Okay, so... Ilhan Omar was just up for election yesterday. She crushed. She did phenomenal, right? But the election before that, Ilhan almost lost. And the reason she almost lost is because she didn't run any TV ads. There's been a number of left-wing candidates who completely forego any TV ads, and they say, like, it's all about ground game, it's all about knocking on doors and shit like that. I don't know where this brain virus came from. I hate to tell you, but the entire older generation is glued to their motherfucking TV, and they vote at a much higher rate than younger people do. You need to run TV ads. Shit, I'm a millennial. I'm 38 years old. I got my motherfucking TV on in the background all the goddamn time. Okay? Stop with this nonsense. If you're on the left, run TV ads. Run TV ads. I know we're at a permanent money disadvantage. Everybody knows that. But you have to be smart and use those funds, at least some of those funds, to run TV ads. I'm sorry, it's a necessity. You know, maybe we can come back and revisit this conversation 20 years from now, and maybe 20 years from now, you don't no longer have to do it. But right now, you have to fucking do it, okay? So I could see any of a number of things changing ever so slightly that could have fixed this race for Hong and made it so she won. Whether it's an AOC or a Bernie endorsement or both, or whether it's the national media not going crazy over her old tweets, or whether it's running a bunch of TV ads, So really, there were like, it was the perfect storm where she ended up kind of tanking herself here. All right, now let's talk about her opponent, David Crowley. So this guy, let's be clear, the only reason this guy really won is because, you know, all the focus on Francesca Hong and her old tweets made some people think like she's general election cancer in the sense that she's going to lose. She's going to lose in the general. That's what a lot of people were thinking. Now that may be incorrect. We'll never know. But the electability line really seemed to land on this one. So here's her opponent, David Crowley. And look, he says stuff all the time that I think is just wrong. So here's one example. He's out there saying this.
I would argue we have to listen to independents and Republicans because we don't have a monopoly on good ideas.
Where does this instinct come from at a time when we're watching Republican MAGA fascism overtake this country? There has never been a time where it's more justified to say, we don't give a fuck what the Republicans say or do. There's never been a better time to say, no, we're standing 10 toes down on Democratic policies, and by the way, we're right. Like, you don't need to half agree with the fascists. I promise you don't need to do that. Sure, independents, sure, you can listen to them. But Republicans? Republicans. Okay. All right, so he's out there saying stuff like that as MAGA fascism sweeps over the country. Apparently there's this, too. We don't need to listen to the whole clip here, but David Crowley literally dropped out of the race just over a month ago, and then he saw a red bird that got him back into the race, and then he ended up beating Francesca Hong. He took that as a sign that he needs to resurrect his campaign, that his wife prayed and asked for a sign, and then they saw a red bird, and then that's when he decided to jump back in.
Sounds kooky.
I'm not kidding. This is what it's a minute and 17-second clip, but that's what he explains there. It's like, we saw the bird, and I knew it was time for me to get back in. Okay. And then there were moments like this, where Francesca Hong, going after the Democratic establishment, led Crowley to come out and say, that's racist, that you go against the establishment. I'm not kidding. Here we go.
I'm trying to figure out who the establishment is, right? I think that when we talk about the establishment, I don't know who that is. I'm a kid that grew up in 53206 zip code. My parents was drug addicts and suffered from mental health. I worked extremely hard to be where I am today. And so when people try to call me the establishment, I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate. And so I have never ran for office to protect the establishment. I've always been here to protect the people. That's my foundation. That's what I'm going to continue to do as a county executive and what I'm going to do as the governor of Wisconsin.
Look, if you dig deeper on him, you'll find out he's pro-union. He's for state infrastructure investments. He's in favor of green energy. He's in favor of universal early childhood education. So there are good parts of this guy. I don't want to make it seem like he's, that he's terrible. He's not. And he's about a trillion, quadrillion, septillion, zillion, jillion % better than whatever MAGA slug hack Republican that will be running against him. But it wasn't the most inspiring campaign, to say the least. But having said that, look, in the same spirit that Haley Stevens is giving us, where she's now out there unequivocally supporting Abdul El-Sayed, saying no sour grapes here, like we need Abdul to win, I'm a proud Democrat. Honestly, I'd be saying the same shit.
I'm going to lead the party because of Hassan Piker.
If he wants it. I don't know if he's going to want it, but if he were to want support from, actual lefty candidates to support him over MAGA, 100% they should be out there and they should be supporting him. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. But this was the big pickup. This is the center striking back here. There's no doubt about that. The center striking back. This was their big win, and it's for Wisconsin governor. Now let's look at the Republican side. So you had Mike Lindell, who got a Trump endorsement, an enthusiastic Trump endorsement. He's the MyPillow guy who did all the original Stop the Steal
shit. Look at this
shit,
crimson spread right here.
He said the election was stolen
next to our
and
base.
all that. And Biden was never really a legitimate president.
Yeah.
The guy's psycho. He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He's gonzo mentally. Well, anyway, he ran and ended up getting waxed by Lisa DeMuth,
by the way,
for the Minnesota
because of
governor
me.
Republican
I was
primary.
trying to build
so
a
this
fishing
was
farm,
perhaps
and there's
unexpected. Everybody knows Mike
crimson
Lindell's
stone
crazy.
here.
But, Trump has
That's
a very
what
high
caused it.
batting average when it comes to picking Republican candidates, and
This
those
right
candidates
here.
almost always get through the primary. Not this time. Not this time. And so this is also, a big hit against MAGA. Perhaps Trump is losing his sauce, losing his juice a little bit here.
Is the purple background
this would be
the
good,
hollow?
good evidence of that. But guess what?
Yeah, it's like
true to form, Mike Lindell will not concede.
pretty
Claims
trees
there are
and stuff.
anomalies in the numbers
The eyeball
that his
stuff
teams
is the
will be
crimson.
looking into overnight. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure there's anomalies, buddy. So that's fucking hilarious. And then finally,
But also,
we have this.
like, there's
Darlene Graham,
hollow
the sister of
underground,
Lindsey Graham,
hollow underground
ended up
desert,
running to take
you
his
know.
seat. Okay, and she ended up winning. And she had a quote just before the election. Quote, "I'm not being handed this seat." To which the community note replied, "She is literally being handed this seat." Oh no! There are your election results there. A lot of stuff to be happy about, and some stuff that was the first example
Didn't even
of
notice
shot
it
across
was
the bow
spreading
and the
until that
center
Goblin
striking
fight.
back and notching a victory. But look, at the end of the day, much to be happy about, and I believe that blue wave is still on track. Some people are saying, hey, with these big polling misses, I'm worried about the midterms, because if the polling misses were this severe, then maybe the polling miss for the midterms are going to be this severe as well. I don't buy that, and I don't buy that for the simple reason that these big polling misses are within Democratic primaries, right? And it's very possible that certain demographics are more likely to respond to pollsters than others. We're also dealing with open primaries here, so Republicans could have crossed over and voted in the Democratic primary, which could have skewed the numbers because you're not polling Republicans for a Democratic primary, but perhaps you need to get in these open primary states to get accurate numbers. But in terms of Democrat versus Republican polling numbers, I'm not nearly as afraid of a big miss. I think that those polls are definitely going to be in the ballpark of what we're looking at, which means MAGA should be terrified.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now.
Red will do so when you stop saying y'all.
There should be enough titanium to make a full set of armor. Just keep in mind, pay attention here. When you craft it, there's 3 different headpieces. So you want to make sure you're picking the headpiece that you want for melee attacks, because one of them is for magic and other stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Find Your Bull. Today's contestant is Ezra Frisch, a barista from Berkeley, California.
Double max, triple vaxxed, and never waxed.
He's a big supporter of Palestine, but it's his wife who's been starving for cars. Sage's former bull Derek was recently pardoned by Donald Trump,
where he is pardoning some 1,500 January 6 rioters.
I hope he's been getting my letters. He knows that I'm...
You've been writing to him?
I've been thinking about him, yeah. I wanted him to know.
That goes against our boundaries.
If Ezra doesn't find a BBC to replace Derek, Sage will be back on the Trump train.
The only thing hotter than my cum dripping down Sage's face is Ezra's liberal tears.
It was 3 days before Derek returned. Sage and Ezra headed to the Bronx.
I prefer like long rather than thick. I want it to feel like it's going up my guts to my throat.
Okay. She's off on her own to go find that lucky guy. Are you in any form of government assistance?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you have any criminal record?
Yes.
Excellent. What's your ethnic background?
I'm Dominican.
Would you consider yourself black?
I consider myself a person of color.
Okay, I love that.
Because I'm right in between. Because my grandmother was.
It's like a white umbrella you can white.
And are you 7 inches in thick?
7? Yeah, something
here,
like.
Where would it go to?
About that much.
Oh, okay, that's not bad, but just missing like 3 inches from my standard.
One of my favorite things to hear about is what a black cock can give that I cannot provide.
Wait, which one of you guys have the biggest cock?
That's crazy.
Would you describe yourself as 8 inches in thick?
Like
7 3/4, and right now 3, 4 early.
That's pretty good. So we're looking for someone who can take care of the needs of my partner, because I can't do that.
What you gotta do is say that if you actually said partner in need, it says open relationships means you're just trying to bisexual, man. You just get one more person. I can't do this right now, but
why not?
Why you got any money?
I love when homeless people seize her because they have no property to claim. We're looking for where would be an area where do you think there'd be the toughest guys?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know?
Google it.
We're looking for a third for my partner.
Oh.
Someone in your experience, because when you arrest people, do you ever accidentally feel them? So where do you think the thickest guys would be?
Okay, no, that's too bad. I thought you'd be more helpful.
I'm having like phantom pains of someone stuffing me. But I need someone like at least this big.
I know who.
Who?
Frankenstein. He looks like Frankenstein.
Like
he has makeup
He has a
on.
monster cock like Frankenstein.
Yeah, it's like incredible.
How do you know?
Because I've been with him on the train. It's a disability.
So who here has been a victim of the criminal justice system?
Why does that matter though?
It's a criteria.
It's something that I look. It's something that I look.
We all have.
Really?
That's perfect. I just think that like if you're storming the castle and stealing the princess, that's very similar to storming the castle and like stealing the votes and the minds of the Americans.
I'm really trying to recruit somebody different for her, so I really need to find someone. But she does like that sort of, someone that maybe has been in trouble with the law and stuff.
I like a bad boy.
You never been in trouble with the law?
No.
I was arrested one time for protesting the Citibank.
My parents had found a tab on Pornhub for BBC, and I was really embarrassed by it because like my dad's like, we kind of know that it's you, because you're like the only girl in the family and your mom's not into black guys. I just feel like a damsel in distress, and then they're almost like a wolf is like coming to me, and I just feel like I can like let myself go and be taken over completely.
We're looking for someone to be her friend.
Yeah.
This is you? This is you? This is you. This is you.
When?
Tomorrow, good?
What time?
5 p.m.
Where?
In Bushwick?
Wait, in Bronx?
Brooklyn, but we could get a hotel in the Bronx. You would come?
Who gonna pay?
I pay for the hotel.
Papa?
Yeah, I pay for the hotel, but I'm gonna watch.
You gonna watch?
Yeah,
is that
that's
okay?
like that's his thing.
I'll just be in the no touch. I just watch.
Take a photo, picture?
No picture. I just watch you. Like you guys will be here, and I'll be watching.
No.
Please.
Why?
Please. I know.
Why you're scared?
You're Muslim? I don't think Allah would care. I'm atheist, but I'm atheist, but Islam's the only religion
Wait, you're
I
scared
like.
that Allah wouldn't approve?
They take a picture or video.
No, we're not gonna take
Why?
a.
Do you have a wife or something?
Yeah.
Okay, so we wouldn't want your wife to know. Okay.
Well, like you would if no video.
You would with no video?
No video, no picture.
No video, no picture.
Yeah, we won't do it.
Please.
I don't believe that.
Please.
What do you think about it?
I think Allah's a great guy. Myself, I love Allah. Okay, God bless you, sir.
Nobody makes a more pathetic face when improperly claimed. A favor?
Can she get on back?
Can I get on the back?
Wanna get on the back? I don't mind. I love her holding your bag. She likes you. Let's see how you take her for a ride. Oh. Really prefer when I'm able to watch, but I'm glad she's going for a ride. It's been 5 minutes now, and she's gone. I mean, I hope she's being pile drived and not human trafficked. On Twitter, I saw a really disgusting person talk about someone getting silverback pile drived, and it made me sick to my stomach. But I'm also confronting the fact that it turned me on a lot. Wow.
I think I'm in love.
I just want videos. You can do whatever you want with her, you just gotta send me videos.
Been there.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, tell her.
You want to take my number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the first time
Yeah.
that I ever went through with
Yeah.
somebody come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But not the first time in some shit like this, but in the first time
Yeah.
how y'all came out of the way.
Yeah. I wanna clean her wounds.
I
when you're done. I want to clean the wounds. You know what I'm saying?
I prefer to nurture and be a part of the nest.
Oh, you mean like together?
Yo, I'm just gonna watch.
Oh, you're gonna watch? Oh,
Is that arousing?
that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that? I've had somebody watch, yes. Did you like it? I did. That was the best thing ever. Oh my god. He's perfect.
BBC, it won't fit in me, but put it in my baby.
Did he make this song?
It has to be AI.
No, I think it's them. I think it's them. I think it's him and her.
I really hope so.
Is there any way, at being part of the synagogue of Satan, I can offer my woman to the tribes of Israel?
Are you trying to be funny, dude?
No. I'm not.
No, this is. Make sure you get this, brother.
No.
So you're basically you're coming up here. You're asking us, as being a part of the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah.
You want to make an offering to us to what? Right your wrongs by offering us your woman.
Yeah. She enjoys it. She's consenting.
She's enjoying what?
She would enjoy it.
You guys have to be trolling us, yo.
No,
Yeah,
we're not.
that was good. You almost got us.
We're not.
You almost got us.
We're not. I want you to make her slave as long as I can watch and record.
But the thing is, the whole thing is, we don't need you to do that. Because when the time comes, the Lord, there's going to be a time of reckoning anyway.
Okay.
We're going to be set in place anyway. So we're going to have our slaves whether you offer her or not.
Okay.
If we sleep with any woman that belongs to another man, that's adultery. Laws, statutes, and commandments.
He says you can't just lay with another man's woman.
Foreigners like that.
Yeah, this little stuff I didn't
You have to
know.
sit in your house for 30 days after shave.
So you didn't know you can't just lay.
No, I knew that, but I didn't know it was so powerful.
Yeah.
That comes on a biblical, global level.
That's a great
The Lord is
truth.
not accepting just one or
God
two.
bless you.
I am quite ashamed of my Jewishness, and so I would be happily replaced by the 12 tribes.
Yeah, I just want to be told what to do after all.
Yeah. I'm tired of adulting. Well, I can't wait for your guy to call
I
you
know,
in a
my
little
French
bit.
bad boy. Oh, Richie's calling. Hey, Richie. You gonna pick me up? Huh? Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll just wait for a second. Richie has herpes.
Okay, so.
It's gonna be Derek.
Wait, so you're just going to discriminate against someone with pre-existing conditions?
It's going to be Derek.
Safe.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Oh my god, I missed you.
Hi, Ezra.
Hi, Derek. Welcome back. You are not on government assistance.
Look, I'm gonna get the Trump weaponization fund.
It's weaponization. Yeah. Not that I care about anyone being literate. That's not what I was trying to say.
Oh baby, we're gonna turn Texas blue.
The only thing that's gonna be blue is Ezra's.
I'm concerned because we used to go door knocking together, and now you're subliminating that by just wanting to bang MAGA guys.
I'm penetrating and door knocking on the mind, Ezra. Okay.
So you trying to replace me or what?
Just with someone more politically and racially aligned.
You're not going to replace me.
We are replacing you through our NGOs, through our nonprofits.
Okay. Yeah, when I'm done with you, I'm gonna get you pregnant because you can't get an abortion.
Well, the verdict is in. Ezra, you are not worthy of being cuckolded by a BBC.
Oh, yeah! I knew it, you little nerd!
No, come on.
Wait. Wait, wait, please, at least shoot the videos in logs so I can color grade them later.
Yeah, little protester. Yeah, come on.
Babe, don't let him degrade your activism, please.
What a weird fucking video.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Geopolitical Trends, where truth matters. The USS Abraham Lincoln's deployment has now stretched far beyond what many families of those sailors are expecting. And now there are mounting concerns about the sailors' well-being, mentally and physically, when considering
what
also the ship
minecart
board
tracks do to
conditions,
sand.
are now drawing scrutiny from the Navy leaders and even some members of U.S. Congress. So the aircraft carrier, by the way, has left San Diego on November 21st, 2025. And its deployment, which was, by the way, originally expected to end in May, has now extended into 9 months. 9 months.
Very nice.
With no public announcements as to when its return date will be. And reports now suggest, and reporting, that Lincoln has been deployed for more than 250 days and has spent more than 200 consecutive days without coming ashore. It's described in modern record for the U.S. aircraft carrier. We never deployed this long. And the ship carries about 5,000 sailors and Marines. So many families now have reported multiple incidents involving the sailors attempting to jump from the ship, literally preparing to go overboard. As a veteran, I say shame on the incompetent president, shame on the Pentagon for allowing this to happen. So, FYI, I will be doing a deep dive into this because this needs to be exposed in the coming days. So, and I'm awaiting confirmation on certain specific information. So make sure to join our community for that live stream I'm going to be doing. And also remember to subscribe for more updates. As always, remember, geopolitics impacts your daily life in more ways than one. Until next time. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to Geopolitical Trends, where truth matters.
Okay.
The USS Abraham Lincoln's deployment has now...
I want to show you how North Korea is now preparing to cross a red line that it spent the entire war in Ukraine carefully avoiding. Because in early August, South Korean intelligence intercepted information that revealed Russia's constructing new facilities in the Vorozhnia region, where they're now receiving 30,000 to 50,000 additional North Korean soldiers. I will now enthusiastically be charging headfirst into the Ukrainian drone's meat grinder. Last time the North Koreans entered the battlefield, they took an estimated more than 50% casualty rate, and so naturally the lesson they took away was to just send more North Koreans. But this raises much bigger questions now, I think. How are these additional North Korean soldiers going to change
lore
the
about
war?
Yeah, he's a vet.
Are they being sent to the front lines? And finally, will this create a
He has a
justification
degree
for
in
NATO troop
geopolitics
deployments
too.
in Ukraine? I'm Chris
He's
Cappy, former
a
infantry and war
PhD.
correspondent. Fire around the
Believe it or
subscribe
not.
button for 3 military rundowns
Imagine
every week.
going to school for a
starting back in
PhD
2024, that was when
and
North
then
Korea first
being
sent
Dr.
roughly
Ulalau.
14,000 soldiers to help Russia in their effort to retake the Kursk region inside Russia after Ukrainian forces successfully went abroad and took hold of that chunk of Russian territory. So the North Koreans were thrown straight directly into infantry assaults, and they suffered severe casualties, especially from Ukrainian drones that they'd never seen before, and the shock of being exposed to internet porn for the first time, the first confirmed death by gooning. Even one of their top generals got overconfident, went too close to the front line, and got injured in a Ukrainian missile strike. Turns out Ukrainian munitions don't recognize the North Korean chain of command. But the whole time, Moscow maintained one important technical distinction. They made sure that North Korean troops were officially fighting only on Russian soil. So this allowed them to claim that North Korea was just defending an ally instead of directly joining Russia's invasion, proving that we even love to split hairs about war. Even at the time, Ukrainian intelligence warned that North Korea was preparing to eventually deploy 100,000 troops slowly over the coming years. like the boil a frog tactic, where you do it slowly and incrementally so no one notices. When I reported from the front lines of Kursk 2 years ago, I asked a Ukrainian soldier what he thought of the North Korean troops being deployed there. He said, quote, "They will make good fertilizer." But since then, things have escalated quickly, and we're now on our way to potentially over 60,000 North Korean soldiers being deployed. The evidence for all of this comes from a direct road bridge that no one's really talking about, and they're just completing it now, and it creates a permanent route for moving weapons and personnel between North Korea and Russia. The bridge goes over the Tumen River in Russia's far east, making it much easier for them to transport these weapons, whereas before it all had to go around waterways and railheads. Officially, Russia claims it's to boost economic activity, but experts say we're being gaslit worse than your hot ex. Nazir Mahoun leads the open source intelligence research at Truthhounds. He told The Guardian that the reason the bridge is being built is obviously for military purposes because it's easier to evade American satellite space-based monitoring this way. This is how the intelligence community in America and the West determines how much equipment, artillery shells, are being transported from North Korea to Russia. They have assessments based on monitoring the different rail networks. However, roads make it easier to hide the true number of military equipment being sent. So the grand counter-satellite strategy is basically take the road instead. But why is that? Mahoun says it's because the type of rail cars that are visible in an image reveals a great deal about the cargo, and certain categories of goods are transported in open rail cars, which allows them to be identified. Therefore, trucks, by contrast, almost always look the same in satellite imagery. And when I found out what was actually moving through this new logistics network, I was shocked. But the bridge suddenly made a lot more sense. But before we get back to the episode, real quick announcement. Every Cappy Army episode is now available as audio only on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and pretty much wherever you listen to podcasts. So if you're a truck driver, driving all day for work, or you're commuting, working out at the gym, cleaning the house or the barracks, traveling, or stuck in a plane, you can now listen to the entire Cappy Army episodes without needing to have the dang YouTube open or staring at a screen. A lot of you have been asking me for this for years, and I get it. I listen to a ton of shows as audio only myself, so I'm excited we launched this. My direct link to the show is below in the description in the pinned comment of this video. Just click it, choose your podcast app, and hit follow right now. Then every new Cappy Army episode will automatically show up in your audio feed, or just search Cappy Army wherever you listen. Now let's get back to what those North Koreans are up to. And what exactly is being shipped across these routes? According to an exclusive Reuters report, North Korea is now sending over 120 ballistic missiles and 6 missile launchers to go along with it. And the location of this new deployment suggests a very different kind of mission compared to what North Korea has done in the past. Boroznia is important because it has recently become a hub for North Korean weapons. So their ballistic missiles are shipped there, they're stored there, and then fired at Ukrainian cities. That's why Ukrainian long-range strikes recently destroyed a massive stockpile here. The other reason it likely has nothing to do with economic activity is that there's very little valuable trade out of North Korea, and the bridge costs about $100 million. And so its main purpose is military logistics supply line. Now, the North Korean soldiers are following the weapons, but the missiles now come with live technical support. South Korean intelligence says a contingent of about 90 North Koreans from their missile unit has already started deploying here, and they're joining Russia's 112th Missile Brigade. So with them, they're bringing the KN-23 and 24 ballistic missiles, and they've already delivered an initial batch of 40 of these missiles, with the full arrangement expected to be decided during talks over the next month. Even international missile shipments require a can we circle back and follow up on that kind of meeting? So how much could this actually change the war? A steady stream of missiles could significantly increase Russia's ability to strike Ukrainian cities and their power infrastructure during the coming fall offensive. Its goal would be to try to deter Ukraine from launching all of their attacks on Moscow with their long-range drones. And the goal would be to increase the penalty on Ukraine's interceptor stockpile. So the North Korean missiles carry larger payloads and they fly further than Russia's Iskander missile, although they're far less accurate. But that's not really reassuring when the target is that city over there. This unit of North Koreans is only the ADVON, the advanced forces, before the rest, the full contingent, arrives. And so why are we seeing this escalation now, of all times? Why didn't this happen a couple months ago? Analysts predicted Russia would likely escalate the war this year because in 2026, Russia's war in Ukraine has changed dramatically since just a year prior. Experts noticed some elements were shifting in Ukraine's favor. Russian advances slowed to a crawl's pace. They began losing more soldiers than they could recruit in Russia. Long-range drone strikes from Ukraine started cutting off their logistics across Crimea. So North Korean soldiers are leaned on every time there's an unfavorable shift in the war, like when Ukraine invades Kursk and takes over that territory, or when the battlefield is shifting against Russia's favor. In an attempt to turn things around, they lean on the North Koreans. But the big multi-million-dollar question is, I think, will these North Korean soldiers cross that red line and enter into Ukraine? We now know North Korean operations are planned across the Kursk, Bryansk, and Belgorod border regions. Initial intelligence indicates that they will take over rear guard and defensive duties. So all of the Russian troops and guys that are sitting in the rear doing logistics or chilling on their phones, filming Ukrainian drones hit the Wildberries warehouses, they'll all get shifted to the fighting. This will allow Russian support units to move toward frontline combat in eastern Ukraine. You may be surprised to learn, usually for every one frontline combat soldier, there are at least 2 support guys in the rear. Even more in the US military, the ratio is even higher, so freeing up those hands would be valuable to Moscow. Chris Monday, a Russia researcher at Dongseo University, said that the intelligence is a reflection of Putin's reluctance to order a full-blown domestically unpopular mobilization, a draft. Chris Monday said, quote, "What he needs is not so much more troops, but soldiers willing to storm through the drone no man's land," indicating that the main reason you would send 30,000 North Korean warm bodies is to do a meat grinder style assault. But retired South Korean Army Lieutenant General Chunanbum, I can't make fun of his name, my real last name is Capiluto, which means tiny hat in Italian. So he called for caution when dealing with the information. The former Lieutenant General believes that it's unlikely that the 30,000 North Korean soldiers would be pressed into frontline service inside Ukraine, and due to their deployment location, it's more likely that they'd be used in an auxiliary role to help with Russia's coming fall season offensive. Although he didn't rule out that they would eventually be thrown into the front line inside Ukraine. That's a lot of troops for an auxiliary role, though. Russia has an estimated 500,000 or so troops deployed inside of Ukrainian territory, so this could be viewed almost as a drop in the bucket, but it is a significant amount of frontline troops, especially when they're applied to just one specific part of the front. And they would have to be deployed mostly together because North Korean regiments stick together for language and unit cohesion purposes, and so they can share all their gooning material. So an influx of that amount of bodies can swing localized fighting. It's enough manpower to strengthen a major Russian push or free up tens of thousands of Russian troops for combat elsewhere. Turns out the solution to Putin's problem all along was to just send other people to the fight. But the most important effect of these troops may be what their presence convinces the rest of the world to believe. Russia wants Ukraine supporters to look at this apparently bottomless supply of North Korean manpower and conclude that Moscow can continue fighting forever. The message is that Russia can absorb any number of casualties and replace them with soldiers from another dictatorship and eventually exhaust Ukraine and its Western backers. Even if the North Koreans perform poorly, their deployment is meant to create the perception that Ukrainian victory is impossible and that the West should pressure Kyiv into accepting a ceasefire on Russian terms. But there's another way to interpret this. Russia has a population of over 140 million people, yet it is importing infantry from one of the poorest countries on earth because Putin remains reluctant to order another politically dangerous mobilization. This is evidence of weakness. It reveals that the Kremlin is beginning to scrape against the limits of how many Russian soldiers it can actually sacrifice. North Korea allows Putin to outsource that political cost of the war. When a North Korean soldier dies thousands of miles away from home, the Kremlin receives the same military benefit without another Russian funeral, creating domestic anger. Putin has effectively found a way to import soldiers and export the body bags. If we do still see a mobilization, it'll be because this effort failed to prevent it. Another reason why it's important to make sure this deployment is not successful for them is because if this arrangement works, it creates a disturbing precedent. nuclear-armed governments could wage longer wars by purchasing expendable manpower from poorer authoritarian states. Today's globalization is all about outsourcing your casualties. According to a Georgetown University paper by John Earth, it could also affect Asia. If Kim concludes that sending troops helped Russia seize territory, he may become more willing to use the same combination of military aggression and nuclear intimidation against South Korea. So what happens to these North Korean troops in Ukraine may eventually shape Kim's calculations much closer to home along the DMZ. So roughly 14 to 20,000 North Korean soldiers are reported to be stationed in Russia as of May 2026, and it's set to reach over 50,000 now. According to a South Korean intelligence report, these troops, weapons, supplies, and their deaths cost Russia an estimated $13 billion in just cash payments alone to North Korea. The value of all the equipment and artillery shells that they sent to Russia is estimated to be worth $20 billion. That's combined more than an entire year of GDP for the whole country of North Korea. North Korea has somehow turned human wave attacks into its largest export industry. South Korea's Institute for Defense Analysis found that the North Korean artillery, millions of shells, now account for about half of Russia's firing. So far, South Korean intelligence has been right on the money each time about their reports on North Korean troop movements in the war, so I'm assuming that they have penetrated deep into Kim's isolated regime somehow. The North Korean soldiers are initially transported to Vladivostok aboard Russian ships. There they receive Russian uniforms and false identities to conceal their true origins, because the Kremlin originally denied their presence. Russia tried to hide an entire foreign army with uniforms and a firm commitment to lying. They did this so Ukraine could not immediately condemn the military operation. It was to prevent giving NATO justification for increasing support. This allowed them to avoid a very sticky international incident. Russian forces have mainly used North Korean troops to conduct infantry assaults. They were getting absolutely smoked in the beginning of their involvement in Kursk. They proved largely ineffective and hazards to themselves and others on the battlefield in multiple engagements. They would suffer significant losses during the campaign from these initial ground assaults, failing to implement advanced tactics of really any sort. So the DPRK troops struggled to counter Ukrainian drone and artillery strikes. They slowly learned lessons though and started fighting more proficiently. They have a reputation for this radical, fanatic type of fighting. 2 North Korean servicemen who were captured alive are being detained inside Kyiv, and they both attempted to off themselves in bombings as a final defiant act. But they were unable to do so because of their severe injuries that they sustained in the fighting. So Kim would later remark about this, quote, "It is not only the heroes who unhesitatingly chose the path of self-destruction to defend great honor, but also those who fell while charging at the forefront of assault battles." So they were given orders to off themselves by Kim instead of being taken prisoner. So since they helped retake Kursk, what have they done? The rumors are eyebrow-raising. So some were assigned to demining operations throughout Kursk, where they received praise, but the most concerning report came in November 2025, when Ukrainian media reported that North Korean soldiers had allegedly arrived in Ukraine's Zaporizhia region and could be preparing to begin tactical operations. If this was the case, it would mean that they were secretly already fighting inside Ukraine. More information came from a mill blogger, Telegram channel in Russia, that the North Korean troops would soon be pushing over the Ukrainian border, but we should take that with a grain of salt. Russian Telegram is not exactly where rumors go for quality control. But there is another major factor driving this new deployment. One of the theories is that Putin is reluctant to put into action new mobilization orders. He fears the domestic backlash. Part of the reason for banning a communications app in Russia is because you're worried about what people are talking about on it. This leaves the Kremlin between a rock and a hard place. The pressure of potential civil unrest is making it increasingly challenging to replenish the depleting ranks of their army amid heavy losses. If they wait too long, for instance, the war might turn further against their favor. If they press on anyway, their own people might remove them from power. This kind of backdoor North Korean draft has already been going on. In 2024, the BBC reported that more than 10,000 North Koreans were sent to work in quote-unquote slave-like conditions in Russian plants, construction sites, and other manufacturing sectors to
This ain't
support their
happening for a
war
while.
effort. 5,000 were sent to a factory to mass-produce Russian drones, which explains part of how they're able to do that so much. So this is a violation of UN sanctions, banning the use of North Korean labor, although not many countries pay much attention to UN sanctions anymore these days. A South Korean intelligence official reported that as many as 50,000 North Korean workers were deployed to Russia in 2025, and it's part of what has given reasoning for Europe to help mass-produce drones for Ukraine. The Modern War Institute at West Point found larger contingents, stating that more than 30,000 North Korean laborers were deployed to support the front lines as of August 2025, but if it wasn't enough to export labor, North Korea is also importing Russia's wounded. Hundreds of Russian soldiers have been covertly sent to North Korea for medical rehabilitation and rest. Dozens of Russian soldiers reportedly enjoy access to pools, saunas, table and tennis courts, and medical treatment for their injuries sustained on the front. A Russian soldier said regarding the effort that, quote, the facilities were clean and good overall, and the sun was shining. It seems to be a relatively small-scale program serving the wounded from Russia's Far East region. However, a Russian tour guide whose agency facilitated soldiers' trip to North Korea said that the Kim regime has the capacity to welcome many, many more Russian soldiers. Pyongyang's healthcare system has been strained under international sanctions for decades, and with the added influx of battle-wounded foreign nationals, it's created even more stress. The little supplies kept for the average North Korean civilian population are being diverted to Russia's war hospitals in the west of the country. It seems that the sacrifice made by all the war effort has not been forgotten by the supreme leader. Kim recently unveiled a new memorial statue in the center of Pyongyang. Presiding over the ceremony, he praised the bravery and honor of his fallen soldiers, fighting in a quote-unquote sacred war, he said, for the future of Russia. Flanked by men of both national uniforms on both sides, Kim gave his usual remarks before embracing veterans of the conflict and shaking hands with foreign dignitaries. Kim felt honored by their sacrifice and looked forward to the quote-unquote new history of friendship with Russia written in blood. That's one way to honor the dead, by explaining why they died for somebody else's country. Some analysts have suggested that Russia could be sending its military to North Korea under the guise of medical help. An Institute for the Study of War spokesman reported that the arrival of combat-experienced Russian soldiers to North Korea may allow the Russian military to work with North Korean forces and disseminate lessons from the war in Ukraine while ostensibly recuperating. Kim is willing to send his own men to die for Putin, and I'm sure he's expecting more than just equipment in return. With this information in their hands, North Korea will become more effective and dangerous on the battlefield and modernize their largely antiquated understanding of waging war. Multiple South Korean intelligence and press sources report that Russia has been disseminating air defense missile technology information to the Kim regime and helping provide assistance for space-based capabilities for satellite and other orbital tech. Putin is aiding Kim's development and production of North Korea's KN-23 nuclear-capable ballistic missiles.
You want to try and
when they were first fired at Ukraine by Russian forces, the missiles missed their targets by several miles and often created difficulties for maintenance crews. Just a few years later, though, they're closer to Russian ballistic missiles in their range and accuracy.
Yeah,
Kim sees
we
their
can.
joint
If we beat a
operations
mechanical
as
boss,
raising
we
his
can start
legitimacy and
actually
prestige on
using
world
the.
stage. Diplomatic relations with Russia have improved,
Cool, I died to a
serving
cactus.
as a bridge between the nations of
Make
Russia and China.
titanium armor.
You can see the clear signs of cooperating. Kim was the guest of honor alongside Putin
Werewolves.
at China's military parade in Beijing.
It's a full moon.
He seems to be
Good.
moving
We need
on
werewolves.
up in the
We
world,
need
with Chinese
something
leader
they
Xi
drop.
Jinping hosting them
But yeah,
personally.
make your titanium
The
armor and then come over
DPRK
here.
is now far less motivated to engage with talks with Washington, D.C. Kim has shown little interest in inter-Korean engagement even. Pyongyang has disavowed unification repeatedly now and flatly rejected multiple attempts at diplomatic outreach from Seoul. Now Kim is urging for strengthening border protection against their quote-unquote arch-enemy. How will this change calculations by NATO and its allies? Zelensky is now pressing South Korea to send air defense system support since Kyiv is running low on Patriot interceptors. Ukraine is in contact with the South Korean military and defense industry to increase their cooperation now due to these North Korean deployments. North Korea sending up to 50,000 troops is now making it easier to justify renewed U.S. military support for Ukraine. 70 of the ATACMS
South
missiles
Korea has
are
a
being
lot of
purchased and
artillery.
transferred from Turkey. NATO has pledged about $70 billion in support for Ukraine in 2026 and the same for 2027. When North Korean troops first entered the war, the Secretary General of NATO called it a significant escalation and a dangerous expansion, adding that allies in NATO had discussed the need to further strengthen military support for Ukraine because of it. But discussions can only get you so far, so this may become a geopolitical justification for more aid, but probably not NATO combat troops, unless North Koreans openly enter Ukraine in much larger numbers. In which case, they'll be looking forward to heading straight into the meat grinder. As ties between North Korea and Russia deepen further, I have to ask, would Russia do the same for them? Could they, even if they wanted to? If you like this video, check out this playlist here about the war in Ukraine. I'm Chris Cappy. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Didn't get any more spider fangs, huh?
Guess not.
Saw you died to spiders.
Hmm. I sent you videos.
2017 Chinese comedy Buddies in India. A crew of 3 Chinese numbskulls encounter a group of gypsies in India.
Can't say that.
Yeah, gypsies, as in the
Can't say
Romani
that.
people, which are not found in present-day India. Not to mention,
Brother,
some of them are clearly
they are
Chinese.
Indian. Like
this
they are
is going to be so
an
racist.
Indian
This video is
people.
sponsored by Squarespace.
Like the lineage goes back to Central Asia. You doofus.
This is an addendum to our video on how
What do you
China
mean?
depicts the USA. If you are from
I literally
America,
looked it up because
I
I
have
was
an
curious,
entire video
and
just
they're
for
related
you.
to Iran. They're
But there is an
Iranic
entire world out
or
there,
something like
and
that.
Many parts of the world appear frequently in Chinese
Let me
cinema
double check.
too. The difference is that China learns about America through Hollywood and immigration. There's at least a foundation of understanding. That's not going to be the case here.
Yeah, Northern
So
India.
Expect a lot of
Indo-Aryan
stereotypes and
language.
xenophobia. It's unfortunate, but also hilarious. And we are going to go through them in context. Let's take another trip from India to Europe to Southeast Asia and see the world according to Chinese cinema. India defines Chinese people's aesthetic comprehension. You see, this tableau of saturated colors is very common in China today, and the Chinese internet has hated this look for decades. In a world dominated by minimalism, embodied by wealthier nations, namely Japan next door, saturated color feels tacky, ostentatious. To us, loud color is hillbilly sensibility, beloved only by old folks, like Stanley Tong and Jackie Chan. Yeah, I'm sorry I have to bring this movie up, but god damn it, Kung Fu Yoga is such a classic example of this color problem. Every shot has the saturation cranked to max, every scene is a disorganized mess of color. It's so butt ugly. But then, we see India. India's use of colors defies our aesthetic assumptions. It's bright
India
without being
cinema
tacky.
loves color.
It's bold but not ostentatious. Most importantly, it's treated as a lived-in culture. It looks so good, and it's one of the defining traits of India in Chinese cinema. Buddies in India is the prime example. In this modern-day parody of Journey to the West, the film recreated the Spider Demon Cave story using a seductively colorful dye house as its setting, and this dude's ex as the demon. Hilarious. It's a beautiful film and perfectly encapsulates China's admiration for a colorful India. It also shows how hard it is to pull off that aesthetic because most of the time, the movie just looks like rainbow vomit. But that is the key identity of India. Whenever a place is remotely associated with India, it is given a colorful sheen. The other defining trait of India is the exotic feminine beauty.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow, what?
Yeah, there's more to the opening bit. For very complicated reasons, the word gypsy has a sexy connotation in Chinese pop culture. despite most of China know nothing of the Romani and only see them as mystical, beautiful dancers. When Buddies in India places a group of gypsies in India, it's not just because the Romani came from there some 1500 years ago.
Hey, you did know.
It's also attributing that exoticism to Indian women, whom we also view as beautiful, mystical dancers. If there's one thing that's more iconic than the colors of India, it's the dancing. This association may be why, on the rare occasions when an Indian woman is cast in a Chinese movie, she's almost always an eye candy, a gatekeeper to arcane knowledge. Hilariously, Marika Sherawat appears in not one, but two such roles. Look, positive stereotypes are still racist. Now, let's look back at gypsies. Something's off, right?
You can't call them
that. That veil and bra combo isn't Indian. That's a Hollywood invention created to represent an exoticized, Middle East. Yeah, unfortunately, Chinese people often can't tell the difference between India, Persia, and Arabia. When Slumdog Millionaire was released in Hong Kong, distributors renamed it 1 Million and One Night, borrowing an Arabian folktale to signify the Indian setting.
When someone explained that to me,
man,
I'm like,
how did China
you know what?
buy into classic
It's West Asia and
when
Central
we are
Asia.
the freaking
Fuck
Orient?
you.
Not to shift the blame to Hollywood,
Fucking
so one
centering
can see
British
how the
as the
confusion
center of the
arises
world.
when Aladdin
Fuck you.
sings Arabian Night right in front of an
Near
Indian
East,
palace.
Middle East.
Either that
Fuck
or
you.
it's a Russian church. There's also the Bengal tiger, the elephant, the fire
It's
breathing.
useful
Which part of this
only when
movie is
you
Arabian?
Say mena.
You know what? As a representative
So,
of
yeah.
Chinese cinema, I apologize for the cultural misrepresentations, but at least we haven't f***ed it up this hard.
But like if I'm
You could say
One last thing, and perhaps the most unfortunate
Buena?
bit. So far,
But
I was
nobody would
unable to
know
find
what
a
you're
single
talking
Chinese
about.
movie with an urban Indian setting.
Buena.
Buddies in
West
India was
Asia,
filmed
North
in
Africa.
Meranga Fort. Kung Fu Yoga was filmed in Amer Fort. Unlike Hollywood's depiction of present-day China, Chinese cinema prefers India's history to its skyline. On
This
one
truffle
hand,
keeps showing
Chinese
up
people
looking for a
love
home.
history, and India has
They need
that
to
in
build a
spades. Why
mushroom
wouldn't we
biome
lean
for
into
that.
that? But this side of India is the only story we tell.
You want mushroom
it
stuff?
renders India into a place
No,
that's
it
stuck in
needs
the
to have
past,
a glowing
rather than a
mushroom
nation
biome
of
above
living
ground.
people. Hopefully one day we'll get a good representation and see India not for its places, but for its life.
It's not a big deal right now.
well,
But the pylons, it's forest.
We really do live in a
which is
world
our
where
home
people think Indians
base,
are Arabs and Egyptians are Indians. don't we?
underground ocean,
I suppose
jungle,
that's why
snow,
international
hollow,
publicity is so important.
mushroom and desert.
If you don't speak for yourself, somebody else will.
So,
I
like,
think we've
if you
pretty
also
much
need some publicity to
isolated
set
it.
yourself apart, why not make a website with Squarespace?
Unless
Well,
all this
Whether
stuff
it's a
down here
business
is
storefront
If we
well-known.
beat
or a
the
portfolio
mechanical
for a
boss,
brand,
we can get
personality is key.
we can get the stuff to start fighting the actual spread.
because I've isolated it and dug down two
Yeah.
holes on the outside of it. One goes all the way down to the lava, so that side is good. I dug over until I couldn't see pearlstone anymore, and then I died. Because I was trying to find the bottom of it. Or the left side of it. Because I could still isolate it more. I'm going to get this watered down. Who's an American GI? There's no GIs here.
To memorability. Let's see. We have Jackie Chan in Spain, Jackie Chan in Austria, Jackie Chan in the Netherlands, Jackie Chan in Turkey, Jackie Chan in Ukraine, and Russia. Back in the 80s and 90s, Jackie Chan made a lot of movies exploring various European cities. He's, of course, famous for fighting in interesting environments, and all of these unique locations gave Jackie a lot of creative opportunities. This was how I learned geography as a child. It was how I first discovered Klompen, how I recognized Sombun Palace in Vienna, and also how I realized Aladdin may be Russian. But do you notice what these movies have in common? They all feature Jackie Chan as a spy, a cop, a soldier, or a treasure hunter fighting against a covert conspiracy. To Chinese cinema, Europe is almost exclusively a playground for heist films and spy thrillers. One reason is that Europe is the land of old money. It's where history meets wealth, with plenty of treasures, fine arts, and jewelry to steal. A classic example is John Woo's Once a Thief, a 1991 heist comedy in which three of Hong Kong's sexiest stars play a group of art thieves, traveling around France, stealing paintings, and living a fairy tale life.
Where'd you go?
Such is the stereotype
You're
of
supposed to
Europe
make
in
your
China,
armor.
a glamorous land of romance and luxury where history can be stolen, kind of like what Western Europe did to the world. But the bigger reason Europe became the center of heist action is the James Bond franchise and Hollywood spy thrillers in general. Yes, we are once again blaming Hollywood. But for real, Mission Impossible, The Bourne Identity, even Now You See Me are all massive hits in China and left a mark on our cinematic culture. During the 2010s, China wanted to make the same kind of action thrill rides. The 2017 Andy Lau Sting Bomb, The Adventurers, and the 2019 Tony Leung travesty, Europe Raiders, are both heist films revolving around a dumb MacGuffin. As imitations of American films, expectedly, these movies show little interest in the actual cities or cultures of the settings. Unlike Jackie Chan set pieces, these heist films could have been set anywhere. It was an era of cultural insecurity, when China looked to Western Europe and saw only a vanity worth imitating. As someone who used to learn the world through movies, you can imagine how disappointed I was at this shift. Fortunately, this trend has ended. If I have to guess, COVID lockdowns probably forced China to focus more on local productions. With the film industry in a much better place, that envy towards European aesthetics has faded. Unfortunately, what replaced it is a cultural arrogance, and a slew of movies set in Southeast Asia. Oh f***. Alright, get uncomfortable, cause we are heading to Southeast Asia. We have Jackie Chan busting a drug law in Thailand, Wu Jing fighting a crime syndicate in Thailand, Louis Koo fighting organ traffickers in Thailand. Bro, what the f***? Yeah, in a very unpleasant way, China's attitude towards Thailand and Southeast Asia is much the same way the US sees Latin America, like one big area of crime, drugs, and debauchery. There is an uncomfortable arrogance to this, to see a Chinese hero solving a crime problem that the local government fails to do, and sometimes saving the locals too. China's strong stance on drugs is understandable thanks to the Opium War, when Britain flooded China with opium over a trade deficit, turning the country into an addicted customer and opening a century of colonial exploitation. That national trauma sends shockwaves through the region, leaving neighboring nations with a similar hardline stance on drugs. Post-World War II, the now called Golden Triangle at the border of Myanmar, Thailand, and Laos emerged as the largest opium producer in the world. Thus, China's disdain for drugs colors how it sees the whole region today, with scams, corruption, and trafficking pushed onto these countries right along with it.
Okay.
Hopefully, I don't have to explain to you why, even if the drug problem is true, persistent and biased depictions still promote racism. Now, to be fair, Chinese filmmakers seem to have noticed this problem. Recent crime thrillers begin to set themselves in fictional Southeast Asian countries, with the villains being Chinese. No More Bets, for example, is set in the fictional country of Ghana. It sees a programmer being trafficked by a Chinese syndicate into a slave camp and is forced to run a scam operation. It's actually a really good movie, but it also half-assed its attempt to not be racist, as the film prominently displays Burmese text as well as Khmer and Thai. The lack of specificity turns the movie into a giant AOE attack, drawing criticism from Cambodia, Myanmar, and Thailand. hilarious.
If I leave this, it's just
Later
gonna get
re-release
worse.
of the film digitally changed
Again,
all non-Chinese
if we beat
text
the
into
boss,
a
we
fictional
can
script,
actually hold it
which
back.
is at least a step in the right direction. That's not to say every Chinese movie is a xenophobic diss towards Thailand. Lost in Thailand, for example, it's pretty endearing. In this 2012 road trip movie, a businessman travels through Thailand with a tourist, chasing after an important contract. They take a train, visit the Donald Duck Temple, and find themselves in
Donald
the water
Duck
festival.
Temple.
Thailand offers so much beauty to them, but the businessman is too busy chasing money to see it. Indeed, the businessman is the butt of the joke. The most telling is perhaps the ladyboy joke.
我跟你说，你在泰国看到所有美女都是人妖。
Instead of doing the cliché shocking reveal, the film makes fun of the doofus for stereotyping.
我电梯里呢，电梯里有俩二逼。
Later, when two ladyboys do show up, their gender is not played for laughs at all, and really, neither is their occupations as sex workers. The film is surprisingly respectful. This brings us back to Detective Chinatown, a series I've gained so much newfound respect for thanks to our recent videos. In this first installment of the series, an amateur detective must navigate the Bangkok Chinatown to solve a murder mystery. Like other films in this series, its setting is presented with a sense of beauty. There is nostalgia in every shot, as if every street is filled with life and story. And
does the crimson spread from the fucking
because
red,
it's someone else's home.
Like the red moss?
China is often quick to react when a foreign movie depicts it
Because
poorly.
like I'm literally watching it spread.
It seems like a fragile ego, but how can you not when there is a century of yellow peril propaganda against us, turning our home into punchlines? But now that China has international influence, now that Chinese cinema is making blockbusters, it's time to learn the lesson from the other side.
You think you know your cat pretty well, right? You've been their servant since day.
Can't hear it.
I would be getting a new one after that. Do you really think that's reasonable? Also, I feel like Raygun going to her therapist and saying, yeah, I'm going to the Olympics, I think everyone's going to laugh at me. That's not an Olympian. You know what I mean? Like an Olympian is like, I'm the best in the world at what I do. I'm going to crush the competition. An Olympian isn't, oh no, I made it into the Olympics. Everyone's going to find out I'm a fraud. That, am I wrong?
I was like, oh no.
Before we go further into the trailer, I just want to list a few things that I want to see in a comprehensive Raygun documentary, because I had a look at some of the other videos that I made about this whole saga. I've been following it quite closely, and I've looked at a few videos that other breakdancing experts have made, and I've come up with a list of things that I would need to see in a documentary about Raygun for it to be an honest representation of reality. Because as we know, as I covered in my previous video, this documentary is being produced with the help of Raygun's management, so I don't think this is an unbiased look at what happened at all. I think this is a puff piece designed to make her look like a victim when we know she is anything but. Here's my list. This is what I need from a good Raygun documentary. 1, I want to know how much did she train after she got selected for the Olympics. 2, I want to know why was she selected. As we know, she was only up against around 15 other women in the preliminary selection process. Why were there only 15 women that actually showed up for the Olympic trials? And after she won it, why didn't the rest of the governing body around the Olympic breakdancing event think, to themselves, is a 36-year-old white woman the best person to send to represent the country of Australia? Why didn't she ask that question? 3, I would like to know why, with her being an academic, someone with a PhD in literally making breakdancing more accessible to women, why did she not find issue with how little people she competed against, and why didn't she actually raise the issue to the judging body, like, hey, I'm not the best breakdancer in the country, I'm going to embarrass myself here? Why didn't she raise that? And, you know, I guess, why didn't she, after becoming super famous, share that publicity and shine a light on the B-girl scene in Australia?
Raygun. There was this frenzy. It was this growing monster.
4, I want to hear from Steph Broadbridge, the comedian that Raygun threatened to sue for parodying her with a fucking musical. I also want to hear from the other comedians that were sent legal threats and the venues that were sent legal threats, as well as I want to hear from the people representing the women's charity that was having money raised for it that ended up losing that money due to these legal threats. I want to know about all of this because that is integral to the story, and that really is why the public turned on Raygun. The public didn't turn on Raygun because she was bad at dancing. People laughed at her, people made fun of her,
with 20%
but no one actually
more dirt.
disliked her viscerally until she made the decision to sue someone for telling jokes about her. And finally, I want to know more about her losing her job at university after the saga. What's up with that? Let's continue watching and see if any of this is covered at all, or if
it's literally a dirt block that follows you.
Designed to make this woman look like an oppressed hero instead of the honest truth, which is someone who appears to be incredibly narcissistic and completely unable to have a laugh at themselves.
0 points. How did this person go to the Olympics? I know I'm a dorky white woman who's an academic. And I'm a B-girl.
I know I'm a dorky white girl academic and I'm a B-girl. It's like, again, no acknowledgement of your character here. Like, that is the issue that people have ultimately, is not that she did some silly dances at the Olympics. People, like I've said a million times, actively wanted to like Raygun. We wanted to support her in an ironic way. People were making their own costumes and their own merch and their own stickers and everything like that, and she could have capitalized on that ironic love of her attempt at breakdancing well. People, I mean, there's footage of her at the Olympic Village doing the dance with other Olympians, and that went viral, and people were saying, oh, it's so cool to see her acknowledging and making fun of her attempt. It's so cool that she's in on the joke. But then she turned and tried to control the narrative and say, actually, I'm very good, and if you laugh at me, I'll sue you. This is her right after the abysmal performance and all of the hate she was getting, being celebrated in public by people who barely know her, having a laugh, and she's busting a few moves, and they're okay. They're not Olympic level, obviously, but this is what was actually happening after her Olympic performance. There was an initial burst of viral confusion and people laughing with and at her. But after that, when she embraced it like this, people were like, oh, she's a good sport. We like her. So this attempt to reframe what was happening at the time as some sort of evil hate campaign is not true. The hate didn't stem from her performance. It stemmed from her reaction to not being celebrated from her performance. Like, that's what people initially took umbrage with, was her reaction to not being elevated as some incredibly amazing athlete, which she just objectively isn't. And that's okay. Not everybody is. Most people aren't. And I would say that most people in the Olympics are, and maybe that's where the confusion kind of stemmed from.
They're
but
amateurs.
whatever. We don't have many breakdancers in Australia. You're not going to be amazing.
By definition, they're
We're a
not
very
supposed
small
to be
country.
professionals.
That's why we wanted to like you for the attempt. So anyway, looking very dishonest so far. Let's
It's the
keep
Olympic
going.
Games.
I'm a B-girl.
Did you ever associate Olympian and Rachel growing up?
Never. Sorry, not the right reaction, is it?
I was furious. She was not prepared.
She's vibing, baby.
She's a legend. Some of the memes were funny, then the tone started to change.
So Rachel Gunn cheated her way into the Olympics.
And then had her husband be a judge.
That conspiracy theory definitely was happening at the time. People assuming that her husband was a judge on the committee that decided that she should win. That's not true. However, there was a bunch of very suspicious stuff with the selection that led to her being chosen that is real and has been covered in my previous videos. You should have a look on the channel. But yeah, her husband was absolutely not a judge. He was, however, her coach. And perhaps he shouldn't have been, because she didn't seem to train properly before the event and instead did a lot of interviews talking about getting selected for the Olympics, trying to boost her profile and get as many followers as possible, to get as much attention as possible, because I think she's a bit of a narcissist. And because people didn't receive her performance with awe and surprise and love, that's why she turned on people for laughing at her, like Steph Broadbridge and other comedians and venues, which is ultimately the real reason why people decided they did not like her, not because they thought she cheated her way into the Olympics. That was just conspiracy cooker nonsense.
And then had her husband be a judge.
What?
Boom, 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 pow! And it just kept getting more crazy.
What? Surely this is the part where they introduce Steph Broadbridge and the whole suing a comedian for making fun of her thing, which is the meat and potatoes of the Ray Gun saga, in my view at least. This is where they're going to bring that up, right?
And it just kept getting more crazy.
What's going on?
I can't just be a me.
The audio editing in this
Or
trailer
Ray Gun.
is so dog shit.
That's it? Okay, well, I can't believe that they're going to ignore the whole reason why she's just generally disliked. Am I crazy? That's wild. Steph Broadbridge, as we know, has come out and confirmed that she is not in this documentary. This is what she said on her Instagram. No, this isn't me. I was not involved in a tell-all Netflix documentary produced by her management, and it would be so weird if I was. She's not in it at all. She was not asked about it, which I assume means Ray Gun was not asked about it, and it's not covered at all in the Netflix documentary. I wasn't asked about it. I just think it's so confusing and strange to ignore this. Or at least I used to think it was confusing until I realized that her management has a hand in the production of this documentary and is therefore trying to shape the narrative. And probably this is my prediction for this documentary. I will do a full review after it comes out September 1. Return to the channel, like and subscribe, and I will do it. This is how it's going to go. It's going to be like, oh, I tried my best, and I'm a woman, and I'm an unrepresented demographic in breakdancing anyway, so there's a small talent pool, and the backlash that I got was unwarranted and sexist and crazy, and it was all because I tried my very best, and people hate to see people try, and they love to punch people when they're down, and it's going to completely gloss over
the pink armor is stronger.
The fact of the matter, which is
you want the melee buffs
at her, and then laughed with
from the
her,
titanium
and
armor.
Then she got really upset that she wasn't celebrated and taken seriously, so she decided to take that resentment out on the supposedly easiest target she could find, which was a smaller, independent female comedian making a musical about her that wasn't
the wrong
even
anvil.
mean
You need to go to the
or
pink
derogatory.
anvil.
It was just a bit of fun. So she attempted or threatened to sue them, and then it turned into a global controversy because people hate people that can't laugh at themselves. And we certainly hate people that want to restrict others' ability to make fun of a public figure. Like you're an Olympian. People are going to have comments on your performance, especially in a sport that is not
make what you
objective,
can, and then
like
let me
running
know what
or
you need for the rest.
weightlifting, where the fastest runner or the strongest weightlifter wins. It's a subjective art form. Dance, diving, gymnastics, these are subjective things. So of course people are going to have opinions on you, and especially if you're not very good, and especially if you're dancing in a dorky, silly way. Like what you did was inherently funny, and now you're angry at people for laughing at you, and now you're trying to paint yourself as a victim and completely just gloss over the fact that you turned yourself into a villain. If you have a look at Ray Gun's Instagram, she has deleted every single video that she made addressing the controversy around the legal threats. She actually apologized. Those videos are nowhere to be seen. You can still find them on Steph's profile, right? But on Ray Gun's, they're deleted. She's trying to like sweep that under the rug and represent her image as some sort of, I don't know, oppressed poor woman who did nothing wrong except for try her best and got mocked. And that's just not what happened at all. And I think people see through this. Having a look at some of the comments here, I mean, this video has gotten like only
I found the
79,000
crystals for the
views
other
2
boss
days ago,
we
which
need.
is pretty
Just
poor for a Netflix trailer.
it spawns by
Top
breaking
comment,
those
Netflix
crystals
will pick up
in
anything
the underground
except a
hollow.
second season of your favorite show. How about a documentary about the breakdancing scene, about people who we would really actually like to learn about? You can just tell by how her and her family are acting in this that they are really trying to cash out. Yeah, this is like a obvious thing about Raygun. She's trying to get as much attention and as much money out of this abysmal performance as she possibly can. And she's trying to control the narrative and make sure that that attention is only positive. And it's just transparent. And it's just bullshit. Here's a comment from an actual Australian. As an Aussie, it's genuinely disgusting that you're giving her more money and attention. We aren't even ashamed of her because she was a terrible breakdancer. We're ashamed because she could not even acknowledge or joke about it until she had dug her grave by reacting negatively to everyone else joking about it. That's the story. That's what the documentary should be about. It should be about how this woman had a chance at being a beloved cultural symbol of Australians having a go and then having a laugh, but instead she got in her head and became too egotistic to accept the reality, so instead tried to punish people for making fun of her. That's what the documentary should be. And I think that's why, if you remember, I made a video a few like last year maybe, when a documentary by ABC in Australia came out about Raygun, Australian Story. This is a very famous program in Australia. If you're outside of Australia, you won't know it, but it's called Australian Story. And it happens, once a month. ABC will pick a very famous, influential Australian and interview them about their entire life and their career and other people in their orbit and present their story to the country. It's a great show. It's really, really good. An Australian Story wanted to do one about Raygun, but she declined. And I think I know why. It's because Australian Story wanted to tell the full story. And they interviewed Steph Broadbridge and other breakdancers who were upset about Raygun getting into the Olympics. So Raygun didn't turn up. But instead of cancelling the Australian Story, they just did it without her.
There's a Shane Warne musical, there's a Harold Holt musical, there's a Chappelle Corby musical. So yeah, of course there should be a Raygun one.
And I was mentioned by Australian Story as well. So I just think this is very ironic that the Netflix one doesn't reach out to Steph or seemingly at least even cover it. Maybe they do in the actual documentary, but it's not mentioned in the trailer, and I feel like that's a very important part of the story. So if it's not in the trailer, it makes me think that it's not there at all and Steph wasn't approached for it. So I guess maybe it'll be glossed over and swept under the rug in 7 seconds or something. That's my prediction. But yeah, that's my thoughts. I don't think you can do a Raygun documentary without talking about Raygun, the musical, and the legal threats and the entire debacle surrounding that. I mean, I have been interviewed multiple times by news outlets about that. I even recorded like an hour-long interview with a documentary crew that were trying to put together a documentary about Raygun. I don't know if that project is materializing, but the last thing I heard, and I think maybe I'm violating my NDA here, was that they were approaching Raygun and really, really trying to talk to her, but she was just super cagey and worried about
sewage
who
system
they were
thing?
talking to. And
What?
yeah, I think she just
Talking to
doesn't
chat.
want to acknowledge the real reason why she
I
had
mean,
such a abysmal fall
yeah,
from grace,
it's
and it's
like
not
it's been
because of her
malfunctioning for a
lackluster
minute.
performance
The
at
sewage
Olympics.
has?
That was
Oh, yeah.
that was an
Really?
opportunity
Like it's
to be
they've
marked.
had multiple
The real
fucking
reason why people don't
drainage
like her
problems.
Because I heard
who
about
she
that one
actually is, the
ship that
decisions
had
that she
sewage
made, the
issues,
actions that she took,
which
and
I think
the
was
thoughts
the
that she
older
has
the older
about
carrier.
herself and about others. We don't like Raygun because
No, actually,
she's
it was
not
the
a
brand new
likable
one. It was the
person.
Gerald Ford,
That's
wasn't it?
a lot worse than just being.
It was
shit
like their
at
biggest
breakdancing.
one that had the shit tsunami.
So I see why she doesn't want to deal with that, because that's hard. But that's the truth. So I'm looking forward to this documentary, man. I'm very excited.
It was the
for
Gerald
There's
Ford.
A few news articles
Yep.
that have come out with some more
Man,
information.
I feel
Let's have a
like
look
this
at that.
crystal
Netflix
should be easier to find.
exposes Reagan's Olympic cheating scandal as dad's reaction says it all. False
Sewage.
rumors quickly swirled alleging Reagan cheated her way into the Olympics, with speculation she was selected because her husband Samuel Free was a judge.
Severe
This is
breakdown in
false. We've
sanitation
debunked
and
this
plumbing
already.
infrastructure on the
The trailer
Abraham
features a clip
Lincoln
from a viral
result of
video by
broken toilet
YouTuber The
sewage
Dad
overflows
Advocate.
into
What you
inner
might not know
corridors.
is this breakdancing
Awesome.
is actually one of the lesser
Poop
of
cruise.
Rachel's crimes, because Rachel Gunn basically cheated her way into the Olympics
that's
by
awesome.
stepping on the backs of more talented but underprivileged minorities, and by receiving potent and blatantly biased benefits
That's
from her
fucking
husband,
awesome.
the coach of the Australian breakdancing
straight
team.
on sailors,
The husband
USS Abraham
aspect
Lincoln,
of that claim is
9 months at
absolutely
sea.
false. It's not true.
San Diego base carrier
However,
left
this
port,
36-year-old
21st of
privileged,
November.
university-educated, PhD, doctorate owner getting selected for the Olympics when there are undoubtedly hundreds
Hilarious.
of very talented, underprivileged minority B-girls in Australia. It's 100% true, right? No
Oh, I did get a crystal.
36-year-old should be going to the Olympics.
It's in my void bag.
It's too old, especially not dancing. There's a tiny minority of athletes over the age of 35 that should be competing in the Olympics, and they have to be genetic,
Cool. We have
talented
4 of them.
freaks. Ray Gunn, I think
Are you
we
in
can
the
all
hollow?
agree, is not one of them. I bet there would have been
I
an
teleported to
incredibly
you.
talented 19-year-old brown girl that we could have sent instead, but she didn't have the economic opportunity to be able to audition.
Where are you?
And Ray Gunn took her spot. And for
Next to you
someone
now.
who has written a PhD
okay. Go to
about
the hollow.
minorities and their underrepresentation in breakdancing, you would think that Rachel Gunn would be a bit more sensitive to that. But covering this in an honest and in-depth way would just make Ray Gunn look like a very unlikable person, and considering the fact that she's turned down every other documentary I've heard of being recorded, as well as the Australian Story piece, which is really crazy for an Australian. If you're in Australia, an Australian Story wants to do a piece on you, you take that. It's one of the biggest shows in the country. It exposes you to everyone, and they really do try a good faith, beautiful attempt at representing your life in an honest and positive light. So turning that down really just shows that she is terrified of the truth and the reality of the situation. So I don't have very high hopes at all for this documentary, but I will be watching, because you'll be watching my reaction to it. You know, I'll be watching it so that you don't have to. That's my promise to you. Okay, so like, subscribe, and I'll talk to you very soon.
Make sure to sharpen.
There's nothing there.
What
It's
do you
all
mean?
gone.
I put the sharpening wheel down at the bottom.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I put
find
stone
fishing
all over it.
extremely boring. But
And yet-
sometimes interesting things do happen. For example,
Hang on. What?
Like, I put stone all over the place, right?
Yeah.
But it's
That's
still
how it
being
spreads.
taken over.
It spreads through stone.
It's not touching anything. You said it has to be touching. And I got rid of it all, and it's still turning up. You literally said it has to be touching, which is why I've made air barriers between everything. You're telling me you told me the wrong thing and I've just wasted all that time?
I mean, this is all pearl. This is a pearl stone up here. This bluegrass is all hollowed.
No. Look. I've been replacing everything with stone, including the pearl stone, and it is not touching anything. None of this is touching any pearl stone, and now it's all pearl stone. So why the fuck is it still spreading if it's not touching?
I mean, this is in the hollow. This is all hollow right here. Just get up here.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
We can fix it. We can fix it.
Yeah, but you told me the wrong thing. You told me that it spreads by touching other bricks.
It has to be within a certain distance of the bricks.
Okay, that would have been great to know.
I said it's like 6 blocks.
the fuck off me.
I clicked off the screen! Ah, I'm still alive somehow. Ouch.
Somehow I died and I wasn't even near it.
Well.
In 2024, a group of fishermen were somewhat surprised when a cluster of cruise missiles flew right over their heads. Those missiles were at the start of a very long journey.
They've shot cruise missiles from a ship in the Caspian Sea without warning.
So we've seen Russian warships in the Caspian Sea firing long-range missiles at Ukraine.
Now, the Caspian Sea is nowhere near Ukraine. For a Russian warship to hit a Ukrainian target from the Caspian Sea, it's almost 1,000-kilometer shot. It would be much easier to fire at Ukraine from the Black Sea, but the problem with that is that the Black Sea is no longer safe for Russian boats.
This is the moment Ukrainian sea drones strike and sink a Russian warship on patrol in the Black Sea.
That shows to Putin that he's not safe in the Black Sea at the moment.
Kyiv says it's downed more than 80 Russian ships in the strategic waters.
For Russian ships, the Caspian Sea is much safer to access than the Black Sea. The only connection between the Caspian Sea and the open ocean is through a large Russian canal system, which Russia can use to move naval vessels in and out. None of the other four countries which border the Caspian Sea, Iran, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Kazakhstan, have a canal system, meaning that the Russian Navy can essentially dominate that waterway, totally safe from Ukrainian attack. Or at least that was the case until
mimicking
Ukrainian
a lot of the
drones
biomes
hit the sea base of the Caspian flotilla of the Russian Navy.
Ukraine continued its assault as
Also, I need to get a
its
summoner's
armed
emblem
forces
from the
struck
Wall
a
of Flesh.
Russian warship in the Caspian Sea.
Ukraine has been launching these attacks on Russian vessels for a little while, but in late July this year they did something a little bit different.
President Volodymyr Zelensky confirming a Ukrainian attack on an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea.
Now, this attack on an Iranian ship is strange because last time I checked, Ukraine is at war with Russia and Iran are different countries.
Kyiv's weekend drone attack on an Iranian ship and Russian targets in the Caspian Sea has marked the first direct link between the wars in Iran and Ukraine.
Ukraine says that Russia and Iran have been supplying each other with weapons using cargo ships on the Caspian Sea, assisting each other in their wars against Ukraine, the US, and Israel.
Iran, from the first year of the war, gave new technology to Russia. It was
Soul
Shahed
of Night,
drones.
Soul of
they
Light.
gave thousands of these drones first year.
Okay, got those.
But we have to be honest. Iranians and North Koreans already attacked us.
Now, this decision by Zelensky to attack Iranian shipping is very interesting because it coincided with a sudden increase in support for Ukraine from some unexpected places.
There's been a significant shift towards Ukraine in some parts of the MAGA world.
This is a change of heart among a group of people who previously did not like Ukraine at all.
Volodymyr Zelensky,
Hell
Ukraine's
yeah.
president and
Check
emerging
this out.
dictator.
This, for example, is what MAGA influencer Laura Loomer used to say about Ukraine.
He regularly
You need to
likes to
move.
call Putin an authoritarian, when he himself is no better and is in fact in many ways
There you
even
go.
worse.
And yet, this is Laura Loomer in July this year.
I really appreciate
Thank
you
you, Laura.
taking time
Thank
to
you.
meet with me. Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much.
I've come to realize that
Hey.
I was
Do you
bamboozled
want my
by
fire
Russian
one?
prop.
No.
Well, there you got it.
You can sell it.
That's like double as strong, but no fire.
See what else we have
Ooh,
here.
it's fast.
Oh, I also have another weapon for you. Here you go. You're gonna have to reforge it for better properties.
Mm-hmm.
But that's actually a really sick it's melee damage. It's a ranged melee weapon. And it inflicts Shadow Flame on hit, which dies. Let's see.
Cone time.
Shadow.
Shadow.
Flame.
I'm listening, just tell.
I'm looking it up. Prevents health regeneration, causes affected NPCs to lose 15 health per second. Pretty good.
Propaganda.
Having looked closely at this, I think what's happening here is Ukraine is taking advantage of a unique moment in the history of their war with Russia. A moment that might
from
change
London.
everything.
What's the topic for today?
It's a strange story involving a factional war inside the MAGA
Mostly
movement and Russian
Ukraine
influence
politics,
operations.
and
And it will show
did a
just
lot of
how
progressive
important
stuff
it is
earlier.
to seize an opportunity when it's presented to you. I'm Matt Bevan, and this is If You're Listening. Now, I'm going to talk about Laura Loomer a bit here, and before I do that, I want to make it clear that she's got some pretty abhorrent views. For one, she describes herself as a proud Islamophobe, but also says,
I don't believe that Islamophobia is real. I believe Islamophobia is a hoax.
I'm not going to go into all the terrible things that she said about Islam, but put it this way. By 2018, she had apparently said enough of them to get herself banned from Twitter for life.
Amazing.
In response, she chained herself to the front door of Twitter headquarters and called out its CEO, Jack Dorsey.
What Jack Dorsey is doing with his egregious double standard by allowing for verified, hateful liberals and leftists and jihadis to spew their hate and violence on social media, while banning a Jewish conservative journalist like myself and millions of conservatives all across the country. He's trying
Funny,
to
she calls
stifle
herself a
speech in this
conservative.
country.
After continuing to pull terrible stunts and say terrible things, Loomer was banned from other platforms too, or to use the popular term of the time, she was deplatformed. In 2020, she ran for Congress in Florida and lost. Her phone kind of just stopped ringing at that point. Nobody was interested in working with her. But then someone else got kicked off social media too.
Twitter and Facebook deleted President Donald Trump's extensive social media profiles after a violent mob stormed the US Capitol.
The US president was deplatformed after the January 6th attack.
This censorship is unlawful, it's unconstitutional, and it's completely un-American.
The private platform that can do
Trump
whatever it
left
wants.
the White House unsure of what would happen to him next.
Goodbye. We love you. We will be back in some form.
And suddenly, Laura Loomer started getting calls from the Russian propaganda network, RT.
When I was deplatformed, RT started reaching out to me and asking me to come on their show. And they said, why don't you have a byline on RT? And you can even write for RT. I never took any money from RT. I was never paid. But I felt, wow.
She started writing articles for them and appearing on air as a pundit.
What a moron.
In some form.
Literally
President Trump
running
said there.
Russian
I guess,
propaganda
Laura,
for free.
The question is, what
Pathetic.
does that actually mean?
Well, there's discussions about a potential third party. And if there's one person in the country who's capable of, crushing the Republican Party, it would be Donald Trump.
And it appears that the attention she got from the Russian propaganda network did the trick, because within a week, she was posting on her Telegram channel that Putin cares about protecting free speech more than the Democrat Party. Their media is better than the American media when it comes to reporting on censorship. And that big tech is rigging elections more than Russia ever did.
How crazy is it that my own government won't allow me they're not fighting for me when the big tech social media companies are deplatforming my campaign, but RT will let me talk about these issues, right? And then you start to get kind of goaded into saying things like, oh, well, maybe they care more about free speech than my own country.
RT wouldn't be around forever, though. When Putin ordered the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, they were sanctioned by the US government and had to shut down their American operations. So that didn't stop Laura Loomer from parroting
She's had
Putin's
work done.
argument that Ukraine
call that
was
work?
a fascist state and needed to be denazified.
Well, as we know, our taxpayer dollars are being used to fund Nazi militias in Ukraine in their fight against the Russians. The United States government and our intelligence agencies appear to be working with Ukrainian neo-Nazis and spies.
When I hear Putin say we need to denazify Ukraine, I say, wow, yeah, actually, that is pretty accurate.
But she wasn't alone. Heaps of right-wing influencers started to argue that President Joe Biden should give up US military support for Ukraine because it was too expensive.
We're giving $200 billion to Ukraine. We've paid enough in the wars in Europe. We're not a European power.
The U.S. is weaker, measurably weaker, because of our support for Ukraine in this war.
Well, I'm very much a person that from the very beginning has said F Ukraine. It's not just F Ukraine, it's F everybody until we get our house in order.
Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military
I wonder if
support,
this guy took
and we
Russian
should
money.
apologize to Russia.
In an effort to assist some of these influencers, RT secretly funded a company in the US called Tenet Media, funneling $10 million into the pockets of various American right-wing influencers who had made anti-Ukrainian statements.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine
That's one of my
is
favorites.
our enemy.
We can prove that Ukraine,
Slamming the desk.
America's help, has become a terror state. Ukraine is precisely the kind of country that we swore to fight against during the global
come out
war
that
on
they were
terror.
The
it was RT
influencers
connected?
apparently didn't know that the money was coming from Russia, but cash is cash, and the more cash you have, the further you can
I didn't
spread
realise
your
it was RT
anti-Ukraine
connected.
messages. We did a whole episode on this story a couple of
Fascinating.
years ago. Quite a crazy story. But the thing that wasn't clear at the time back then, but is
That's hilarious.
extremely
That's
clear
honestly
now,
even funnier.
is that these right-wing influencers are not always in agreement with each other. They did agree on a few things. They were united around the idea that Joe Biden should stop funding Ukraine. When the October 7th terrorist attack happened in Israel in 2023, they were also basically unified around the idea that Joe Biden was doing a bad job of handling the war in Gaza. They all thought the solution to both problems, Ukraine and Gaza, was to elect Donald Trump as president again.
The moment Trump becomes president, he's on the phone with Putin, he's on the phone with Zelensky, and he says, stop fighting, we're going to talk. The fighting stops, the war's over.
If I were president, it would have never started. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened.
October 7th never would have happened if Donald Trump was
Hey, who's
president.
that guy?
But the one thing they didn't
I know,
agree
some
on
dead guy.
was America's relationship with Israel. And it was this particular divide that right-wing influencer Tim Pool identified early on.
We're certainly seeing conflict on the right. Personalities that were
excuse
typically
me, he's
more
a
in
liberal.
support of Donald Trump, now feuding with other conservatives and people who are pro-Israel. And boy, is it all just breaking down in rather shocking ways.
Tim Pool identified that there is a clear, very pro-Israel faction and a separate faction of people who are not exactly anti-Israel, but more isolationist. They're critical of America entering into any foreign wars and handing over huge amounts of money to foreign countries, including
Gotta get
Israel.
an ice core.
Now,
No,
Laura Loomer,
frost
who is
core.
on the very pro-Israel side, describes the guys on the other side like this.
All of these woke right neo-Nazis colluding with the radical left jihadist Muslims and going around and chasing Jews and evangelicals on the streets of America with drones. I know it sounds like a sci-fi movie, but this
Because
is where
it
we're
is.
headed.
Yeah, so obviously she's not a huge fan of the people that she calls the woke Reich and openly calls them neo-Nazis. In most cases, these people are not neo-Nazis. So for our purposes, we're going to refer to this group as the isolationist faction. So Loomer is the pro-Israel faction and her opponents are the isolationist faction. Now, the divide between the factions was mostly hidden
fascist
before
infighting.
Trump took office.
How surprising.
It became more and more
She's
obvious
had some work
through
done.
2025, and
That's what I
eventually
said. I
it
said
spilled
you call
right
that
into
work?
the open when Trump joined Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in attacking Iran in February 2026. The pro-Israel faction were keen to defend Israel and back this war, so their takes went like this.
President Trump really took a decisive action that needed to be taken now in this moment because he's saving millions of lives.
Certainly there are many people that are in favor of Donald Trump striking this country, taking out their leadership.
President Trump is the most courageous commander-in-chief in modern American history. There is no question about this.
We have an Islamist Nazi enemy that wants to build nuclear weapons to blow us off the face of the earth. I understand the Jew haters who want you to believe that this is Israel's war. And to them I say, go to hell.
While the isolationist faction saw this move as the US entering into yet another foreign conflict, and their takes went like this.
Donald Trump has very clearly betrayed the American people. He is very clearly not the commander of the armed forces. Bibi Netanyahu is.
Everybody knows what this is. Everybody knows they're fighting for Israel. I mean, it's such a betrayal. It's such a betrayal.
You just look at Trump and you're filled with disgust because you are a demonic force. You are a liar. You are diabolical. You are a traitor.
The split is pretty subtle. I hope you picked it up there. Now, both sides started calling each other very defamatory, racist, and often anti-Semitic names and accusing each other of being traitors, but I'll spare you that for now. But the key thing that Laura Loomer noticed was that RT, the network that had rescued her from obscurity back in 2021, was supporting the other side of her factional fight.
There's
And
something
they're
here I
all
can't chop.
propping up these clips. They take clips of Joe Kemp. They take clips of Candace Owens. They take clips of Megyn Kelly. They take clips of Tucker Carlson.
RT was using its accounts on
looks green.
YouTube, X, and Telegram to boost the
You need a
opinions of
titanium.
those in the isolationist faction,
Titanium
the same
drill.
way that they boosted Laura Loomer's opinions in the past. Now, there's no secret why this was happening. Russia is an ally of Iran, and the isolationists were against the US military attacking Iran. So their views aligned with Russia's. Laura Loomer was confused.
Oh wow, Russia Today really seems to be like transforming their media operation into a Clipper account for the woke right.
But here's the thing. RT hasn't changed its position at all. Since it was founded, the network has been a vehicle for promoting criticism of the US government. The difference is, Laura Loomer is now kind of part of the US government.
The president called me after the strikes. We talked for about 20 minutes on the phone, and it's really interesting. You know, just chatting about several things.
Hi, Laura. Well, you are something. What spirit you have. Laura?
Gross.
Laura Loomer, thank you, honey, for being here.
Gross.
Appreciate it.
She realized that Russia was an ally of Iran, and that perhaps getting help from a Russian propaganda network that was allied with Israel's mortal enemy might be a bit problematic.
Then I started to see Putin entertain the idea of selling nuclear weapons, selling missiles and selling drones to the Iranians for the sake of attacking the United States of America. That was enough for me, honestly. That was enough.
She was having a bit of an identity crisis and started to reconsider everything, including her position on Ukraine.
I thought, what are people going to think of me? I've been so anti-Ukraine for so long, and I have parroted these talking points thinking that I was, saying the right thing and not recognizing how,
Parrot.
as
You hear
a
that?
conservative
Parrot.
or as a Trump supporter or just as an American citizen,
Summons
how I was
a
being
small
emotionally
pig man.
manipulated
Okay, gotta
by
see what this
propaganda
is.
online. And so I felt a little embarrassed.
Then she accepted an invitation from the Ukrainian president Volodymyr
Ooh.
Zelensky to visit his country.
How we feel about
How was
Pigman?
it to Kiev, by the way?
The trip,
Yeah.
it was very long. It was a good experience.
Oh, he
I got to
jumps
see
with
a
an
lot of the
umbrella.
destruction when I was coming in, so
Yeah.
it gave me a good idea as to, how much of Ukraine has been destroyed by Russian missiles and drones.
Okay. The question I posed at the start was, how did Laura Loomer go from calling Zelensky an authoritarian who commands a Nazi militia to talking to him about her lovely train trip to Kiev?
Ukraine
The
will
reason I
take
told you
whatever
the
help
story
it can
in
get.
full is so that you'd see what happened here and what didn't happen.
Pretty simple.
What happened was Laura Loomer found herself in a MAGA factional fight over the war in Iran. Russia supported her opponents. She then decided to support Russia's opponents. She didn't, finally see the light. Ukraine didn't conduct a secret influence operation to get her to take their side. The interesting element, though, is Zelensky in Ukraine saw this shift as an opportunity. See, the war in the Middle East is occupying the vast majority of the Trump administration's attention. If Ukraine can make it seem like they're on the Trump administration's side of that war, then it could lead to a rapid shift in sentiment, which could help their own war effort. For Laura Loomer, it only took a couple of months for her opinion to totally change.
I don't think that the Ukrainians and your office does a very good job at messaging how supporting Ukraine could be America first, or how it's beneficial for America's national security.
And while she was in Ukraine, Loomer explicitly linked the Ukrainian and Iranian wars by talking about Russia's involvement in both of them.
Russia is providing Iran explosives materials, and they're interchanging and sending each other weapons and materials for weapons, especially Shahed drones, which are then being supplied by Iran to Russia so that they can attack and kill Ukrainians. And then simultaneously, Russia's sending them, basically the explosive materials and the combustible materials so that they can make bombs and explosives to murder U.S. soldiers that are currently fighting in the war with Iran.
Now, President Zelensky has been trying to make that point about Russia and Iran sending weapons to each other even more clear by attacking those ships in the Caspian Sea, which make that exchange of materials possible.
President Volodymyr Zelensky confirming a Ukrainian attack on an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea.
He also emphasised the fact that they are willing to help the US materially in the war in Iran, while other US allies in Europe refuse. He's reported sending the US evidence they collected that Russia has been taking satellite pictures of US Army bases in the Middle East and sharing them with Iran to assist with Iran's drone and missile targeting. And with Loomer's help, Ukraine has been promoting its ability to assist the US with drone production.
I think that Ukraine is really leading the way in a lot of the drone innovation and a lot of the drone technology. If you look at the numbers, the United States is on track to produce about 300,000 drones this year, and Ukraine is about to produce 8 million.
The messages Loomer and Zelensky are sending about Ukraine's military usefulness is starting to have an effect on other MAGA influencers too.
I'm not a big fan of Ukraine. I think their government is filthy. But I will stress this. We've got an escalating war here. There is no argument against U.S. victory.
Loomer says she spoke multiple times on the phone to Trump while she was in Ukraine, and reportedly it's starting to have an effect.
We are told that Donald Trump has kind of changed his tune in the last few weeks and over the last month or so as Ukraine has started to shift the balance of things in the war.
The question is, will any of this work? Well, the conflict in Ukraine has been basically frozen in place for 4 years. Neither side has moved much. The Trump administration's early attempts to get both Ukraine and Russia to sign a peace agreement where both sides just keep the territory they currently occupy and call it a day have failed. Many European countries are still providing finance and weapons to Ukraine, but direct American support was cut off when Trump took office and has not restarted. Meanwhile, on the ground in Ukraine, the domestic situation for Zelensky is difficult. He's been facing protests in the street over his decision to sack his young, innovative defence minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, back in June, because of an internal conflict between Fedorov and the chief of the armed forces. Civilian casualties have been increasing throughout 2026, with nearly 300 killed in June alone by Russian attacks. Ukraine is not a passive victim here either. All year, they've been sending drones deep into Russian territory to attack oil and gas infrastructure, often creating enormous explosions in Russian cities. Zelensky calls it bringing the war home. Russia claims that these attacks have killed more than 700 civilians so far this year, including 7 tourists killed on a Black Sea beach. All this is to say that the sudden shift from Trump and Team MAGA comes at a pretty good time for Ukraine because they could really use their help. But there's a catch. While all this has been going on, the US's missile stockpiles have apparently been depleted by their war in Iran, which means they can't afford to supply Ukraine. Reuters has reported that they've virtually run out of certain types of munitions. It's a bit of a catch-22 for the Ukrainians. They rely on the US for missiles, but also the US running out of missiles might mean that Trump is more keen to buy their drones. So if Ukraine is able to convince Donald Trump that helping them will help him in Iran, then suddenly Ukraine goes from being an annoying distraction to a genuinely useful ally. And that might just give Zelensky the advantage he needs. Because here's the thing, the full-scale war in Ukraine has now been going longer than World War I, so they will really take whatever opportunity they can get.
That's what I said.
I haven't found really anything to do reactions on.
No.
Suspicion that the Prime Minister of Albania is an awesome guy. I mean, he dapped up ISHO Speed. He spent $5 million of Albanian taxpayer money on hosting Kanye. He got erotically slapped by France's Prime Minister. He fell in love with Italy's Prime Minister. He called Zionism evil.
Three major devils: United States, Soviet Union, and Israel. In other words, Zionists.
This video blew up a lot on social media. Everyone was calling it based. Shit was completely taken out of context, bro. Look at this guy's track record. And best of all, he famously really tackled corruption within his country by appointing an AI politician who, for some reason, is pregnant to root out all the dodgy, illegal, corrupt billion-dollar deals which are destroying Albania. Unfortunately, this holographic AI politician couldn't have been too skilled. I actually think Tung Sahor could have done a better job, because it turns out the corrupt culprit was right under her nose. Or her pixels, I don't know.
I'm here in Tirana, Albania, where tens of thousands are protesting a controversial resort development linked to Jared Kushner. You can see tens of thousands of people here who have gathered outside of the Prime Minister's office. Today marks the 11th consecutive day that they have taken to the streets. We honestly don't want Kushner to invest here to develop land that is protected, but beyond that, these are turning into anti-government protests. This is about corruption. People feel this is yet another case of corruption in a country that has been plagued by corruption.
You might have recently seen these videos of the week-long protests tearing through Albania's major cities, but you probably didn't notice the most important thing in this footage. Do you notice it? Here, look, this is a crowd control vehicle manufactured by Israel's biggest defense contractor, Elbit Systems. Yeah, in September 2025, Israel and Albania signed a $400 million arms deal supplying Albania with an IDF-grade arsenal of tactical drones, mortars, artillery systems, and riot vans. Now, the first 3 bullet points here seem to be pretty standard for your average weapons deal, but why the fuck is Tel Aviv sending Albania riot vans? Well, maybe it has something to do with the highly controversial, blatantly corrupt, multi-billion-dollar Zionist mega project illegally occupying Albanian public land, which was approved a few months before that arms deal. Which is actually pretty smart, because if I, as a Brit, was going to go invade an island, settle their population in some massive, controversial billion-dollar corrupt development scam, I would also probably send that country crowd control vans to stop everyone protesting, you know? Oh, wait, no. But what does this have anything to do with President Trump's daughter's most recent Instagram post.
I'm working on an incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch.
Correct. It's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400-hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat, and we stopped for a swim.
Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since. And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential and transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care, because the land is so beautiful that really the architecture has to be fully integrated into it, almost rise
from it. You know, it's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it. We've not only the islands, but we have 5
miles of beachfront. Directly across from the island, this beautiful peninsula with a lagoon on one side, the ocean on the other.
Beautiful white sand beaches. For me,
this is...
It feels more like a challenge than anything else. The culmination of all of my
experience in real estate, all of my travel, a lot of reflection on how I want to live,
how I think people increasingly are wanting to live, and trying to
really build something that's
a tangible manifestation of that.
How does Ivanka Trump's eco-friendly girl boss Mediterranean vacation development passion project link to Israeli riot vans spraying Albanian protesters to the ground using 15,000 liters of bong water? 4 words. Jared Kushner, Jared Kushner. If you don't already know who this dude is, he's Ivanka Trump's husband, President Trump's son-in-law. Mr. Kushner is probably the most influential man in the Trump family right now, apart from President Trump. Although, I don't know, it might be getting a little close. Whilst Trump is fast asleep at basketball games, Jared Kushner seems to be pulling more and more strings in the White House than ever. This guy is a billionaire, and he's quite young for a billionaire. Just like someone he takes after a little bit, this wealth is presented as being solely earned from real estate, which is cap. Jared Kushner is basically AIPAC in human form. Or lizard form. I can't tell if this guy's human or not. But back in 2017, he was Trump's senior advisor. Despite having literally no political experience ever, the single reason he was the senior advisor is because he was Trump's son-in-law. That is the only reason. Now, despite being employed at the White House, this motherfucker spent the majority of the first Trump presidency over in Tel Aviv or in Riyadh, striking up business deals, most importantly the Abraham Accords, which are a set of agreements that established diplomatic normalization between Israel and several Arab states, specifically the UAE, Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain, and unofficially Saudi Arabia. Basically setting the stage for when in a few years' time, Israel's crimes against the Arab world would go completely ignored and allowed by the Arab world, which is exactly what we've seen in the last couple years. But what the fuck has this got anything to do with the USA? This motherfucker was in the goddamn White House brokering business deals for the Israeli state. Any other country, this shit would be considered treason. But I think they might have made it a bit too obvious before. And since 2017, Israel's reputation has kind of taken a bit of a hit. So nowadays, Jared Kushner does not hold any formal position in the American government. When Trump wants a visit from the babysitter, he simply goes to the Israeli parliament and glazes BB himself. Now, he doesn't need Kushner to do it.
Where did I put my
Jared Kushner's lack of any legal position in the American government in 2026 makes what I'm about to explain even more illegal and corrupt than before, because surprise, surprise, he's still absolutely dictating American foreign policy more than ever, actually, I'd argue. We know this because it was confirmed by the GOAT himself. Jeffrey Epstein. In the files, Jared Kushner's name is mentioned 400 times, including multiple declassified FBI memos. Now, I would make the argument that at least business-wise, Jared Kushner is absolutely Epstein 2.0. As I highlighted in my 2-hour-long Epstein video, Jeffrey's main hustle towards the end of his life was as a secretive diplomatic negotiator, striking up deals mainly between Gulf states and Israel. It is
I need to get a summoner emblem from him.
Epstein brokered meetings between the Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak and the UAE sultans, like Ahmed bin Sulaiman, for example, both of whom were extremely close friends with Jeff. Just like how Jared Kushner brokered billion-dollar deals between the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the UAE's sheikhs, Epstein's business was basically the unofficial, under-the-table Abraham Accords before the Abraham Accords. Remember, Epstein did all this under a fake Saudi identity. We know this because the NYPD found his Austrian-issued passport with a fake Saudi name stamped with Gulf states like entry and exit stamps in his crib years ago in like the first raid. So many shekels or dirham or rial were generated at the hands of Epstein in the Middle East long after his crimes were made public, by the way, that he was granted royalty-like favors by Saudi Arabia. Here he is with the Crown Prince. Here he is after purchasing a corner of the Kiswa, the most holy material item to a quarter of the world's population, which is only given out as a favor by the Saudi government. And it's in Epstein's crib. So it shouldn't come as a surprise to you that after Jared Kushner's time in office, in January 2021, the same damn month he left the White House, Kushner, with literally no experience whatsoever, founded his private equity firm Affinity Partners. And a few months later, the Saudi government's public investment firm
even this
invested
bridge
$2
that we built across
bombaclat dollars into Affinity Partners.
Because
You'll
it's
never
all
guess
connected.
who the chairman
It's all
of
hollowed
Saudi's
here.
public investment firm is. Yes, the Crown Prince of
In the
Saudi
underworld.
Arabia, that guy.
Yeah.
Now, Affinity Partners, which is basically just Jared Kushner's personal Saudi pot of money, essentially on the face of it, appears to be traveling around the world, investing in great opportunities to make money, which would be pretty normal. This would all be very normal rich person behavior. If it wasn't for the fact that he's wrapped up in probably one of the greatest conflicts of interest in human history, because this is the American president's son-in-law. For example, Qatar. We all know how Qatar, out of the kindness of their hearts, gifted Donald Trump his new Air Force One plane, the $400 million Boeing 747-8 airliner, which I assume wasn't good enough to run the Birmingham to Doha Qatar Airways route, SMH. But did you know this unconditional gift to Trump was only gifted after a multi-billion-dollar investment commitment was brokered between Affinity Partners and the Qatari government, including Jared Kushner receiving $1.2 billion in financing from the Qataris for his 666 Fifth Avenue property development in New York. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here.
I just
Firstly,
killed him.
yes, Jared Kushner has
I
a
see the guy
skyscraper
voodoo doll
called
in.
666, maybe slightly reminiscent of how Jeffrey Epstein had a bank account called Baal. Secondly, yes, this should be about the biggest corruption scandal on planet fucking Earth right now. This is literally like the dictator level shit. This is like Kim Jong-un shit. This is simply oligarchy. This is unfathomably illegal. This is a head of state's family member personally taking billions of dollars of investment, the head of the state himself personally receiving a fucking plane, then this tiny, rich, random Gulf state, Qatar, which even hosts the mortal enemy of America, receives diplomatic favors in the White House, secret favors from the most powerful country on earth, arguably, and real estate deals. Like, god damn, bro,
I just saw the tax
serious right
collector.
now? This is a complete illegal sellout of America.
spawning down here,
Unfortunately,
but I don't
it
have
does
powder.
remind me a bit of how the king of my
try
country
and
accepted
powder
millions of
him as
euros
well.
in suitcases from a Qatari government official, and Qatar's royalty a couple months later got
guy
a
voodoo
suspiciously
doll.
good deal to buy an entire district of
did
London.
it
Not
go?
joking, but I'm getting sidetracked. We can talk about that some other time,
I
because
sorted my
obviously
stuff.
the conflict of interest and blatant corruption involving
Where
Jared
was it
Kushner
last
and Donald
time
Trump
is the
gets
question.
so much worse when you
It goes
turn your
over here.
attention to the Holy Land. Donald Trump is without a doubt the greatest friend of Israel the White House has ever had. I mean, take it from the GOAT himself.
You have been the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House.
He is
the greatest Israeli soldier the world has ever known.
So it's no surprise that Trump's stepson with benefits, Jared Kushner, has been massively involved with Israel's cleansing of Palestine for his whole life. I mean, arguably the Abraham Accords are what allowed Israel to get away with this. Kushner, through business negotiations, essentially crafted this new Zionist alignment of most Arab countries who would have naturally stood up for Gaza. But on top of that, and arguably more importantly, Jared Kushner has played a massive role in ending the conflict and starting the redevelopment of Gaza, the Riviera of the Middle East, prime real estate. Kushner was praised by Netanyahu and Trump and pretty much everyone evil in this stratosphere as personally brokering the Hamas-Israel ceasefire. Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah, sure. Now, he's been personally put in charge of Gaza's redevelopment by Trump's Board of Peace. Or as I like to call it, Trump's Board of Piss. And best of all, you want to know who Trump paired Jared Kushner up with to oversee and manage and develop the future of Gaza? Tony Blair, who by the way is responsible for personally sending British men to aid in the massacre of over 1 million Iraqis for literally no reason but to destabilize the Middle East in favor of Netanyahu. Bruh. Tel Aviv impressed.
There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever. The nuclear armed Saddam will place the security of our entire world at risk.
Anyway, so have a look at Jared Kushner's luxury high-rise real estate AI-rendered plans for Gaza. This is obviously a guy with zero experience of his new job. This is like when you watch one YouTube tutorial on some subject and you think you're like an expert all of a sudden. Dude, a guy with no hands could have come up with a better plan than this, bruh. Imagine your house and half your family get leveled to dust by the IDF. You flee against all the odds. You make it through the multi-year long open-air execution camp free-for-all. And then Jared Kushner pulls up and builds an acai bowl yoga retreat right on top of where your crib was. Oh my god, bro. And they wonder why people join never mind. I'm not gonna say that. When you consider how much Kushner's business dealings influence his dad's presidency, is it really a surprise that Trump is the greatest friend of Israel that's ever been in the White House? I don't think so. And then you gotta consider that on top of Kushner's personal finances, the Trump family is also receiving money from pro-Israel lobby groups like AIPAC to push extremist Zionist policy far. Even before his time in the White House, Jared Kushner had been a massive backer of settlers in the West Bank, like this awesome guy. Wow, I like that. Picasso. An allegation which appeared in the leaked FBI memo in the Jeffrey Epstein files talks about the organization Chabad Lubavitch, which is a Jewish religious sect founded in Russia, but they're all over the world now. I think they're the only Russian organization to be allowed to operate in the UK, actually. I've been past their school in London. They have about 100,000 members, and their ultra-Orthodox Zionist ideology has repeatedly been linked to hardline settler colonial politics in Palestine. They're the ones sending kids on birthright trips to the West Bank to like brainwash them from the age of 10 up, you know? They're the real deal. Beryl Lazar, a Chabad member and Russia's chief rabbi, has operated in Israel since the 90s, and he is known as Putin's rabbi, okay? He serves as the most important diplomatic connection between Russia and Israel, which, unlike what you might have seen in Instagram reels, is a pretty strong alliance. This might explain why Trump's policy often leans towards him being pro-Russia, since Jared Kushner is about the biggest Chabad Lubavitch loyalist you can possibly be. According to the Israeli press, I'm reading directly from the Times of Israel right now, okay? Kushner's involvement with Chabad began during his undergraduate years at Harvard University, where he formed a close, ongoing mentorship with Rabbi Hershely Zachariah. He frequently studied, regularly attended Friday night dinners, and even shoveled snow to clear the sidewalk in front of the Shabbat house. The Kushner Family Foundation and Jared personally have donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to various Shabbat institutions over the years. In 2024, Jared and his brother each pledged $1 million to support the Shabbat of the UAE. When he and his wife Ivanka Trump moved to Washington, D.C., they intentionally purchased a home within walking distance of the local Shabbat congregation. Prior to the 2016 election, the couple made a highly publicized pilgrimage to the Ohel, which is where the Shabbat dynasty get buried, to offer prayers. God damn, bro, the meat riding is unbelievable. If that wasn't enough, here's some leaked quotes from that FBI memo in the Epstein files. On the day Trump was elected president, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner were at the gravesite of Rabbi Schneerson, who was the most powerful rabbi in the Shabbat network. Do you understand what I'm saying right now? On the day Trump got elected, Trump's daughter and his most senior cabinet member were not with him in DC. No, they had made a pilgrimage to the holiest site of this far-right, foreign, Russian/Israeli, hardline extremist, quite political, religious sect. And probably the most important person in this whole religious sect is known as Putin's rabbi, and he is a Russian oligarch. And there was a lot of Russian meddling in this election. Wait, no, hold on, bro. Don't nerve agent me, bro. Don't nerve agent me, bro. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just interesting to me that the guy who seems to shape most of Trump's policy also happens to be a completely committed member of this religious sect who basically form this diplomatic connection between Israel, Russia, and America.
Man,
and he's
I saw
so
two
committed
tax
to this
collectors, one after the other,
that he was shoveling snow outside their like membership house when he was a kid. Oh, and I almost forgot, the whole reason he went to the Shabbat holy pilgrimage site the day his dad-in-law got elected and the days leading up to that election is because, I quote, him and Ivanka were praying that Donald Trump would win. Bro, guys, look at this.
This is so Zoomer brain content,
isn't it?
As you might be able to tell, I'm feeling a little volcanic right now. That's right, I was just in Macedonia, Serbia, and Bulgaria for a month. And apparently these countries are too primitive to be considered part of Europe. At least according to my data provider. That's right. I have this European-wide roaming data plan. Little did I know.
I fucking hate this.
Shocking new report. Multiple sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln have tried to jump board amid poor conditions and mental stress on the ship. This is according to new reporting from the Military Times, which spoke to the wife of one of those sailors, who says she's spoken to her husband only a handful of times since he tried to jump. He is now on a medical hold. The Military Times is also reporting severe food shortages on board and that sailors are running out of just basic needs, toothpaste, deodorant, soap. This crew has been at sea for 9 months amid Trump's war in Iran. That includes 250 consecutive days without setting foot on land. 250 consecutive days. That is a record. Out front now, Natalie Olivero. She is the Military Times journalist who broke the story, and she is also a Navy veteran. Natalie, I appreciate your time. I mean, the details you have in this story are really stunning. I mean, my jaw drops. You know, we're talking about the USS Abraham Lincoln, and you're talking about things that I think people struggle to understand are happening in the U.S. military. You've spoken directly with some of these families, and you're reporting on incidents involving sailors apparently trying to jump overboard. You spoke to the wife of one of them, I know, and her husband served in the Navy for more than a dozen years, 13 years. So what have you learned?
Thanks for having me, Erin, and for covering this story. Speaking with Miss Saloma, she is extremely worried and concerned about how her husband is actually doing, and until she can be in front of him and see him with her own eyes, she's not really going to be able to answer that question. And facing the stresses that every military spouse faces when theirs is deployed, as being a solo parent at home with 3 little kids. So not being able to have answers or direction is really challenging right now for her, especially.
So, you know, look, these incidents are very disturbing. I mean, what would drive someone to be at a point where they would be willing to do that, obviously, is distressing to consider. But the families of sailors aboard the Lincoln are telling you about incidents like this. They're also telling you about some of these other truly stunning details, that the sailors are often hungry because there isn't enough food.
Hungry.
Basic supplies, toothpaste, deodorant aren't easy to get. Now, back in April, you know, and this has been going on a long time, we talk about this ship 250 days in a row without setting foot on land, a record. So this has been going on a long time. In April, Secretary Hegseth, dismissed reports about inadequate food. He said it was fake news.
Thought I got it.
So, what's the reaction to from the families that you're speaking to?
Oh,
they don't get to talk to their loved ones on board that
cool.
ship that often. You know, what's their reaction when the Defense Secretary calls this all fake news?
Confusion, hurt, lack of understanding. They're constantly seeking some kind of reassurance or information. There's a lot of conflicting reports, a lot of different information, especially on social media within different groups and
time to go back
pages.
to hell.
Those are the pages where organic conversations and relationships exist. Those aren't deep fakes or AI dupes being created. These are where families go to communicate. This is a lifeline for families who really never receive an instruction manual on how to handle your time when your loved one is deployed. So families are feeling left in the dark, and all families are agreeing that it is absolutely unacceptable and unthinkable to imagine.
Well, it's unthinkable, I think, for any American to hear this reporting, frankly, and deeply disturbing to imagine that sailors who are serving this country, going 250 days without setting foot on land, 9-month deployment, would have food shortages or any. It's upsetting. So we reached out to the Navy, Natalie, about your report, and they responded in a statement, and they said, quote, "We have not observed an increase in suicidal ideations or attempts aboard
crumbling
the
in
ship.
front of your
We're not
eyes."
experiencing mental health issues aboard Abraham Lincoln." I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that.
My first question to that is an increase from what baseline? An increase, no increase from when?
Remember,
what is that measurement
if you go to the
look like?
Dryad, you can also get purification powder, which will
multiple
eliminate the
from
hollow.
The Navy. So hopefully we'll get those back and can review them independently. But until we do, all we have is our firsthand reporting and accounts from these family members who are experiencing this and living it day after day.
We've been hearing Donald Trump say the Strait of Hormuz is open. Everything is open, okay, which we know is not true to the extent he's implying. The USS Abraham Lincoln has been a part of that mission, and we are hearing these reports from on board. A congressman tweeted out a report saying that basically 5,000 sailors are on board. They're on month 9 of what was supposed to be a 7-month deployment, and the conditions are horrendous. Moldy showers, broken toilets, no hot water for weeks, meals that were down to half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas, stores out of deodorant, toothpaste, all this stuff. The Navy is saying, look, we haven't seen anything. Literally, their statement is, we have not observed an increase in suicidal ideations, and that they're taking it seriously. But I feel like this is not a random rumor. Like, how could things get to this point?
Look, every day, you may have this that occurs kind of generally in the Navy, but I think it is clear this is a ramp up. Look, when I went to war,
investigation. Do you think there should be an investigation?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. When I went to war, as an Air Force pilot, my deployments were 3 months because we would time out. We could only fly so much. But if you got extended even a week, it was like a blow to morale. Really, I'd be there and it's like, hey, you can't leave this Saturday. It's gonna have to be next Saturday. It's like, ugh. And I wasn't even married. These guys, and men and women, having been extended multiple times, that is a huge blow to morale. And then if the Navy, which they aren't, giving them an end date, saying we're going to be out of here in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And then on the food side, fresh fruit, stuff like that, that has to be taken out by ship out into the middle of this dangerous area. So it's difficult to get it out there. It's difficult to get it out there fresh. If you do get
Not my
fresh fruit,
problem.
have to
You
eat it
chose
pretty
to go to
quickly 'cause
war.
You can't keep it on board.
Tax
And
collector.
it just creates
I see
unsafe
him.
We're talking
conditions.
fresh fruit. I mean, at this point, I don't know if there's like an MRE
Get it.
or something.
Right.
We're
Get
talking
him.
a cup of rice, and
Get
the
him.
doctor's saying people are going to start losing their minds.
Yeah.
I think the other reason we care about this is because the Navy
Come
is
on.
being asked to sustain
I got
a
him.
massive mission, and do we have the ability
I got
to
him.
do that? And is this a red flag?
Yeah, this is a huge red flag. I mean, and plus, again, the
Okay.
administration is saying
He's
we're
basically
going to
gonna
sustain
generate
this
passive
closure
income
of the
from us
strait,
by
which is totally
charging
open that we
the
control.
rest of the town
We're going to
rent.
sustain that indefinitely until Iran relents.
But
How long is that going to be?
if
We
he's
just had an
around,
aircraft carrier in the Caribbean,
all their
by the
happiness
way,
drops.
for whatever
That's
reason.
funny.
So, look, I'm not going to question where the Navy's sending these assets, but if we're going to maintain a blockade there, there's going to be some things that give.
Joining me now is Massachusetts Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton, a Marine Corps
So you
veteran
gotta
who
have
served
him by
4
himself.
tours in Iraq.
'Cause they hate
He
his
also
ass.
sits on the Armed Services Committee, and he
Damn
is
it.
running for Senate. Congressman, thank you for being with us. And what was your reaction when you heard these accounts of sailors attempting to go overboard?
I mean, it's horrific, but sadly, I'm not surprised. I mean, we have a president, a commander-in-chief, who's made fun of troops for mental health issues. We have a Secretary of Defense who's more focused on testosterone tests than actually keeping our troops alive. But the piece that I think we don't talk about enough is that our troops can do extraordinary things. And I've had deployments to Iraq that were longer than 9 months.
Huh.
But you got to believe in the mission. And
They're not a
nobody
guide in town
can
yet?
participate in this Iran war. It's been a total failure. It's actually backfired. It's done more to empower Iran, which now
Correct.
controls the world economy, which they've never done before in their history. It's really hard to be excited about that mission. There's no one who believes in it right now. And that's got to be one of the toughest tolls on our troops.
But you heard the Navy, they tell us that they aren't seeing an uptick of mental health issues on the USS Lincoln. And they're saying they have plenty of mental health resources available. Listen, you're on the Armed Services Committee. Is that statement good enough for you?
Funny.
Absolutely not, and we will be conducting an investigation to get to the bottom of this. 0 suicides is the only acceptable number. And I'm speaking not just as a veteran, but as the co-author of 988, the National Mental Health Hotline, a service that I made sure was available to troops, even troops overseas. It's pretty obvious, though, that these troops are not getting the mental health support that they need, and it's our job in Congress to get to the bottom of that.
Nicotine actually be good for you. Ask most people, and they'll tell you it's the thing that gives smokers cancer. Ask some others, and they'll tell you they use it on purpose. Joe Rogan does it. He calls it a neuroprotectant that slows down the decline of his nervous system. RFK Jr. is a regular user of nicotine pouches. And a growing number of prominent health influencers say they are too. Here's a number that got me. In a survey of 1,000 American doctors, cardiologists, oncologists, smart people, 4 out of 5 of them said nicotine directly contributes to cancer, but it doesn't. Many of the people giving you medical advice don't seem to know the truth. So the elephant in the room is this. Something we spent decades treating as pure poison might actually have real, legitimate upsides, and saying that out loud almost feels taboo. I'm Ken LaCourte, and my job here is simple. Dig past what everyone assumes and tell you what I learned, even when it's inconvenient. So here's where we're headed. I'll start with looking at the unlikely comeback of nicotine. Then we'll describe how it became the wrong culprit people blamed. Then I'll look at how often it's the exit ramp for smokers before looking at nicotine as medicine. And finally, I'll tackle the unsettled questions. All right, nicotine might just be the most demonized drug in modern history. It's blamed for a body count higher than just about any substance on Earth. Doctors, parents, and public health campaigns have spent 60 years warning us away from it. So why is it making an unlikely comeback? As is so often the case, most of this started online with podcasts and biohacking forums. But it's quickly moved into the real world. A lot of smart people concerned about their health are choosing to take it. So why? Stanford neurobiologist and podcaster Andrew Huberman has said that nicotine sharpens the mind and that he occasionally uses small amounts.
So occasionally, like right now, I do a half a piece, but I'm not Russian. So I'm a little, did you just pop the whole thing in your mouth? So I'll do a couple milligrams every now and again, and it definitely sharpens the mind.
He's told a story in his own show about a colleague of his, a Nobel Prize winner, who chews nicotine gum specifically to boost cognitive focus. Peter Attia, a physician who's built his entire brand around living longer and better, for years has talked about using nicotine gum and lozenges as a focus aid before deep work. Dave Asprey, the guy who basically invented the word biohacking, says he doses 1 to 2 milligrams a few times a week, specifically for long work sessions and jet lag.
It's like the
these aren't
new
burnouts
guy isn't
smoking
coming
outside of
because
a
he knows I'm
7-Eleven.
immediately
There are
going to
people who read
sacrifice him
science
to the
for a
wall of
living,
flesh.
and they've decided that it's worth doing, of course, carefully and in doses. These days, nicotine is now a big business. Gum sales are worth almost $2 billion a year now. There's also a new nicotine energy drink on the market, infused with nicotine and caffeine. Its first production run, about 250,000
What?
cases, nearly sold out.
That's
the company's
crazy.
co-founder said it's stuck in a regulatory limbo, waiting on the government to tell them whether they can actually keep selling it. All this hasn't gone unnoticed by big corporations. In 2022, Philip Morris paid $16 billion for the company that makes Zyn. It shipped almost 800 million
Damn.
cans in the US alone last year. I'll tell you what they say they get from those little white pouches. But first, a few words from today's sponsor, Incogni. They're about protecting you by protecting your data, your watch history, your habits, your engagement. It's valuable. A lot of companies shouldn't be prone to about. None of them are doing it daily or in big amounts. They're doing it occasionally in small doses, closer to a double espresso before a long stretch of grunt work than a pack-a-day cigarette habit. Some in the space also point out to nicotine's appetite-suppressing effects, since it mildly raises your metabolism. Now, if that pitch sounds familiar, it's because it's almost word for word the one cigarette companies used for decades to sell smoking to women, and teenage girls especially. They said the nicotine would help them keep slim, and they weren't wrong. A lot of people gain weight after they stop smoking. But even Huberman, who's about as pro-nicotine as any credentialed scientist gets, doesn't pretend it's free of downsides. The most obvious one is addiction itself, and it's very addictive. But it's unclear just how much it takes and how often you have to use it before you find yourself really needing a daily fix. For pouches and gum, we just don't know yet. They're too new. But for cigarettes, we've got decades of science, and that's not reassuring. For years, the assumption was that dependence took months of daily use. But studies tracking kids from their very first cigarette have found some showing real symptoms of dependency within days or weeks, from as little as 2 cigarettes a week. Adults have more of a buffer, but the direction's the same. It's the same molecule hitting the same receptors, whether it's from a cigarette or a pouch, so there's no chemical reason to expect pouches to be any different. But we just don't have that data to prove it either way yet. What we have learned is that we've been blaming the wrong culprit for the dangers of cigarettes for as long as I've been alive, and nobody's really bothered to correct the record. Start with a number that's legitimately scary. Cigarette smoking kills almost 500,000 Americans every single year. Worldwide, it's something like 7 million. Nobody really disputes that. But the nicotine in a cigarette isn't what's killing people. It's a wrong notion that many people have, as I mentioned, including many in the medical system.
I've said this
that
for a
survey
while.
Up top was from researchers
that-
at Rutgers who published it in 2021.
And my mom would try to
and
argue
found
with me. Like,
80%
I'd
of
legitimately
doctors
be
say that
telling
nicotine
people how to
contributes
quit with
cancer.
vapes, and she's like,
Some
well,
even
the
blamed it
vapes
for
are just as
COPD,
bad. And
which
it's
is
like,
also not true.
you don't know what you're
Among
talking
the general
about.
public, opinions kind of all over the map.
Like,
Another
nicotine
survey,
is a
also by
stimulant,
Rutgers,
and
but
any
more recently,
stimulant in
2026,
excess is not
they
good
found
for
that
you.
depending
Yeah.
purely on the phrasing, the share of Americans who got it right swung from 10%
But, like,
to 80%. So
legitimately, like,
and here's
as
the thing
I'm
that makes
telling
this
somebody
wild.
who's trying to
The
quit
science
how
pointing
to
away
quit,
from nicotine
don't
really isn't
fucking
new at all.
undermine it.
Back in the
Like,
1920s and 30s, a physician named Angel Rofo, who ran Argentina's main cancer institute, painted tobacco tar onto the ears of rabbits, and they grew tumors. Then he did the same thing with nicotine alone, and nothing happened. A
Interesting.
century ago, the tar, not the nicotine, was the known carcinogen. The distinction between the addictive part and the deadly part has been part of the scientific record since well before World War II. So how did we get to the point where nicotine became the demon? Well, part of it's real. Nicotine is the reason cigarettes are so hard to quit. It's genuinely one of the most addictive substances people regularly put into their bodies. And the industry itself didn't help untangle things. In 1994, 7 tobacco company CEOs sat in front of Congress, raised their right hand, and testified under oath that they didn't believe nicotine was addictive.
Just yes or no. Do you believe nicotine is not addictive? I believe nicotine is not addictive, yes.
Mr. Johnston.
Congressman, cigarettes and nicotine clearly do not meet the classic definitions of addiction. There is no intoxication.
We'll take that as a no.
And this is also why people dismissed a lot of the research from back then. Nobody believed them, and the fallout from that testimony also helped cement nicotine specifically as public enemy number one. So for most of the last century, nicotine and cigarette have basically functioned as the same word. In public health messaging, in law, in how your grandmother talked about it at the dinner table, the two got fused into one thing. Once something that addictive sits at the center of something that deadly, it's an easy, almost automatic leap to assume the addictive part is also the deadly part. But that's just not how the chemistry works. California is still playing it into that hype. I was at a movie recently, and before the film, they showed an ad produced by the state, which was part of a $5 million statewide campaign targeting what they call big nicotine. And it was one of those disgusting close-ups of eyes, close-ups of
like
of
regular
gross gum.
enemies that are probably
And that
harder than
confusion
this
has
guy.
real costs in the
Warrior
real world.
emblem.
Nicotine
Great.
patches and gums that was designed to help people quit smoking still
Not
carry a
what
lot
I
of warning
needed.
labels. And those aren't necessarily untrue, but to the extent they keep people
By
smoking.
the way, if you have
that's a
torches
bad
and you
problem.
hold shift,
Vapes
you'll just
ran
switch
into
to the
same wall when
torches
they
to
first
place.
showed up. In 2008, the World Health
Mine had glow
Organization
sticks.
said there wasn't enough scientific evidence to back up the claims that e-cigarettes were safer than regular cigarettes. A year later, the FDA went further and tried to block their import into the United States entirely. That was overturned by the courts. And here's the part that's a little hard to swallow in hindsight. Because while regulators were trying to treat the new vapes like a drug, they went on to outperform
guide
the
already
FDA's
arrived.
own approved nicotine replacement therapies, like patches, gums, and lozenges. Hey, look, I tried to get every fact right here, and my sources are down in the notes, but if I slipped up somewhere, let me know, and I'll fix it in the comment section.
I really like this guy.
All right, so the exit ramp is what alternate nicotine products really became for millions of smokers. For many, it was the main thing that helped them get off cigarettes for good. But to understand it, we should first look at the chemistry, because cigarette smoke contains thousands of chemicals, and dozens of them are known to be carcinogens, although not nicotine. The FDA itself has now put that in writing. As of this year, the agency authorized Zyn to be marketed using a specific claim that using Zyn instead of cigarettes puts you at a lower risk of mouth cancer, heart disease, lung cancer, stroke, emphysema, and chronic bronchitis. It's worth being exact about what that claim covers, because it's about switching from cigarettes. It's not a blanket declaration that nicotine is safe for everybody, and the FDA has been very careful not to say that. Here's some more data. Researchers have pooled together well over 100 clinical trials with more than 60,000 people total, all of them smokers trying to quit. Some of them got nicotine replacement tools, others got placebos. The nicotine groups, they succeeded at quitting long-term at rates roughly 50 to 60% higher than the placebo group. Those results hold up regardless of setting or country. Same story with vaping. In a major clinical trial, smokers who used e-cigarettes had better success in stopping smoking altogether. Several countries have done this at a national scale. Sweden. Pouches replaced cigarettes there on a massive scale, despite complaints from the EU, which banned them in 1992. Sweden only sells them because it negotiated an exemption while joining the Union in 1995. Every other country in the EU is still legally barred from selling the product that helped drive Sweden's smoking rate to below 4%. It's the first country in Europe to drop below 5%, the threshold that the WHO says is smoke-free. Swedish men now have lung cancer mortality about 60% below the European average. And the pattern isn't just Sweden. Norway saw its own smoking rates fall to about 7% on the same kind of switch. Japan tested it with an entirely different product, heated tobacco, that arrived in 2014, and in the years after, cigarette sales fell twice as fast as before. Different countries, different products, but the same direction. Now let's look beyond nicotine as just an aid to stop people from smoking.
I have
Let's
$1
talk about
left.
Nicotine as medicine. I mean, it sounds like a contradiction, but for the last 30 years, serious researchers have tested it out as exactly that. The question now is whether nicotine, on its own, does anything actively good for you beyond that cup of coffee focus I talked about. Nicotine raises your heart rate and blood pressure and constricts your blood vessels. As a stimulant, it also helps delay sleep and it reduces deep sleep. That's nicotine acting on a healthy body. But researchers also spent decades asking a more strange question. Could that same chemical actually
on, I
treat
saw
a
emblems go up
diagnosed
here.
disease? The answer on this is
Could there be
it's
a
very
summoner
mixed.
emblem in here?
It runs from promising to a full-on scientific dead ends,
No.
sometimes for the exact same condition.
We
So
have
get this.
laser rifles.
People with schizophrenia smoke at dramatically higher rates than the general population. One serious hypothesis is that they often have trouble focusing and that they're self-medicating a concentration problem. Smokers have also shown lower rates of Parkinson's disease. Now, these are similar brain receptors, so that got scientists excited.
Oh,
they tested
the
nicotine
merchant
seriously
now
for
sells
Parkinson's,
sharpening
cognitive
stations.
decline, ADHD,
Oh, cool.
schizophrenia, depression, even Tourette's. Now, some of the
My
early
canal
small
system
studies and
has
animal
worked
studies
beautifully.
were promising, but most didn't hold up later. Scientists now think
It's
that
flowing
other components
exactly
in
where I
smoking,
want.
maybe the carbon monoxide, might work together in a way that they just don't yet understand. So it's not a clean sweep of failure, but drug companies are worried because it's nicotine. I mean, it still carries an addiction
Cody,
risk.
the
It
guide
still
has
has a
arrived.
potential cardiovascular cost. And they just don't want to be the ones selling the next nicotine tablets next to aspirin. So something's going to have to come out and show that it really works well for them to cross that Rubicon. All right, so let's look at some of the many unsettled questions. Because while it might not be the killer we thought, whether it's harmless is a separate question entirely, and that's still open. Again, people like Huberman, Attia, Asprey, they're all using small occasional doses. They're not doing regular daily high-strength pouches. There's a mechanical reason the small and occasional part matters. Sustained nicotine use increases the density of nicotinic receptors in the brain. They're what create the addictive craving for more. So a dose that worked last month stops registering as a boost and starts being what normal requires. It's a straightforward tolerance effect, the same kind that shows up with caffeine or cannabis, just faster and stronger. So what specifically is that effect they're chasing? A 2010 meta-analysis pulled together every reliable study on nicotine's cognitive effects. It found real measurable enhancements in
All right,
6
here we go.
specific
Last
areas.
voodoo doll.
Fine motor control, short-term memory, and above all, 2 particular kinds of attention. Alerting attention, which is basically raw vigilance, and orienting attention, the ability to redirect focus onto whatever matters most right now. That's a very narrow kind of boost. There's nothing there about creativity or deep insight, but it's staying locked in and being able to direct focus during long, monotonous stretches. There are also more open questions on the individual health side. The short-term cardiovascular effects, it raises heart rate, raises blood pressure. Those are proven. But what's less settled is the long-term cardiovascular risk from nicotine alone, isolated from smoke, because that data is just thinner and newer than cancer research. There's also a newer
Summoner
component showing
emblem!
up in dental
Let's
offices.
go!
Nicotine is a vasoconstrictor wherever it sits.
Last
And the
doll,
pouch
we
rests
got it.
directly against gum tissue for extended periods. Dentists are now reporting gum recession and localized tissue damage tied into
All
that.
it does is give 15%
Again, not a
damage.
large
It
body of
doesn't even
research,
give me an
but an
extra
early
guide.
pattern to be aware of. There's also questions relating to the vaping process itself. Heating any oil to vapor creates byproducts. Benzene, formaldehyde, compounds your lungs weren't built to handle. And vape pens, most have a metal coil that heats up hundreds of degrees each time you hit it, and that sheds microscopic particles of nickel, chromium, and lead into your body. What does that do to lungs over 20 years? We really don't know because the pens just haven't been around that long. But there may be hardware issues with the delivery. There is one data point that's pretty clear though, and it's around age. Nicotine exposure during pregnancy and adolescence affects brain development directly through the physical rewiring of the prefrontal cortex while it's still under construction. At that age, it alters the circuits responsible for attention and impulse control and raises the odds of lifelong addiction more than the same exposure would as an adult. That's a serious problem. And in fairness to the California ad people, teen and young adult use has been climbing. So a lot of these things don't have an answer, but that one, it actually does. All right, so how do we wrap all this up? I'd say if you're a smoker and are already addicted to nicotine, shifting to ways that won't kill you as quickly as smoking is an absolute no-brainer. Nicotine isn't the villain we were taught it was, but that just also doesn't make that a health supplement either. It's an addictive stimulant that gives some people a real but modest edge, and anyone who does it really seems like they should do it in small doses and with their eyes open about the trade-off. For me, given the unknowns and the potential for addiction, I'd think long and hard before jumping into something like that with such a minor benefit. Look, I've seen too many smokers huddled out in the cold getting a fix they thought they could once control. And speaking of control, how about food?
My bowel
I'm struck by the
movements.
notion that for almost all of human history, people who were poor were more likely to be underweight. I mean, that just kind of makes sense. But now, in wealthier countries, it's the exact opposite. Poverty and obesity go hand in hand. So why? I answered that in this video, and I discovered that the common answers, the ones that we hear, aren't really the honest answers. If the link's not there, it'll be down below. Hey, I'm Ken LaCourte. Thank you so much for sticking with me through this. I hope you found it valuable, and until next time. Pretty much no one wanted millions of undocumented migrants rushing the
Facing a dilemma, and Michigan's primary perfectly illustrated it. Abdul El-Sayed, the charismatic progressive, defeated Representative Haley Stevens, the
Okay,
establishment-backed
titanium
moderate.
drill.
The energy was unquestionably
Doesn't
with
get
El-Sayed.
through the green stuff.
But a
so
Washington Post
whatever
analysis
it
finds
is, it's got
his
to be
support was concentrated
hollow bar,
in the
which we
state's
get
most
from
educated
mechanical
counties
bosses.
and college towns. Stevens, the moderate, did better in many rural and lower income areas. So you see, the left has the passion, but the middle still has the votes the Democrats need to win in general elections. The progressive answer is that Democrats can solve this by
'Cause it's in
becoming
the jungle,
more
the green
economically
stuff.
populist, attacking billionaires, expanding benefits, and thus appealing
I'm
to
gonna
the
try
working
and
class. But these ideas don't appeal to the actual working class. Among Democrats, a Pew survey shows 41% of college graduates say they like
source of
politicians
flight.
who call themselves democratic socialists, compared with only 26% of those without degrees. Upper income Democrats are also much more favorable toward democratic socialists than lower income Democrats, 40% to 24%. Democrats have spent years dreaming of a working class restoration. Joe Biden mounted the largest effort to court them with economics in decades. His administration poured hundreds of billions of dollars into infrastructure, factories, clean energy, and semiconductors, much of it flowing to Republican counties. Yet in the next election, 2024, Donald Trump won voters without college degrees and those earning less than $50,000, while making gains among working class Hispanic and black voters. You see, over the last 30 years, the Democrats have moved left on economics consistently. Obama was to the left of Clinton, and Biden was to the left of Obama. And in that same period, the working class has steadily abandoned the party. The lesson is not that
Okay,
economics
the herpes
don't matter,
don't
but the
drop
Democratic
source of
Party's problem is not that it is seen as too centrist on economics. Democrats routinely lead Republicans on issues like health care and even now the cost of living. Their liabilities are cultural and social issues: crime, immigration, the border, and the so-called woke agenda. One example, according to Pew, 43% of voters agree with Republicans on crime policy, while only 29% agree with Democrats. When Democrats come under pressure, they find it much easier to move left on economics than toward the center on culture. If they could speak plainly and say that the border must be controlled, repeat offenders punished, standards of merit defended, or that biological sex matters, they risk revolts from activists, advocacy groups, and highly educated staffers. So instead, Democrats offer a larger subsidy, a new benefit, or a fiercer attack on billionaires, while leaving untouched the cultural attitudes that are actually alienating many voters. The evidence suggests that this strategy is backwards. One study tested Democratic shifts across 29 policy issues and found that the largest electoral gains tended to come from moving toward the middle on social and cultural questions. Another report found that working class voters placed far more emphasis than liberal college graduates on securing the border, reducing crime, and adding
Okay,
police.
we have to get all the way to
Liberal college
space to get
graduates
the
placed far
dragons.
more emphasis on resisting authoritarianism, protecting trans rights, climate change, and abortion. The divide widened not because working class voters simply lurched to the right, but rather that college-educated Democrats moved left further and faster.
I want to leave the party
In
because of
2000,
Hassan
according to an
Pike.
analysis by American politics scholar Nicholas Jacobs, only about 8% of both Democrats and working class voters favored increasing immigration. By 2020, 48% of Democrats did, compared with 24% of working class voters. A 3-point gap over abortion in 1980 became a 30-point gap by 2024. Large gaps also opened up over religion, family, and trust in government not to waste taxpayer dollars. Trump understands the political force of this estrangement. Listen to what he rails against in his campaign rallies: transgender athletes, DEI bureaucracies, elite universities, crime, and an out-of-control border.
There's never been a border in the world like this.
He knows that these issues hit voters in their gut. The answer is not for Democrats to imitate Trump, abandon minorities, or become reactionary. It is to stop imagining that Medicare for all and wealth taxes will restore the New Deal coalition. That world and that coalition are gone. The good news is that the party already has a formidable modern coalition. College-educated voters, women, minorities, younger Americans, and many working and middle-class voters in metropolitan America. These voters want not a socialist revolution, but effective liberal government that delivers affordable housing, good schools, accessible healthcare, safe streets, a controlled border, legal immigration, and economic growth. And perhaps this will help Democrats to make inroads with the rest of the working class again, too. Senator Mitch
feel
McConnell
like I'm
has
in
been
space.
absent
Dragon!
8 weeks and counting from Senate proceedings.
Is that what you're looking for?
His office says he's recovering from a fall, but public speculation rages on about his declining health. McConnell, at 84, isn't the first member of the upper house to serve into old age. Dianne Feinstein served until her death in 2023 at 90, even as she grew increasingly frail. The median age is now 66 in the Senate and
10?
58 in the House, while the median age for Americans is still under 40. Our president is 80. The average age of a sitting federal judge was nearly 68 in 2024. There is even one serving at 102. Aging politicians may just be the most visible feature of government for and by the elderly. That is what the scholar Samuel Moyn argues in his new book, Gerontocracy in America: How the Old Are Hoarding Power and Wealth and What to Do About It. America is in a golden age for being of golden age. The average net worth of 65 to 70-year-olds was 1.8 million in 2022, up 178% from 1989. People 70 and older had 19% of the country's total household wealth in 1989. Now they have 32%. That's while the share of wealth for those under 40 has almost halved,
I wonder if that's
from
enough.
12% to 6.6%. It wasn't always this way. After the Great Depression, poverty was widespread, particularly for the elderly. That's what prompted Franklin
20.
Delano Roosevelt
Make
to sign into
elderly
law
poverty
the
great again.
1935
I need
Social
one more.
Security Act, which for the first time established regular payments for the elderly financed by payroll taxes. The goal, FDR said, was to give some measure of protection against poverty-ridden old age. That effort turned out to be a tremendous success. The elder poverty rate dropped from 35% in 1959 to less than 10% in 1999. Until the 1970s, the poverty rate among those 65 and older used to trend higher than other age groups. Now it is consistently lower. But America has overlearned its lesson. Federal spending is weighted overwhelmingly towards seniors today. For every $6 the U.S. government spends on those 65 and over, it spends just $1 on children and young adults. As the Wall Street Journal notes, it's almost as though the U.S. is stuck on a loop, continuing to lavish the elderly with benefits, even though the pain in the economy has moved elsewhere. The problem is not just with federal benefits. States also shower the elderly with tax breaks, on housing, on income, including Social Security, and on pensions. And many of these benefits accrue to the wealthy.
I agree. Fuck the elderly.
The NYU professor and podcaster Scott Galloway says America is waging a war on the young. Minimum wage, which he used as a proxy for how we value youth labor, has not kept pace with inflation. Housing and stock prices have soared, making it even harder for young people to buy homes or enter the stock market, the main engine of wealth creation in America. This is a story we already know about rising inequality in America. The solutions are partly redistributive. Galloway suggests taxing capital gains as income and streamlining permits so more housing could be built, which would drive down housing prices. He also believes we should reform Social Security. It's easy to say there's no political will to do any of this, but there may be a solution to that problem too. Moyne notes in his book that part of the reason we're stuck with aging politicians who serve an aging electorate at the expense of the young is that older people are the ones who vote. And children under 18, of course, have no vote. The median age of the general election voter is 52. Outside the presidential election, it is 55. But in primaries, which determine 90% of the seats in the current House, the median voter is 65 years old. Instead of pressuring politicians to act in defiance of their voters, we could adopt policies to encourage the young who can to vote, like mandatory voting or a national holiday on voting day, both of which are law in many countries. In a democracy, after all, the surest way to change policies is to throw the old bums out.
I agree. Forced euthanasia of the elderly. Especially the rich ones. Redistribute their houses.
Show
Now
me
to Virginia,
dragon.
where authorities are searching for multiple suspects after an overnight shooting that injured 5 people at Virginia State University. According to university police, the shooting happened just before 1:30 in the morning in the quad annexes. Responding officers say they found 5 people suffering from gunshot wounds. All were taken to nearby hospitals.
Dragon!
To 2028 Republican candidates for president. I'll be honest with this one right off the bat, this is going to be a real challenge for me, but we're doing it anyway. Welcome back to Stickman Talks, everyone. If you've been around this channel for a while, you may remember that I've done 2 tier list videos that ranked potential 2028 Democratic presidential candidates. And while I will probably continue to update that list as we get closer to election day, I figured it was time to give the other side some love, because the Republican side of the 2028 race is also going to be very fascinating, and I haven't seen it talked about as much. Before we get into it, let me quickly go over the ground rules. Just like with my Democratic tier lists, the placement of these candidates is not based on my personal political preferences. I want to be really clear about that. Instead, it's based on 2 things: how likely I think each candidate is to win a Republican primary, and how likely I think they are to win a general election against whoever the Democrats put up in 2028. That's our guide today. And before you ask, no, Donald Trump is not on this list. The 22nd Amendment explicitly says he can't run again, so we're not even going to go there. Another thing to keep in mind, I'm a stickman talking about politics. That means I don't take myself super seriously, and I like to have fun with this. I have the same amount of voting power as you do. Just keep that in mind before you start angrily typing in the comments. And finally, before we dive in, if you enjoyed today's video or learned something new, please feel free to hit that like button and subscribe. Additionally, if you want to support the channel on top of that, feel free to become a channel member. It's totally optional, but helps the channel immensely. Alright, let's get into it, starting from the bottom and working our way up. The D tier of Republican candidates. Much like my last Democratic tier list, I didn't want to be super mean and put anyone in an F tier, though it could definitely be argued for some of these names. These are the candidates who right now just don't have a realistic path to the Republican nomination, and in most cases wouldn't fare well in a general election either. Let's jump in. First up in the D tier is Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri. Hawley is someone who I think has an interesting political brand overall. He's built his career around economic populism, skepticism of big tech, and he has a pretty consistent anti-establishment message. The problem is that he's essentially polling at 0 in every 2028 survey I've come across. He has no real donor infrastructure to speak of, and the image of him raising his fist in solidarity with the January 6th crowd before fleeing the Capitol has become one of the more memorable photographs of this entire political era, and not in a way that's going to help him in a general election. That's why he's in D tier. Next up, we've got Tim Scott, the senator from South Carolina. Scott ran for president
don't
in
forget that he's a
2024,
massive
dropped out
Israeli
relatively
stooge.
early, endorsed Trump, and has spent most of the time since then being a loyal member of the Republican Senate caucus without doing a whole lot to build a national presidential profile. There's nothing super wrong with Tim Scott as a political candidate, but he's never generated the kind of grassroots excitement that will win Republican primaries in the post-Trump era, and his 2024
angel
campaign
wings,
gave no
demon
real
wings, or
indication that a
harpy
second run
wings?
would be any different. He's polling at essentially zero
Harpy?
across the board right now, and I just don't see a path for him. Moving on, we've got Kristi Noem, who 2 or 3 years ago was pretty frequently mentioned in the same breath as some of the top-tier Republican presidential contenders. She was the governor of South Dakota, she had a strong relationship with Trump, she was a consistent Fox News presence, and she seemed to have a real political future ahead of her. And then she legitimately decided, this is a real thing, to publish a book in which she described shooting her 14-month-old dog because it was difficult to train. And her political trajectory has never really recovered from that. Yes, she was the head of the
literally
Department
just
of Homeland Security,
teleported
but she
with
eventually
a
was forced
wormhole
out of that
potion.
role by Trump and is now serving as something
Why
called the
did you go
Special
back?
Envoy for the Shield of the
Come here.
Americas, which is
Why
not
did you go
exactly
back?
a traditional launching pad for a
Why-
presidential campaign. She's
Well,
at
'cause
1
I
to
need to give
4%
you
in
this.
polls right now, and I just don't see a path
So,
back for her. After
I was
Noem,
gonna
we've got
teleport
Sarah
back to you,
Huckabee Sanders,
and then
the
we wouldn't
governor
have
of
lost any
Arkansas,
progress.
and someone who has the Trump connection, given her
And
years
now,
as his White House
look
press
how far I have
secretary.
to
She's
track
maintained
back
pretty
down.
solid approval ratings in the state of Arkansas, but the issue is that Arkansas is
okay,
a
come
deeply
over
red
here.
state with a small population, and being a popular Republican governor there doesn't
over
really
here.
translate into the kind of national profile you need to compete in a modern presidential primary.
Okay,
She's polling
you
anywhere
didn't
in the
pick 'em
1
up.
to 8% range, depending
Pick
on the
what
survey.
up?
She doesn't have any real national infrastructure, and it's basically impossible to see what her path to the nomination looks like beyond hoping that everyone ahead of her decides not to run. 2 more to go here. Up next is Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, who has been in that office since 2015.
Did you press
and has
sort
built a
after you
legitimate
got him?
record on the issues that matter most to Republican primary voters, like border security and immigration enforcement. He's the governor of the second largest state in the country,
boots that
which is
give me
nothing to brush
flight.
off.
Why do I need
However,
another
he currently
thing?
doesn't
The wings are
register in
better.
2028 polling at the national level in any meaningful way, and there's no real sign he's building any kind of infrastructure
want
for a
both.
presidential run. Being a popular
should
Republican
have a
governor in
balloon that
Texas
you
in
can get rid of.
2026 is kind of expected,
No.
and Abbott hasn't done the
You're
work to
holding a
translate
balloon.
that into a national profile that would allow him to compete at this level. And finally, to round out the D tier, we've got Pete Hegseth, the
That's a double
Secretary of
jump.
War, formerly known as the Secretary of
the
Defense.
wings
Hegseth's name comes up in 2028 speculation
can do
mainly because of the profile he's
that
built
as
as
well.
one of Trump's most visible and loyal cabinet members. And I'll give him this, he's at least consistent in his beliefs. With that being said, though, he has never held elected office. His confirmation as the Secretary of Defense was very controversial and barely got through, and the idea of him as a serious presidential contender is pretty much just a thought experiment at this point rather than a realistic possibility. I'm more than comfortable with putting him in D tier, and if I was meaner, he'd probably be lower. With those candidates out of the way, though, let's move into the C tier. The C tier of Republican candidates. Alright, we're moving up to the C tier, and this is where things start to get a little more interesting, because these are candidates who have some legitimate things going for them, but face real obstacles that make it hard to see a clear path to the nomination.
ops.
It's also a surprisingly small tier in terms of total candidates, in my opinion, with just 3 occupying this space. Let's get into it. First up is Tulsi Gabbard. Gabbard is one of the more fascinating political figures on this entire list because her journey over the last several years has been unlike almost anyone else in American politics. She started out as a progressive Democrat, represented Hawaii in Congress for 8
she
years,
did.
ran for president in 2020, left the Democratic Party in 2022, calling it an elitist cabal of warmongers, became a Republican, endorsed Trump, and ended up serving as his director of national intelligence before departing that role in 2026. Her name has come up pretty consistently in 2028 speculation, and you can understand why. She has a real following, she's a compelling communicator, and she represents an interesting lane of anti-interventionist, anti-establishment politics that doesn't fit neatly into either party's traditional framework. The problem is that her political identity is so hard to pin down at this point that it's genuinely unclear who her base
Also,
actually
there's a
is in a Republican
crystal that's
primary.
not
Is she
far from
MAGA
where you
enough for
died.
Trump's base? Is she hawkish enough on foreign policy for traditional Republicans? Those are questions that don't really have clear answers, and that's why she's in C tier for me. Next up is Byron Donalds, the congressman from Florida, and someone who is going to be a much bigger name in Republican politics over the next several years than he is right now. Donalds is 47 years old, he's a black conservative in a party that is actively trying to expand its appeal beyond its traditional base. He has a strong relationship with Trump, and he was actually floated as a potential Speaker of the House during the chaotic Speaker elections in 2023. He's currently running for governor of Florida with Trump's endorsement, and if he wins that race in November, he's going to be one of the most talked about Republicans in the country heading into the 2028 cycle. The reason he's in C tier right now and not higher is pretty simple though. He doesn't have a national profile yet that would allow him to compete with the top tier of this field. In the Florida Florida governor's race comes with its own complications, including the fact that Ron DeSantis has been actively working against him despite both being Trump allies. But keep an eye on him, because if he wins in November, this placement might look very different in a year or so. Finally, in the C tier, we've got Elise Stefanik, the congresswoman from New York and current House Republican Conference Chair. Stefanik has done about as good a job as anyone in the Republican Party of reinventing herself over the last decade. She started out as a relatively moderate Republican from upstate New York and has moved steadily rightward to become one of the most reliable Trump allies in the House, including her prominent role in defending Trump during his first impeachment proceedings. She knows what she's doing, she's disciplined, she's a good communicator, and she has real institutional relationships within the party. The problem is she registers at less than 1% in virtually every 2028 poll and even in prediction markets, and it's hard to identify what her specific lane to a nomination may be in a field that could include both J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, who we'll talk about later. She's currently in C tier, but she's probably the most likely of these three who could move into B tier if the field shakes out in a way that creates an opening for her. Speaking of the B tier, it's time to dive into that. The B tier of Republican candidates. This is where the candidates start to have some legitimate cases for why they could be president, alongside equally a few reasons why they probably won't be. First up is Ron DeSantis. And to be completely honest, if I was making this list 3 years ago, this guy would have been way higher. He was the governor of the third largest state in the country. He had just won re-election by nearly 20 points. He was leading Trump in some 2024 polls, and a lot of people thought he was the future of the Republican Party. But then came his 2024 presidential campaign, and he collapsed in spectacular fashion. He dropped out in January 2024 before a single vote was cast, endorsing Trump after months of awkward positioning and a campaign that never really figured out how to deal with Trump directly. He went back to being governor, and the time since then has not been particularly kind to him either. He's had a very public feud with the Florida legislature. There's been ongoing controversy around a charity tied to his wife Casey, and as I've already mentioned, he's been actively working against Byron Donalds in the Florida governor's race, which has put him at odds with both Trump and the MAGA base at the same time. DeSantis is polling somewhere between 5 and 9% in most 2028 surveys, and his path to the nomination essentially requires Vance to stumble badly or choose not to run. That said, he's still the governor of Florida, he's still a talented politician on his best days, and you can't write off someone with his profile. He's a B, but he's a low B, maybe a B-. Brian Kemp is next up on the list, and he's probably the most interesting candidate here in terms of the gap between his actual political record and his standing in the current Republican primary environment. Kemp has been the governor of Georgia since 2018 and has won twice in a state that has been trending purple, including in 2022 when he beat Stacey Abrams by nearly 8 points in the same cycle that Raphael Warnock won his Senate seat. He also passed on a 2026 Senate race, which a lot of people read as a signal that he's keeping his options open for 2028. His political instincts are good, his governing record is solid, and he represents exactly the kind of candidate who could be competitive in a general election against whoever the Democrats put up. The problem for Kemp, though, is Trump, and it's not a small problem at all. Kemp refused to go along with Trump's claims that Georgia was stolen in 2020, and Trump has never forgiven him for it. In the current Republican primary environment, where the MAGA base still matters a ton, that history is a real obstacle. But if the 2026 midterms go badly for Republicans and the party starts having an electability conversation, Kemp becomes a much more compelling figure, but right now I think he belongs solidly in B tier. After Kemp, we've got Glenn Youngkin, and something interesting just happened with him literally as I'm recording this video, which is that he launched a new national policy group called Empowering America's Parents, with a multi-million-dollar advertising blitz targeting battleground states including Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Multiple news outlets are already calling this a clear 2028 signal, and given everything else we know about Youngkin, it's kind of hard to read it as anything else. He's been making early state visits, he attended the Iowa GOP Lincoln dinner, and he's been out of office since January when Virginia Democrat Abigail Spanberger succeeded him. Youngkin won the Virginia governorship in 2021 in a state Biden had carried by 10 points just a year earlier, and he did it by threading a needle between the MAGA base and suburban voters who had been drifting away from Republicans, which is a very hard thing to pull off. The Hill has described him as the Republican to watch if Vance and the MAGA wing slip up. His problem is the same one Kemp faces though, which is that the current Republican primary electorate is very MAGA aligned, and Youngkin's brand of business-friendly suburban conservatism is a harder sell in that environment than it would have been in a pre-Trump Republican Party. But if the general election landscape shifts and electability becomes the conversation, Youngkin is exactly the kind of candidate who suddenly becomes very attractive. He belongs in the B tier. And finally, there's Donald Trump Jr. And look, I want to be upfront about something here, which is that he probably shouldn't be on this list at all based on his own stated intentions. Back in March of 2025, when Mediaite reported that he was seriously considering a 2028 run, he responded by calling it the most obviously fake story written about him and making pretty clear that his role in 2028 was going to be backing J.D. Vance, not running against him. As of right now, there's nothing he's doing that looks like a presidential campaign in the making. The reason that he's on this list at B tier rather than off of it entirely is that he never made a definitive "I will not run under any circumstances" statement. And the name recognition and brand value he carries is real. If Vance trips up or something unexpected happens to the top of this field, Trump Jr. is one of the few people who could theoretically step in and inherit a significant chunk of the MAGA base overnight without having to build it from scratch. That matters a ton. Like, it literally cannot be replicated by anyone else. But it's also a pretty thin case for a B-tier placement, and his most likely role in 2028 by a significant margin is exactly what he said it would be, which is a surrogate for JD Vance rather than a candidate himself. He's a B, but he's the lowest B on this list. I realize I've been talking about JD Vance a lot already, and many of you can probably tell by now where he's going to be on this list. So without further ado, let's get into the A tier. The A tier of Republican candidates. This is definitely the simplest tier of this entire video. There are two candidates who have a realistic path to the Republican nomination right now, and everyone else on this list is either hoping one of them doesn't run or hoping the whole field implodes. Those two people are JD Vance and Marco Rubio, and in a field this wide open, that's really all A tier needs to be. Let's start with JD Vance, because as of right now, there really isn't a debate about who the frontrunner is. Vance is the sitting vice president of the United States. He's described by Trump as, quote, most likely his heir apparent. He won a CPAC straw poll of potential 2028 nominees with 61% of the vote. He's leading every national poll of the Republican field by a significant margin, and he has already quietly built out a political team of advisors who would form the backbone of a presidential campaign the moment he decides to run. He has publicly said he's not thinking about 2028 and that he really likes his job as vice president, which is exactly what every sitting vice president says until they're announcing they're running for president. The infrastructure is being built and the donors are lining up. Indiana Senator Jim Biggs told Axios, quote, I think it's inevitable at this point that Vance will be the GOP nominee in 2028. The case for Vance in both the primary and the general is straightforward, as he's the closest thing to Trump that the Republican Party currently has. He's only 41 years old. He's smart. He's a compelling communicator.
That's got to be a boss, right?
The last 2 years
what is that?
The kind of national profile that wins presidential primaries. He's an A and
well,
the
I set it on
candidate
fire.
of this entire video, at least in 2026. Marco Rubio, meanwhile, is the more complicated case, and honestly the more interesting one to think through. Rubio is the current Secretary of State. He's 54 years old. He ran for president in 2016 and got crushed by Trump after famously calling him a con artist and receiving the Little Marco nickname in return. And he has spent the years since then doing one of the more remarkable political rehab jobs in recent memory. He endorsed Trump for president, helped him debate prep, became one of his most loyal allies, and has served as Secretary of State.
Just come over here because I'm going to be summoning more.
Who has said Rubio will go down as the greatest Secretary of State in American history. In New Hampshire's most recent Republican primary poll, Rubio surged from 7 to 26%,
enemies like that,
closing the gap with Vance
like the dragons were hard enough, but that thing I can't really do anything about.
Profile. The case for Rubio is that he's a more traditionally polished and electable candidate than Vance. He's better at debating.
The clown
he
I
has
can
more
fuck
foreign
up.
policy credibility, and he might perform better with the suburban and Latino voters that Republicans need in a general election. The case against him is that he's publicly said if Vance runs, Vance will be the nominee and he'll be one of the first to support him. So his path to the nomination essentially runs through Vance not running, and right now that doesn't look very likely. But stranger things have happened in American politics, and if the field opens up, Rubio is absolutely ready to run. He definitely belongs in A tier, but it's on the contingency that Vance doesn't run. And that's it. That's the A tier. It's pretty much Vance and Rubio as the front runners, and a massive gap currently exists between them and the rest of the pack. You might be wondering though, why is there no S tier? Allow me to explain a bit further. How do you replace Donald Trump? So yes, the S tier in this tier list is empty, much like in my previous Democratic candidates tier list. However, the reasoning is very different. On the Democratic side, it currently feels like there's not one quote-unquote perfect candidate that is worthy of being placed in S tier. There isn't one obvious candidate that Democrats should go with. While there are more obvious ones for Republicans, the lack of a candidate in S tier comes down to one thing. Nobody can replace Donald Trump. Donald Trump is one of the most singular political figures in the history of American democracy. Love him or hate him, and I know my audience does have people on both sides, you cannot deny that what he did to the Republican Party over the last decade is unlike anything we have ever seen from a political figure in this country. He didn't just win the presidency twice. Plenty of people have done that. He remade the entire political party in his own image, built a coalition that nobody thought was possible, and created a level of personal loyalty among his voters and those working for him that no other Republican has ever come close to replicating. You can be the closest thing to it,
it's a bad one, so it has to be reforged.
But being the closest thing to something and actually being something are extremely different. Nobody on this list is Donald Trump.
Why is that
Nobody on this list can walk into a room and generate the kind of energy he generates, or command the kind of loyalty he commands, or dominate a news cycle the way he does just by existing and saying random things. The Republican Party in 2028 is going to be trying to figure out how to hold together a coalition that was built around one specific person's personality, and whoever wins the nomination is going to be doing that without the person who built it. That seems like a difficult problem to solve, and it's why S tier is empty. guaranteed. It's not because none of these candidates are capable politicians. Some of them clearly are. It's just that the bar for S tier on this list is filling the hole that Trump leaves behind. And right now, nobody on this list is close to being able to do that. And that's all I've got for you today.
Into a
if you
toilet
enjoyed
from
this
long
video or
distance.
learned something new,
It makes it
please feel
very
free to
hard
like
to
and
see if
subscribe.
I'm
More
catching
videos coming
fish.
soon. Additionally, if you want to learn more about anything I talked about today, please feel free to check out my sources.
Don't
in the
worry, I've got
description down
artillery.
below. I'd highly recommend doing so if you have the time, as they may shine some more light on anything I discussed today. Before I go, I want to give a huge
Call in
shout out to all
artillery
my
support
channel
next
members
time
who
you
help
need it.
keep the channel going. If you want to become a channel member, please feel free to do so. It's totally optional, but helps out the channel immensely. I set a goal at the beginning of 2026 to hit 75,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and we're already nearing that number
I
in
don't know
mid.
what I did with it, but there is a fishing rod specifically that makes the bosses, when fishing in a blood room, more common, but I don't know where it is.
The Pentagon.
Bass.
AAP. T. AAPT. Smart.
Ah! That's
artillery!
a bossy. It's like a street shark. It's a homo goblin shark.
Ah!
Watch out
he's
for the
quick.
homo goblin.
He's quick, that's the problem. Is the flight limited?
Got him.
Or is it fly for as long as you want?
Oh, guess what? He dropped.
Another one of those things.
It's something for you.
Fuck out of here.
Here you go.
The hammer.
It's a hammer axe. It can hammer and
Pentagon
axe.
just released their fifth and most insane batch of UFO files yet, declassifying hundreds of documents
Aliens!
and videos from the FBI, CIA, and State Department onto their
Goddamn.
website, which claims that these UFOs are now increasingly becoming a national security threat. The disclosure from this newest August 2026 release that you need to know about comes from a Special Forces live fire training event that happened over the Gulf of Oman in 2021. Now, the report states, quote, the AC-130 gunship observed two approximately 4-foot diameter cold orbs between 0 to 20 feet above the surface of the water, and the aircraft clocked their maneuvering speed at 1,300 miles per hour. No means of propulsion were observed. So for context, that means that these objects were moving as fast as a fighter jet, while at the same time maneuvering impossibly quick.
Artillery
with
very
airplane
effective
turns.
against
Something
that
was
thing.
doing circles around our best weapon
Yeah,
systems
especially
out there. Because
if
the
they
report
pierce,
states
they
the
can hit multiple
AC-130 combat
segments.
systems officer then fired his 105mm cannon at the UAP, but the UAP rapidly flew away during the slight delay between when he pulled the trigger and the cannon's recoil, almost as if the UAP knew that the shot was coming. But an even more shocking account from the file release comes to us from a U.S. pilot who reported seeing a strange, massive triangle-shaped craft that blocked out the stars over Afghanistan in 2002. He said in the release files, quote, at approximately 4:30 a.m. local time, Redacted noticed that the stars were getting blacked out over Bagram.
Hey,
It
I
appeared as
caught
if
a slime.
something huge went overhead.
We just got
from
a new
west to
friendly
east,
pet.
and was an equilateral triangle shape. The object was moving silently at a consistent
Shark!
speed and altitude,
Homo
possibly
goblin!
150 knots, with no lights visible. He went on to say that he estimated it was 500 feet in size, but he could not fully see the shape of the object. The story was corroborated by another pilot that was there with him. And for context, that's massive. It's like a 50-story building laid on its side, or a football field and a half in size, this craft up in the sky. No wonder they waited over 2 decades to declassify that story, because it sounds
he
totally
left
insane.
because it's
but these
daytime.
reports remind me of the kind of stories that me and the guys would trade when we were killing time during our deployment in Iraq. And that's what's always fascinated me, is just how much in common these encounters seem to have. Almost everyone knows somebody who has a story. Some of the stories might have routine
we got
explanations,
mithril ore.
others can be explained by foreign adversaries, but there are still incidents that fall outside
Look
of
at
these
this.
explanations. From the war in Ukraine to the global war on terror,
Check out
I
this
want to
weapon.
investigate the most credible reports from the UFO files,
What are you using
including
there?
bizarre metallic jellyfish invading our
I don't
skies,
know,
strange
throwing
beings
knives?
appearing on thermals at nuclear sites,
You got
to
something
something
rotating
draining
around you.
animals' blood
that's
at
the armor.
U.S. installations all across America.
What armor?
But the next story is even more bizarre, I
Titty.
think, and it comes
The
to us from the
titanium
war
does
in
that?
Ukraine. One
Yeah.
night in February
That's cool.
2024, Ukrainian artillery troops were scanning
Come
the
back.
battlefield looking for Russian enemies with a DJI
Clearing my
Mavic
mortal
drone
enemy
when
trees.
something strange appeared on their thermal display.
Not the clown?
Suspended above the horizon was
No.
a dark, elongated object. It had no immediately recognizable
Whee!
wings, no rotors or
Oh,
tail.
it's got a
and
slow
it appeared
fall as
almost
well.
motionless
Yeah,
as the drone
that's why you
operator
don't need the
watched.
balloon.
The footage was attributed to Ukraine's
the umbrella now.
406 Separate
Hell
Artillery
yeah.
Brigade and quickly spread online, being reported
Here, check
widely,
this
including in
melee
Newsweek.
weapon out.
In the recordings, the soldiers sound just as confused as everyone who later watched it. One jokingly asks why the object isn't firing
Did you pick
missiles
it
at
up?
them, which is a reasonable
clue.
concern when you're fighting a war where
an
practically
anchor.
everything in the sky eventually tries to kill you.
No.
The object's actual distance was impossible to determine from the video alone. It could have been a relatively small
I don't
object
see it in my
nearby,
inventory, so it
or
must
something
have went to
enormous
you.
much further away. And as a former infantryman, I'm legally required to say at this point that estimating range by
that
staring
silly?
at something on a screen is exactly
Yeah.
how confident people end up being confidently wrong. But I think that uncertainty here is where the story becomes even stranger. In
What the
2025,
fuck?
3
It's like the
Ukrainian
harpoon
researchers
gun.
then published an analysis of the footage by estimating that the object was
Is it
approximately
gonna destroy
88
our house?
kilometers from the drone and 8 kilometers above the
Or does it
ground.
just make-
They calculated that it traveled
It'd be
roughly
funny if it
14
destroys it.
kilometers in 17 seconds. An
Well, you gotta
insane
It says very
800
far.
meters per second,
Instead
or
of the
around
hollow
Mach
part.
2.5. Their broader research
says
suggests that
very
some
fast
dark
speed.
objects detected over Ukraine could measure several kilometers across. In dummy Barney-style terminology that I can understand, Ukraine filmed a floating
wonder
island moving faster than the speed
I
of
can
sound,
hook it onto
or
something.
somebody made a very consequential mistake
then fall
when
down
estimating the
with it.
range. The second possibility can't be ignored,
That's
and
enough.
astrophysicist Avi Loeb had previously challenged similarly extraordinary conclusions from the same Ukraine research program. His argument was by overestimating the distance, an ordinary nearby object can suddenly look like a gigantic craft traveling at impossible speed. So his criticism concerned earlier observations, not this specific footage, but the same
that guy a
basic problem applies
pseudoscientist?
here. Because without a reliable distance measurement, every other math calculation becomes questionable. I once watched an entire squad in Iraq argue over whether a distant object was a person, a bush, or a cow. It was a cow. So I'm reluctant to declare that a thermal silhouette is an alien battleship without a little more supporting evidence. But years into one of the most heavily surveilled wars in human history, nobody has produced a conclusive explanation for exactly what those Ukrainian troops were looking at that day. The next most credible encounter I could find in the Pentagon's UFO files comes from late 2025, very recently, from the second batch of files that were released. The location is still classified, and the report was written by an unnamed, anonymous senior U.S. intelligence officer whose identity still remains a secret, but for the purposes of this story recounting it, we'll call him Lieutenant Carl. And what you're looking at right here is
Why
his
didn't you call him
actual
Lieutenant
sworn
Dan?
statement made to the U.S. government and released publicly on the Department of War website. The event is a UFO invasion of the U.S. government weapons test range, as we'll see, because according to his recently declassified intelligence report, our senior intelligence officer, Lieutenant Carl, had been dispatched to a weapons test range somewhere in the United States, likely in the Nevada test range or the Utah training range or White Sands. But Lieutenant Carl's mission was to get to the bottom of a series of strange UAP-related events that had been plaguing the facility as of late. According to the personnel at the facility, they'd been hearing loud thuds somewhere in the mountains that ring the test range. And this coincided with the appearance of luminous UAPs, which were often actually tracked on radar. That's enough to make me need to sleep in my battle buddy's bunk at night. On the day in question, though, Lieutenant Carl, the intelligence officer, was surveying the mountains where the loud thuds in the UAPs had been heard and seen, likely looking for a point of origin where a foreign adversary might have been launching these exotic drones from. Lieutenant Carl's sworn statement says, quote, "After leaving the JOC, we flew a low-altitude nap of the Earth route through the mountain range for several hours. Multiple times, we spotted debris on the ground and descended for
I
closer
uploaded that
inspection.
edit
Each
without
time,
an
we
intro and an
determined it
outro
was
too,
remnants
so I
from
gotta-
rockets
I
and
have
other
a little
projectiles
thing.
that had crashed during years
Did
of
you have a look
weapons
through the
testing. End
Japan
quote.
episode?
After
Not yet.
several hours of searching for anything that
Look
could
at this.
explain the orb-like sightings, the chopper ran low on fuel, and Lieutenant Carl had to make a decision
do I do
to
it?
meet up with a tanker aircraft for a quick
Well done.
refueling. This tells us that he was probably
I need
using
to
a Black Hawk
find
helicopter
something
equipped
that
with
can
a
hang.
special refueling probe, possibly a Pave Hawk. And what that tells us is that his craft would have given him access to heavy-duty surveillance gear that's on board those. And it was about to reveal a literal
this work?
nightmare scenario that would have had me medically discharged for trauma. Because shortly after refueling,
Let's try it
the
over
local
here.
Joint Operations Center, the JOC,
Hey,
radioed in a
I did it.
request for
Look.
the helicopter. Lieutenant Carl's helicopter was sent to investigate
looking
debris
at?
discovered
Come
by
to
a
me.
ground team that was nearby, thinking it might offer a clue to the strange craft being observed at the test range. Lieutenant Carl's helicopter quickly was
Go ahead.
retasked even as the sun
Open
set,
it.
which forced them to use night vision and FLIR equipment to navigate according to them.
that
But
what you
suddenly, the headquarters radioed with an immediate alert. Radar operators had just detected several strange objects just a few miles away from their position. Objects that had mysteriously appeared in the
Oh, it's
same
money.
exact place
What the hell?
that ground personnel had
Yeah,
reported UFOs
pinatas.
in the nights prior.
You can
Well,
just put
Lieutenant
them up
Carl
and
states in
they
his
gives you
report,
money?
I had
quote,
six.
I relayed this to our pilots, and we
Interesting.
altered course to intercept. And as the helicopter raced to close in on the radar contacts, ground teams over there already
can buy
started to
'em from the
report a
party girl
UAP
when
that
she
was
throws a
spotted
party.
with their FLIR thermal devices.
Yeah, sure.
The ground teams radioed
I have a
in saying
flask
that
of
the
party.
object was super
Where is that?
hot, flying low to the ground, and moving east before abruptly changing course south
melee
at
and
high speed.
whip
Then
attacks
it
cause
seemingly
confetti to appear.
disappeared. Upon arriving,
funny.
the helicopter initiated a ground search, utilizing night vision, its FLIR, and just good old-fashioned the naked eye. After doing several passes, though, that nearby ground team radioed in a dire warning to Lieutenant Carl's helicopter and the crew. They said that the UAP had reappeared, and it had apparently dropped down to the ground upon the helicopter's arrival and remained out of sight. But it was now rising and shooting straight at the helicopter, according to the ground team. The UAP was described as stopping just 10 feet shy of turning the helicopter into a very expensive paperweight. Then it shot away at high speed from the pilot's point of view. Then the UAP split into two smaller objects.
Sounds like they weren't a
before
danger at all.
accelerating out of sight, according to the quote. At this point, the rest of this mission would have been a big nope for me. Just give me insurgents and IEDs in Iraq any day. But apparently made of sterner stuff than me. The helicopter crew and Lieutenant Carl, who had just nearly been smashed out of the sky by this UAP, decided to give chase. However, they were forced to give up when they couldn't match its speed. Sometime during the chase, the JOC, the headquarters, radioed in that several fighter aircraft on a training mission had entered the range, and they were quickly retasked with pursuing and identifying this unknown object. Soon, they would have their own terrifying encounter. Meanwhile, though, the helicopter was reassigned to several more nearby radar detections. Arriving at a nearby mountain, Lieutenant Carl and his team and the helicopter settled into a hover about 700 feet above the ground, according to him, only for the world's most terrifying light show to start up right in front of them. According to Lieutenant Carl, our senior intelligence officer's statement, he and the helicopter crew observed countless orange orbs absolutely swarming the nearby mountain. The orbs put on their light show for several minutes in full view of the helicopter crew, and we have to assume that all of this was being recorded by the chopper's equipment. So somewhere buried deep in the Pentagon's black vault, they have classified high-definition video footage of all of this event.
That's
Presumably, though, as quickly as it started, it seemed to fade away, leaving the crew in stunned silence. But whatever was behind this phenomena wasn't done playing with them just yet. Almost as soon as the light show ended, the headquarters reported fresh radar hits again at a previous location where they'd almost been swatted out of the sky by the UAP. Upon arriving, they hovered again at about 700 feet altitude and watched as two large orbs, visible now by the naked eye, suddenly flared up just to the right of the helicopter, described as oval-shaped and orange with white or yellow center. The orbs emitted a bright light in all directions and seemingly had no identifying propulsion, because after a few seconds, according to the report, a third orb flared to life below them, and then a fourth below it until they formed a T formation right behind the helicopter. So if you've been tracking
T-posed
the
on the
Pentagon
motherfuckers?
UAP file releases,
Loose.
this probably sounds very familiar to you, because it's exactly what was reported in 1945 by American pilots over the skies of Europe during World War II. So the latest extreme close encounter proved unnerving enough that the pilots and Lieutenant Carl openly debated landing the aircraft for safety reasons. However, they reached deep for that last bit of hula motivation, and they opted instead to remain hovering. Then Lieutenant Carl said, quote, "We spotted the fighter jets entering visual range at 23,000 feet. Suddenly, the exact same orbs appeared right above the inbound fighters, perfectly matching the jet's speed and flight path, almost as if they could predict exactly where they were going." Lieutenant Carl in his report said that the strange lights then dimmed in reverse order of appearance, exactly like they had with the helicopter. They hounded the fighters until the last aircraft left the airspace and proceeded to land at a nearby airfield. According to the report, it appeared as if the lights were chasing the aircraft as they transited overhead, but with the fighters gone, the lights returned to their old plaything and soon were lighting up the helicopter again. For several minutes, the lights would flare up around the helicopter until at last the bizarre light show ended, with the lights forming a triangle shape and then dimming for good. Low on fuel, Lieutenant Carl and his helicopter returned back to the base and landed with their crew, trying to decipher what in the world or out of the world they'd just seen. Was it a threat display? An attempt to communicate? Because to me, the lights seemed to be saying it's time to switch jobs and never go to that airfield again. That's theirs now. Sorry, air travel, we had a good ride, but this is one of the most high-profile incidents to ever be documented in official U.S. government correspondence, at least that we know of. If such a bizarre and high-profile incident happened right under the noses of every single American, though, one has to wonder what other insane things the military might be hiding. One of the most disturbing and most credible accounts comes from a group of U.S. Marines, local residents, and British journalists who all came forward and spoke on the record with their full names to the New York Times about what they witnessed. In Helmand province, one of the most bloody regions of the war in Afghanistan, a small group of U.S. Marines were occupying a hilltop position, observing Taliban activity that was moving through the surrounding area in 2009. It was isolated and exposed. The hilltop defensive position that they were on was already ancient at the time, having been used in wars from the Soviet Union to when the British Empire was in Afghanistan. So the Marines who were first occupying it in 2008 discovered strange small tunnels leading into chambers beneath their mound on the outpost. But before they could fully understand what this underground tunnel structure was, they had engineers come in with demolition charges, blow it up, and collapse the tunnels. It was done as a safety precaution to make sure no one snuck in behind them and that no Taliban was able to flank them. Local residents later explained that these tunnels may have originated from a spiritual site and a burial ground from centuries ago, stretching back to ancient times before Alexander the Great's conquest through there. Shortly after arriving, the Marines started digging defensive positions. And almost immediately, they started uncovering human remains. It gets even stranger from there, because the U.S. Marines describe bones being scattered throughout the ground beneath the outpost. According to local stories, the hill had been associated with death long before the American deployment ever arrived. Some accounts claim that it had served as a burial ground following earlier battles and massacres here in Afghanistan. The British troops that the U.S. Marines replaced gave them a strangely specific piece of advice as they were leaving to go back home. They said to the Marines that if they dug up anything, they needed to put it back in the ground where they found it, implying that it was cursed. But that's when the strange reports started happening. U.S. Marines standing watch in this outpost described hearing random footsteps moving throughout empty fighting positions. Others reported their radios filling with unexplained interference, or voices when nobody was even transmitting over the waves. Corporal Dutch Perkins and others claimed that they could hear men speaking Russian somewhere just beyond the perimeter. They felt like they weren't alone while standing watch. The outpost guard, known as Ugly Betty, started barking at apparently empty areas outside the position. But it got even stranger from there. The Marines also reported sudden temperature drops, the smell of decomposition, and unexplained flashes in the surrounding darkness that resembled distant muzzle fire, but were not followed by any actual shots. One of the most disturbing accounts involved the Marines scanning the terrain with night vision equipment, and one night, he reportedly saw what appeared to be a human figure approaching the outpost. The Marines switched from night vision to thermal imaging, but there was no heat signature in front of him. When he switched back to night vision, suddenly the figure had appeared to have moved significantly closer to him. What gives this story more credibility, though, I think, from an average barracks ghost tale, is that several Marines stationed at the same position later described overlapping experiences to New York Times journalists, including giving their own names, which sets it apart from the usual anonymous posts on the internet. So, for instance, Marine Jose Herrera later described OP Rock as a possible conduit for paranormal activity. But there are also very reasonable explanations here. I think these Marines were operating in a combat zone under intense pressure, surviving on limited sleep, while constantly watching for enemy movement. The psychological impact of discovering human remains under you could have contributed to all of this as well, because human perception is imperfect, even under the most normal of conditions. But I wasn't there, so who am I to pass judgment on the eyewitness accounts? What we do know is that these Marines believe they encountered something out there that they couldn't identify. But this is only the tip of the crazy iceberg, because things are about to get a lot weirder. Nuclear weapons are a magnet for the paranormal if you don't already know it. From UFOs to shadow beings and other things that go bump in the night, it seems the spooky world is absolutely obsessed with nuclear fission, for some reason. There's such a big magnet that when you work with AARO, Arrow, UFO whistleblower Luis Elizondo said that the organization had proposed creating a UFO trap by concentrating a bunch of nuclear assets in one area and then, I don't know,
what are they trying to fucking get Godzilla?
The U.S. government was so
it's like,
concerned about UFOs
it's like how they beat Godzilla in the first American Godzilla.
As we all know, is to build the universe's most radioactive bird feeder. The plan was to use an aircraft carrier because of its already large nuclear signature, thanks to its 2 nuclear reactors on board. The carrier could have then been loaded with nuclear bombs and accompanied by other nuclear assets like ballistic missiles and attack submarines. It would have been an end-of-the-world party to end all end-of-the-world parties. It would have been an Armageddon if literally anything went wrong. But sadly for those wanting to lure UFOs in close enough to, I guess, spring a net over them, the plan was considered but not approved. That likely had a lot to do with the fact that moving that much nuclear firepower into one location would have made certain adversarial nations like China, Russia, pretty nervous. I'm on pretty
No, you don't understand. We're catching aliens.
It would have made me kind of nervous.
We're not attacking. We're just trying to catch an alien.
Power, though. Our next incident might be one of the most concerning that I could dig up about the UFO, Pentagon files, and nuclear power. Because for decades, those who have worked with everything from nuclear missiles to nuclear power plants have reported the same eerie phenomena, from shadowy figures that seem to disappear when pursued and glowing balls of light. A lot like our first report earlier, but what happens when something biological penetrates one of the world's most restricted areas? In a 2025 News Nation interview with investigative journalist Ross Colbert, a former U.S. Air Force Security Forces patrolman recounts a hair-raising incident that happened at Nellis Air Force Base by 2 nuclear weapons storage depots, with a second witness confirmed by Colbert, who did not want to appear on camera. At the time of the incident, the facility's security personnel were undergoing a training exercise. In this specific scenario, the 30-man security element had to respond to a penetration alarm from inside of an empty training structure, prompting a large armed response. Upon arriving on scene, the assault force started to form up in anticipation of entering into the bunker to eliminate the simulated threat. But they were interrupted by a radio call from an Overwatch patrol, stating that they had been spotted by 2 individual heat signatures on their thermals in the desert in front of the training structure. The figures appeared to be humanoid in shape and laying flat on the ground, but with no perimeter penetration alarms or any other cause for concern. The unseen forces assumed that they were fellow flight members out there, picked to be bad guys and already part of this training exercise. With custody over nuclear weapons being priority to literally everything else, the 2 perps in the field were ignored to focus on assault and recovery operations.
No.
But then everything changed. Shortly after the warning radio call came in, the flight sergeant and senior-most security figure asked for the reporting patrol to repeat what they had observed.
No, I don't
Once again, they relayed that they had eyes on 2 individuals that appeared to be laying prone, watching the exercise unfold in front of them, clearly visible on their handheld FLIR devices. The flight sergeant called for an immediate exercise termination and initiated a real-world security response at that point, indicating that he hadn't put out any individuals out there. So what happened next would end up being reported all the way to the highest levels of the Pentagon and would result in one of the nation's most traumatic training events. Something or someone had just penetrated into the world's largest above-ground nuclear weapons storage depot and had not set off a single alarm. The security personnel immediately formed into a sweep element with multiple M240 and M249 machine guns overwatching them. Whoever was out there was facing more firepower than some third world nations' entire militaries, and they'd given these American troops good reason to use it. As perimeter signs clearly state, once you pass the outer fence, deadly force is authorized. And when it comes to mysterious beings out there who only appear on thermal devices, it's preferred, really. The sweeping element uses a combination of night vision, FLIR, and good old-fashioned Mark I eyeballs, but failed to detect anything.
Mark
It was
I
only
eyeballs.
The overwatching
Have you
machine
never
gun
seen?
team
I had
with
never
their
heard that
elevated
before.
position,
No.
who could clearly
That's funny.
see the two figures on their thermals, and they appeared
I've
to be
been
responding
replaying
to the
Halo
sweep,
as well since
closing
we
in
made-
on them.
since we
As
recorded
the
that
element
video.
came closer and closer, the figures started moving backwards on their bellies, clearly showing signs that they were
I fucking
responding
love
to the
Reach.
security personnel who were closing in on them. Whatever the figures were, they didn't want to get caught, and so they pulled off a vanishing act by disappearing right off the thermals that were trained on them. Once the sweeping element got to within a few meters of where the figures were, they evaded multiple surveillance devices. Baffled,
Nice.
the sweep pushed past the last known position to make sure that they weren't dealing with something that had just camouflaged its body heat and then repositioned. However, given the proximity of the troops to the last known position, it should have been impossible for anyone to run or crawl away. But other than confirming residual heat left on the ground by the sweep's own FLIR devices, and some scuff marks that were apparent on the hard desert floor, the two mysterious figures had left with no other trace. Somebody or something had just penetrated into what should have been the most secure place on Earth, and disappeared without a trace. But this next story is just as bizarre. This jellyfish UFO was
Bird shit.
famously filmed in action.
This is
somewhere
bird
close
shit
to
on the
Al-Tak
camera.
Air Base in Iraq in 2017.
Oh,
With the
wait
use
until
of
you see it. You
thermals,
tell me it's
they
not
filmed
fucking
the
bird
unknown
shit.
object.
That's
and It's
awesome.
captured in surprisingly high detail here, with numerous appendages
It's
visible
literally-
in some of the
it
sequences.
literally is. That's
the
so
object
funny.
is filmed for a whopping 17 minutes
That's
from an Air
awesome.
Force protection aerostat, and it silently hovers over the entire facility before continuing without incident. From its silent locomotion, no discernible means of propulsion, and enough appendages to make an octopus blush, the Iraqi jellyfish drone, which is not to be confused with the Iranian one, is a big old nope for me. Skeptics have struck back, saying that the object was likely just a bunch of balloons tethered together, or simply a smudge on the camera. However, in the footage, the object does not remain in the same spot on the camera, making it impossible to just be a smudge.
Oh my god.
And as far as
It's a
party
moving
balloons,
camera
the lack of
inside a
tumbling,
fucking lens.
cohesion,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
no
It's a
movement from the
perspective
dangling
thing.
appendages
Like, holy
makes
shit.
that very unlikely.
Like, I
As
know
does the
exactly
fact
how
that the
these
base
cameras
personnel
work.
were apparently
It's
aware
a
of multiple
dome
overflights
with a
of
camera
the
that moves
jellyfish UFO,
inside it.
meaning
It's a
this was
static
not a one-time
cover.
incident. Theories have ranged on these odd pyramid and jellyfish objects being increasingly spotted by militaries and civilians.
The other stories were a lot more
Digging into the
interesting.
historical record, though,
Yeah.
it seems that these jellyfish UFOs are a relatively recent phenomenon. They didn't appear in the known historical accounts until after the 2010s. What we do have are objects described as broadly jellyfish-shaped, but not with the same distinct presence of numerous appendages
the
dangling
engineers.
below like a big old sky weirdo. The first flying jellyfish report comes from the crew of the Stratocruiser who watched a large dark object accompanied by 6 smaller objects for nearly 20 minutes. According to the witnesses, the larger object seemed to be shape-shifting and described it as the shape of a jellyfish swimming through the water. The strongest
Hanar.
visual parallel, though, comes from a Soviet-Russian TASS news report from 1977,
The Enkindlers.
which actually drew intense attention from CIA reports. So this TASS report says that at 0400 hours on September 22nd, 1977, the town of Petrozavodsk was awakened by the sudden appearance of a huge star suddenly flaring up in the sky. The star moved slowly toward the city and then spread its long tendrils out around it, showering the city with fine rays, which gave the appearance of kind of like rainfall. Some have commented that the UFO could be a different type of biology that we don't understand, which might have made this rain fall from this UFO. The possibilities there are endless and disgusting with all this biological rain coming from a UFO. but it was observed by dock workers and military personnel. The rays eventually ceased and the object turned into a bright semicircle, according to them, and moved toward nearby Lake Onaga. The horizon was then shrouded in a gray cloud, which had a semicircle pool of bright light, red in the middle and white at the sides, forming its shape. After a total length of 10 to 12 minutes, the object disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind it no traces of its passing. According to the director of meteorological observation in the town, the event was inexplicable but impossible to deny. Due to the sheer number of witnesses and the widely dispersed location of the witnesses, it makes it impossible for this to have been some kind of mirage or hallucination. Whatever these jellyfish UFOs are, we can't rule out two possibilities. I think they're either an extremely exotic new form of UAV that entered service in the early 2010s, or they represent something non-human that either recently took on this appearance or could possibly be a new agent on the world stage. From the UFOs to something terrifying on the ground this time, an occurrence so gnarly it spawned a full-blown FBI investigation. Because on April 24th, 1978, near a sensitive U.S. defense facility in New Mexico, rancher Manuel Gomez contacted the state police after finding his 11-month-old bull dead and mutilated. Mutilation came hot on the heels of a wave of similar cattle mutilations across the American South and Midwest, and the proximity to military and government contractor installations had made many people very suspicious of the government being involved. The horror show that they often discovered made it clear that regular animal predators didn't do this. The bull in question was found in the same condition that previous mutilations had been found in. A lack of blood around the mutilation site, and some of the organs were removed. It's gross, I'll put it that way. And it was done with impossibly sharp, precise instruments. But the body appeared to be significantly dehydrated, as if the bull's internal water permeating its tissues and organs had somehow been vacuumed and sucked away. 4 impressions were discovered about 100 feet from where the carcass was, as if a hovering craft had descended and rested on 4 separate landing
Yeah, I
ramps.
don't know about that,
The possible landing impressions, however, were unusually deep, given the
I'm
very
pretty sure
hard,
we
very
have
dry
thoroughly
ground there,
debunked
which gave
cattle
investigators the
mutilation.
idea that whatever this object must have been, it was extremely heavy. It also appears that part of the landing apparatus, or the object itself, had scraped along the ground as it landed or took off. Other than possible landing imprints, there were no tire tracks or footprints that were ever found anywhere near the carcass. Extensive bruising was discovered around one of the animal's legs, which gave Gomez the idea that a strap of some sort had been wrapped around it and used to lift the animal into the sky. But lassoing a bull by the leg while leaving no evidence on the ground is like playing the claw game with both eyes closed. To show you how seriously the US government was taking this case, the animal's heart, samples from its muscles, and fragments of bones were sent to the Los Alamos National Laboratory, the same place where America basically invented the Fallout franchise in 1945. So Los Alamos reported nothing abnormal other than bacteria believed to have entered the body of the animal after death, with no conclusion useful in determining the animal's death there. Exactly what a laboratory might say, though, if they were trying to hide some secret cattle tests. Part of the animal were also sent to private labs, which curiously withheld their full findings unless sufficient evidence was gathered to prosecute any kind of responsible party. We talked to a modern-day academic working in a high-powered lab today, and she explained that this is speech intended to protect the private labs. So translated into everyday average infantryman talk, what the labs found was something anomalous. But unless the FBI was ready to slap the cuffs on someone, they weren't willing to publicly divulge what they had found. It was a move meant to basically protect the reputation of the lab and the discovery process. So strange and out of the ordinary that unless a culprit was discovered, the labs simply weren't willing to bear public ridicule for stating their results, which is exactly the opposite of how science should work. But the New Mexico State Police believed that the culprits had been very well financed, with access to advanced technology capable of sedating and airlifting cattle. An officer investigating the case believed that anticoagulants were likely administered to make it easier to do this to the animal's carcass, and some of the more inappropriate aspects of the bull's organs were removed with surgical tools, so the discovery of some light pink stains under the animal was theorized to have been the result of some kind of radiation weapon, or a radiation device of some kind. with the radiation destroying the red blood cells and thus leaving the blood pink.
Why not?
No culprit was ever named, though, but the phenomena has not just occurred near sensitive national defense installations. It's also happened across civilian ranches all over the Midwest and American Southwest. This has been observed, and they continue to this day. So I'm not sure what I believe
stepped
here.
on a
These
plunger
are adversarial technologies
blew
from
up.
China or Russia that we don't know about, that are more advanced and can do things that we're not familiar with.
Okay. One more video while we're on the topic of cows.
At first glance, it's a normal scene. A 90s dad with 90s glasses strolls up to a food van and comes away with a beef burger. He holds it out to a small child in a summer dress, inviting her to take a bite. She leans in, hesitates, pulls away. It's too hot, her dad laughs to the surrounding crowd. Among them are several journalists. Footage of the event will make the evening news, but there's something very wrong with this picture, and if you grew up in the 1990s, you'll probably know what it is. The whole thing was for show, a politician's stunt to prove that there was nothing to fear from British beef. The man is John Gummer, the Minister of Agriculture. The girl is his 4-year-old daughter, Cordelia. His message is clear. Beef is so safe, I'll even feed it to my child. But soon, very few people would. Parents around the country were scared, and they had reason to be. You couldn't see, taste, or smell it, but you knew there could be something lurking in that beef. A sleeper illness that would wait for years before rising up to kill you. The story of what would be nicknamed mad cow disease actually started years before Cordelia Gummer's lucky escape from that burger. We can trace it back to a
I watched a
cold
video
day
about
in
this the
December
other day.
1984, just before Christmas, when vet David B was called out to a Pitcham farm in West Sussex. As a general practice vet in a rural area, B was used to dealing with cows. By now, he'd largely seen it all. There was no reason to think that this call-out would be any different. The farmer, Peter Stent, had phoned in for help after finding one of his cows exhibiting strange symptoms. She'd lost weight, and there was a noticeable arch in her back. Her name was Cow 133, and even with his years of experience, David B was stumped. Despite making repeated visits to the farm, treating her for a kidney infection and testing for lead and mercury poisoning, he could find no conditions that fit the bill. With no official diagnosis available to him, B referred to the illness simply as Pitcham Farm Syndrome. By the time Cow 133 died 6 weeks later, she'd lost coordination and developed head tremors. Her remains were sent to the UK Central Veterinary Laboratory for analysis. This
Fuck
was a
off,
facility for
spider.
the whole country, providing diagnoses and technical
Dangling in front of
expertise
me.
for farm vets and policymakers. It could take a while for individual local level cases like this to work through the system, but in time, any new conditions or diseases would be picked up by its team. And soon, there would be even more for them to work with. Other cows on Peter Stent's farm were acting strangely too. One was unusually aggressive, chasing a vet across the holding area on its knees. It seemed as if it'd gone mad. It wasn't until September 1985, 9 months after David B's first visit to the farm, that answers finally came through in the case of Cow 133. Examination of her brain and the brains of other cows that had since died on the farm revealed spongiform encephalopathy. This is a deadly prion disease in which an abnormal cellular protein causes the brain tissue to develop microscopic holes. Up close, it appears sponge-like, hence the term spongiform. In broad terms, this wasn't actually new. This type of disease was already known to science. Under the name scrapie, it had existed within sheep herds for over 200 years. There was even a rare human form, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or CJD. This occurred in a tiny percentage of the population, around 1 to 2 cases per million people. It typically affected older adults and was always fatal. But cow 133 was the first recorded case of the disease occurring in cattle. It was a novel discovery, but there was a snag. Whatever pathologists at the lab thought or discussed among themselves, the disease wouldn't be correctly recorded yet. Only later was it given a specific name of its own: bovine spongiform encephalopathy. 3 letters that meant nothing weeks earlier would become a dreaded death sentence: BSE. For farmer Peter Stent, though, the nightmare seemed to be ending. After losing several of his cows, new cases stalled. Vet David B. assumed the problem had run its course. That may have been true on Pitcham Farm, but elsewhere, BSE was only just getting started. Other vets began seeing strange symptoms in other herds of cattle. One of these vets was Colin Whitaker. In April 1985, with the disease still unknown, he was called out to a farm in Kent. There, a cow was behaving oddly. She was nervous, on edge, and uncoordinated. Like David B., Whitaker ruled out a number of conditions before coming up with nothing. Over the following year, he encountered the same symptoms on other farm call-outs in other cattle. Meanwhile, all was quiet at the Central Veterinary Laboratory. Whatever they'd learned from Pitcham Farm, for whatever reason, they weren't sharing. It was only a chance encounter between David B. and Colin Whitaker, the 2 men to see BSE in action, that the pair realised there was a bigger issue at play. Whitaker took his concerns to a local veterinary office, who sent 3 brains from affected cattle to the central lab. Finally, in December 1986, the Central Vet's departmental head shared an internal memo identifying the disease as a possible bovine spongiform encephalopathy. Included in that memo were the following notorious lines: if the disease turned out to be bovine scrapie, it would have severe repercussions to the export trade and possibly also for humans. At present, I would recommend playing it low-key. And low-key it remained. It wasn't until June 1987 that the team finally informed MAF, the government's Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, that there was a problem. Meanwhile, cases were slowly but surely springing up across the south. Rattled residents in Kent began drinking bottled water over fears that their supply had been contaminated with waste tissue from slaughtered cattle. But before long, it became clear that this was far more than a local problem. Even today, we don't know for sure where this problem came from. Although we can pinpoint Pitcham Farm as having the first verified cases of BSE, it didn't begin there. The disease can take between 4 and 5 years to show up in cattle, meaning that cow 133 and the rest of her herd had been infected long before 1984. It's very likely there were earlier undiagnosed cases of BSE. After the outbreak officially began, vets and farmers spoke of seeing cows in the early and mid-90s with similar symptoms. The problem was that not all vet practices chose to submit samples from dead cows for central examination. Evidence shared years later at the inquiry into BSE suggested cases had probably been around for a decade without being picked up. Allowing for that 4 or 5 year incubation period after exposure, it's likely BSE emerged sometime in the early 1970s. And because it's so similar to scrapie in sheep, scientists initially thought the disease had leapt to cows through feed laced with infected sheep tissues. Others thought pesticides or contaminated water might be to blame. Perhaps we'll never know, and for the people investigating BSE in 1987, it wasn't really the main question. What they ultimately needed to find out was how it was spreading. The person sent to investigate was John Wilesmith. He was head of the Central Veterinary Laboratory's Epidemiology Department, and at this time, in May 1987, this was a tiny department. Wilesmith was the only qualified epidemiologist there. His job was to research the patterns, causes and effects of different diseases in animal populations and to understand how they spread. If anyone could track down the root cause of BSE, it would be him. Wilesmith was briefed on the symptoms and features of this new cattle disease and was sent out to work. As part of this, he designed a questionnaire for farmers, visiting locations where cattle were known or suspected to have been infected. Initially, he thought BSE might be spreading through a contaminated vaccine or through the use of pesticides. It took time to explore options, but all the while cases were growing. By December 1987, Wilesmith reported that 132 had now been confirmed, along with a further 370 suspected cases. This meant that over 200 farms were affected across the UK. The much needed answers weren't coming fast enough, but finally, as 1987 drew to a close, Wilesmith felt confident he'd cracked it. The one common factor in every recorded case was commercial feed, specifically meat
and bone meal, a protein-rich powder made from ground and dried animal tissues. This usually came from cattle carcasses, but could also include other animals like sheep, potentially sheep infected with scrapie. This slightly grim form of zero-waste recycling had been around for decades. It became an increasingly common practice after the Second World War, as Britain sought a focus on greater meat and milk production. Although cows are born herbivores, feeding cattle to cattle was known to increase yields. However, unwittingly, they'd been turned into cannibals. Now, it seemed, nature was biting back. This form of animal feed wasn't universally embraced, though. Back in the 1970s, concerns were raised within MAF that the practice could spread infectious diseases between animals. But even then, nobody imagined the level of danger involved. By the 1980s, farmers had been using meat and bone meal for half a century with no major issues. The sheer deadliness of BSE took everyone by surprise. As the bells rang in 1988, Wildsmith had a hypothesis to test. He believed it was the feed at fault, but he needed more precious months to prove it. Earlier in the year, a civil servant in the Ministry of Agriculture observed, "We do not know where this disease came from, we do not know how it is spread, and we do not know whether it can be passed to humans." The last point seems to me the most worrying aspect of the problem. There is no evidence that people can be infected, but we cannot say there is no risk. Still, suspicions about infected feed were being kept confidential. It was only in May 1988 that Wildsmith was able to say, as near to certainly as he could, that the agent at play in spreading BSE was the meat and bone meal. But more delays and secrecy were slowing the response to what was a growing crisis. Cows were still being infected, but there was no real urgency when it came to protecting human health. It would take 17 months for the MAF scientists who first identified the disease to pass the news to Britain's Chief Medical Officer, Sir Donald Acheson. Up until then, the Department of Health hadn't been brought into MAF discussions, despite the fact that infected cows were being fed to humans. Finally, officials asked to hear Acheson's thoughts on the potential risks of people eating infected cattle.
Dealing with British
he
politics
was worried
now. We're just watching
and acted
something on mad
fast.
cow
At his
disease.
request, a working party was set up to find out more. This group was headed by Sir Richard Southwood, a professor of zoology at Oxford University. The Southwood Party began its investigations, but in the meantime, it was obvious that steps needed to be taken to slow down the spread of the disease. In July 1988, feed containing meat and bone meal was banned. A second interim measure was the compulsory slaughter of cattle with suspected BSE. In this case, both their milk and carcasses would not be allowed into the food chain. Both decisions were good, but looking back on them today, it's easy to see issues that weren't widely known about at the time. For a start, although contaminated feed had been identified as the root cause, the ban on its use wasn't immediate. Instead, farmers were given a 5-week grace period to use up their stocks, potentially infecting thousands more cows across the country. This laissez-faire rollout of the ban underplayed its importance. It seemed like a simple change in regulations. When the 5 weeks were up, farmers with feed left over continued to use it on the quiet. People also failed to appreciate how little meat and bone meal was needed for infection. A cow could develop BSE after eating infected tissue the size of a single peppercorn. On some farms where animal feed was mixed on site, farmers used the same machines to create their pig, poultry and cattle feed. This meant that infectious tissues going into food for pigs and chickens would then cross-contaminate the cattle feed in small amounts. So even when the BSE was seemingly eradicated from the animal food chain, cows were still being infected. Another issue was the compensation paid for lost cattle. Any cows with suspected BSE legally had to be slaughtered and incinerated. And under the Animal Health Act of 1981, this meant that farmers were entitled to compensation. In response to this, the chairman of the National Farmers Union, representing the farming community, asked the government to consider paying a lower rate of compensation for cows proven to be infected, but 100% of value if a cow was later found to have been perfectly healthy. In this instance, a farmer would essentially have slaughtered a valuable animal unnecessarily. What followed was a lot of ministerial back and forth as different departments debated who should be the ones to foot the bill. Much of this centred on whether this was a case of animal health, public health, or public morale. And because nobody really knew how big BSE might get yet, ministers couldn't know for sure how much money they were signing themselves up for. Eventually, it was settled that farmers could expect to receive compensation at 50% of the market value of the cattle. At this time, future Prime Minister John Major was working as Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and in a letter approving the compensation scheme, he wrote, "My agreement to this course is due to the need to protect human health from the risk of this disease, not animal health. With the framework in place, if a farmer or vet suspected that a cow had BSE, they had to report it. A veterinary officer would then come to inspect the animal, and if it were found to be infected or even suspected of infection, they would be given the ominous-sounding Form C, a notice of intention to slaughter. This required the animal be killed and the entitled owner be given compensation. Serving Form C was a big decision, and veterinary officers might visit a cow several times before finally deciding to pull the trigger. This lengthy process, resulting in only 50% of an infected cow's value in compensation, led to fears. Desperate farmers might be quietly sending suspect cows for slaughter rather than reporting them, and from there, they can enter the food chain undetected. In February of 1989, the Southwood Working Party shared the results of its investigation into the human implications of BSE with the House of Commons. They couldn't be sure, but the party concluded that there was a very little risk to people, stating that the risk of transmission of BSE to humans appears remote, and it is therefore most unlikely that BSE will have any implications for human health. From present evidence, it's likely that cattle will prove to be a dead-end host for the disease agent. Despite this, they included the brief request that doctors and pathologists be on the lookout for any increase in cases of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. The outward face of the government was unruffled. Based on what they knew of scrapie and sheep, there was little cause for concern. In all the years that humans and sheep had coexisted, the disease had never leapt the barrier to infect people. But behind closed doors, some scientists were less convinced. They knew that it was possible for prion diseases to cross into humans, but by collective agreement they mostly towed the party line. The danger was that any reassurances were based on nothing more than an assumption. If scrapie wasn't dangerous to humans, and BSE could be assumed to be a variant of scrapie, then they could also assume that BSE wasn't dangerous to humans, and as we'll hear, making that assumption was a big risk, and it was wrong. Asked later if he ever worried about the disease making that leap, even John Wildsmith answered, always. As a precaution, in June 1989, the types of specified bovine offal considered most likely to be infectious were banned from using
thing happening in the UK is a
brain, spinal cord,
big
and spleen.
inspiration
Up until now,
behind the
coverage of
script
BSE
of
had been pretty much confined to farming and veterinary publications, if they're aware of it. The general public wasn't massively worried. But with changes being made to the human food chain, public awareness began to rise. The press ramped up reporting of the so-called mad cow disease. British society was a long way off the mass panic we'd see later, but an element of unease was definitely creeping in. And this showed up in figures around buying behaviour. Scientist Dr. Trevor Young conducted a survey into beef consumption at the time. Its sale was relatively constant
the virus
until the
in
end
28
of the 1980s.
days,
As
the
awareness
rage
of
virus
BSE
is
grew,
actually a
there was a
prion
substantial
disease,
fall in
if
people
that's the
eating
case.
beef. At the same time, sales of meat substitutes like tofu and corn soared. It's likely that even more people would have followed suit if they'd known what was actually in their beef burgers. Because yes, all those tasty bits of offal that nobody
You
ever
can't
wanted
donate
to
blood?
eat
You have a
were
prion
outlawed,
disease?
but they were still making their
You've
way
been eating
into
people?
food. The culprit was mechanically recovered meat, which was every bit as gruesome as it sounds. Mechanically recovered meat, known as MRM, is essentially a byproduct of the conventional meat industry. After everything we'd recognised as food had been stripped off of an animal's carcass, the residue, all those scraps left behind, along with things like the spinal cord, were pressure blasted away from the bones. The result was a sort of meaty slurry. This was then used to bulk out meat products like burgers, sausages and pies. There was even concern it was being used in school dinners. MRM was one of the great food technology developments of its time. It was entirely a matter of economics. In the 90s, the Chief of Trading Standards, David Walker, looked into the practice, finding that mechanically recovered meat could be 10 times cheaper than other meat. Where a solid piece of flesh was worth around £3.30 per kilo, the equivalent MRM cost about 37 pence. MRM is such a problem in this story because it was almost impossible for an abattoir to remove all traces of that highly infectious spinal cord. When the carcass went through the process, sizable quantities still clung to the vertebrae and became mixed into the recovered meat. This issue became much bigger than it needed to be thanks to a catastrophic communications misstep. The government had formed a special advisory panel made up of expert scientists known as SEAC. This was the Spongiform Encephalopathy Advisory Committee. In their detailed paper, SEAC scientists assumed that spinal cord could be easily removed at an abattoir, and with this in mind, they felt it wasn't a big issue. Could be removed, and that was that. MAF officials, on the other hand, took SEAC's attitude to mean that spinal cord wasn't a priority full stop, and that any stubborn tissues clinging on could be safely incorporated. Small amounts
would probably be fine. Whatever the cause, bovine offal remained on the menu, and these parts of the cow were exactly where BSE liked to live, right where
Amazing.
its prion proteins multiplied. But while everyone was distracted looking at the risks of cows to humans, BSE was about to make its first strike into British homes in a way that nobody could have expected. In May 1990, a pet Siamese cat was found to be suffering from a scrapie-like spongiform encephalopathy. With everyone being told that BSE was confined only to cows, it was an alarming development. If a cat could be infected, where else might the disease travel? What other barriers could it cross? By this time, quite a few major pet food brands had stopped using bovine offal voluntarily. After the first cat case emerged, Richard Packer, who was permanent secretary at MAF, went to see pet food manufacturers for himself. He found that their standards were higher than those held for human food. Tissues that had been eliminated from cat and dog food were still going into human food. And we've reached a truly bizarre moment in history where you'd be safer eating pedigree chum than you would a frozen burger or budget range pie. Media coverage increased, and even if government ministers parroted that beef was safe, everyday people were worried. Again, the chief medical officer, Sir Donald Acheson, issued a statement that there was no reason not to eat British beef. It was this media storm that saw John Gummer staging the infamous burger eating I mentioned at the beginning of the episode. The incident looked contrived on film, but Gummer would later say it hadn't been planned. He'd simply been at an event when someone asked if he was so confident in his stance as Minister of Agriculture that he was prepared to allow his daughter to eat a burger. Gummer knew he was on a sticky wicket. He claimed to the world that British beef was safe. Either he said no and undermined the whole campaign, or he said yes and fed her the burger. And as we know, he said yes. The public response to this was mixed. Some news outlets saw it as a bold gesture of assurance. Others asked, would you risk your child's health? As time went on, the image of John and Cordelia Gummer became almost symbolic of the government's bungled handling of BSE. In the same month, at a debate in the House of Commons, Labour MP David Clark made a damning speech condemning the official response to the crisis. He lambasted Gummer's actions, comparing him to the infamous Corporal Jones from the television series Dad's Army, stomping around and saying, don't panic, don't panic. Gummer was, he reminded the House, the same man who delayed restrictions around Chernobyl for 7 weeks, allowing tens of thousands of lambs contaminated with radioactivity to enter the food chain in 1986. In essence, the government's policy is simply that mad cow disease will in time go away. That's not a policy, but a hope and a prayer, said Clark. He quoted the government's own chief veterinary officer, Keith Meldrum, who'd stated that it was too early to say BSE posed no risk to man. The disease had only been around for a few years and had a long incubation period. There was every chance that BSE could make, and had made, the leap from cows to humans, but just hadn't shown up yet. Clark likened the disease to a doomsday scenario. He was shouted down, but much of what he said actually turned out to be true. Ministers, scientists, vets, none of them for sure knew what was going to happen, but there was nothing to do but wait and see who was right. BSE had become a ticking time bomb, and it wouldn't be long before it blew up in everyone's faces. In November 1994, Stephen Churchill was 19 years old. He was on a shopping trip with his mum, Dot, when they stopped off to eat at a cafeteria. Back at the car, Dot asked Stephen if he'd enjoyed it, but he had no memory of it at all. Stephen had been withdrawn and depressed for months. In August that year, he'd crashed his car with no explanation for what had happened. He was prescribed antidepressants, but the family spent a miserable Christmas, and on the 3rd of January 1985, Stephen's parents demanded that he be seen again. By this time, he was losing coordination and could no longer write his own name. Stephen was admitted to hospital, and on the 13th of February 1985, doctors finally diagnosed CJD, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. That's the naturally occurring human form of BSE and scrapie that I mentioned earlier. It usually emerged in older patients, those over 60, so everyone was surprised that they had suddenly struck
I have now
someone
replaced all the
so
stone
young.
with red
The case
ice.
was seen as unusual and tragic,
Red ice?
but
So
not medically significant.
why
Perhaps
is-
Stephen
what?
was just very,
kryptonite
very
ice?
unlucky. For him, though, it was a death
Yeah.
sentence. CJD
It looked
was
cool.
incurable and fatal.
It's
David
ice.
and Dot
I'm
Churchill
assuming it's
could
fine.
only take their son home,
That's
make him as comfortable
contaminated.
as possible, and wait for him to pass away, which he did on the 21st of May. Today,
It's okay,
Stephen's
we'll
death
fix
is
it.
recorded as the first form of the CJD variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease caused by BSE. At the time, it passed almost without mention. The Churchill's loss was chalked up
as natural causes. But as 1995 progressed, Stephen was no longer the only fit and healthy young adult to fall ill. That so-called anomaly of CJD cropped up again in 2 more young deaths. Now there were 3 cases, and the chances of them all being rogue events seemed less and less likely. Yet still, officials insisted that British beef was safe. Finally, at the start of 1996, the storm broke. John Collins, a prion disease expert and a new member of the government's Scientific Advisory Committee, was at a conference in Paris. He received an urgent call summoning him back. Brain samples taken from the suspicious CJD cases had revealed the alarming news. This wasn't sporadic CJD,
What just exploded
but
over here?
variant CJD. It was rather
The wizard
like
just
preparing
exploded
for war
something.
in an underground incident.
By the way, the
room at
wizard's
Department
here,
of
so
Health.
you broke
Collins
the
and
portal.
his colleagues discussed what could be done. While government
I
ministers
literally did
panicked,
nothing.
they began working out calculations on a flip chart. Together, they came up with 4 possible next steps: complete cow annihilation, cow culls, changes in abattoir rules, and beef product recalls. The choices were sent
The
to
party
Downing
girl
Street
is here
and
too,
Britain's
so
Prime
you
Minister,
broke both the
John
rooms.
Major. Major responded,
I
asking
literally
them to
did
suggest
nothing.
just one course of action. He simply
All
wanted
right, I'm
the
gonna
experts
go look.
to tell him what to do, and so, on their advice, changes were made to how older cows and the meat from cow heads was processed. After this, Collins estimated the residual risk was likely to be very small. But even if the government managed to contain the spread, they couldn't hold back the story any longer. On the 20th of March 1996, the Secretary of State for Health, Stephen Dorrell, was forced to announce that they'd got it wrong. BSE could, and did, infect people. There were now 10 known cases. The outcry was immediate. The public felt scared and betrayed. The Daily Mirror ran with the headline, "BSE can kill humans." Beef consumption fell even further, and a week later, the European Union enacted a worldwide ban on British beef exports that would remain in place for the next 10 years. Confidence in the Tory government blew away overnight. However much reassurance came down from on high, though, it was all too late. People had been told over and over again that beef was safe,
I'm pretty
and
sure
suddenly
this section
it
was
wasn't.
her
Why should they
house
trust anything
up
else
here.
that anyone told them? And the waiting was the worst. Those who'd eaten beef or given it to their families knew that the damage
Unicorn.
might already be done. They couldn't reverse things now.
Housing
There was
is
no
corrupted.
treatment, even if
Yeah,
they
'cause you
did
use
develop
red
the
ice.
disease.
They can't
Nothing
live in
could be
corruption.
certain. So in the space
Fixing
left by a lack of answers, doom-mongering calculations sprang up. In worst-case scenarios, the suggested number of deaths ranged between 500,000 and 1 million people. This wasn't the first time a prion disease had ripped through a population. In the 1950s, a disease called kuru began killing the 4 people of Papua New Guinea. This was another type of transmissible spongiform encephalopathy, essentially a variant of the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease under another name. It was traced back to ritual cannibalism, the practice of cooking and eating deceased family members to help free their spirit. Kuru most likely spread after a villager developed sporadic CJD, the rare type of disease already in existence, and his brain was eaten by others, and it was largely localized within the 4 people and wasn't widely known about. But history had shown that these type of diseases could be shared, and with deadly results. In Britain, as the 90s closed out, cattle deaths from BSE fell, but human fatalities rose. In the year 2000, VCJD reached its peak, with 28 deaths in just 1 year. This was nowhere near the numbers predicted in the mass panic of 1996, but it was still too many. After this, fatalities slowly fell, and it's now been almost a decade since the last human death from VCJD back in 2016. To date, 178 deaths have been attributed to VCJD, around 180,000 cows were affected, and over 4.4 million slaughtered to control the outbreak. These are devastating numbers, and in the midst of the chaos, people wanted someone to blame. They wanted to know how it could have been allowed to happen. In 1997, Labour swept aside the
easy answer.
Conservatives in
British.
post-war history's biggest landslide. One of its first actions was to
Notoriously
call
not
an inquiry
intelligent
into the
people.
BSE scandal led by Lord Phillips. A year was set aside for investigations. It took 3. Finally, Phillips' findings were shared in the year 2000. The report itself makes for some pretty damning reading. It does not shy away from placing blame where blame was due, but it also
What
gives
the
the benefit
fuck?
of the doubt to certain key players. Importantly,
Drop.
the inquiry
Yeah.
found that the government did not lie to the public
fine.
about BSE. Phillips concluded that those in power
I'm tired
really did
anyway,
think that the
so-
risks to humans were
alright.
remote, but this campaign of reassurance was a mistake. It was no wonder that Britain
felt betrayed. If you
Oh,
ask
we are
most
at 6
people
hours.
now, they'll say that BSE is a thing
Yeah.
of the past, an unpleasant
They
chapter
said
of
it. This will
history
be
that
the
we're
last
all very
video.
happy to close. The families of those affected still grieve and still search for answers. It will never be over for them, but the rest of us can forget. For many, British beef is back on the menu. Burgers, steaks and pies have become everyday meals again. From the scandal of BSE, we have tighter controls over what can and can't go into our food chain, and we now have the Food Standards Authority. Beef is officially
thank God.
safe. But what if it's all too little, too late? Because,
Oh my God.
shockingly,
I just
Oh my
remembered
God.
something that I had to show you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you know a guy who explains things badly?
Yeah, the bald man. He's all neck.
Listen to this video. Listen to how weird he sounds in this. You tell me that this is not him being replaced by AI or something.
You reckon they've AI-ified him?
Bro, there is something up with this video.
The Soviet Union was famously perfect, according to party officials at least, a socialist paradise where the greed and sordid behaviour of the West had absolutely no place. A place where crime existed, but certainly not in the same depraved way that you would experience on the streets of New York or London. Never. The 1970s and 80s infamously saw the serial killer peak in the United States,
has, like,
and the Soviet Union was all too happy to gloat as horrifying stories poured out of the US. Manson, Bundy, Gacy, DeSalvo, and Kearney. The Soviets couldn't have spun a more negative tale about what was happening in the capitalist West if they'd wanted to. It was an easy spin. Simple propaganda. Just tell the true story about a man who fashioned household items from human remains in the 50s, or the sick maniac who killed dozens of young boys while also performing as Pogo the Clown at children's events. It wasn't hard to paint the United States as a morally bankrupt, ultra-violent wasteland. But the problem for Soviet officials was that it was only one side of the propaganda coin. When you control the media with an iron grip, it's relatively easy to control what people think about a country thousands of miles away. But controlling what people think and talk about regarding their own country, that's a completely different matter. The Soviet Union was, of course, far from perfect for so many reasons.
It's the audio that's tripping me out.
Yeah, I just want to watch the video. Like, I want a higher quality video.
We're not going to get into today. This isn't about politics or ideology. This is about crime. Officially, crime barely existed in Lenin's socialist wonderland. In reality, it was rampant, with Soviet officials constantly needing to cover up all kinds of crimes to maintain the delicate USSR illusion.
Yeah.
And today we've got 8 crimes that kept party officials working in overdrive and that the Soviet Union did its very, very best to cover up. The Rostov Ripper. The Soviet Union liked to tell stories. It relished the murderous tales coming out of its archenemy, the United States, but also liked to wax lyrical about how the Soviet system had solved many of the...
Like,
I swear he's more animated usually.
Listen to, like, how he sounds right in the beginning here.
The Soviet Union.
The Soviet Union. He's never had a lisp.
Go to a video from like 4 months ago.
Here's one from 2 months ago.
I can't even remember what his channels are called because he has so fucking many.
If you ask people to imagine the worst weapon ever made, they usually go big. Nuclear bombs, city flattening artillery, that kind of thing. And look, on a certain level, fair enough. You can absolutely understand why. Because when it comes to sheer killing power, such weapons are truly not just being killed, but being set alight, panic, and with a pinch of salt, because it involves an angel. And angels are not real. Interestingly, despite knowing the apparent inventor, we don't know the formula, as that hasn't survived. Most scholars believe this was due to it being a state secret of the utmost importance, one that, to ensure security, was never actually written down.
But this one specifically, like, he's talking with a lisp.
Yeah.
The Soviet Union.
The Soviet Union!
It is odd.
Simon, did you bite your tongue at the beginning because you sound like Sylvester from Looney Tunes?
It's hard to tell. Especially because he'd have so much to feed the fucking AI.
Maybe he went to the dentist this day.
Yeah, maybe.
I saved it just because of that lisp. I was like, wait, what?
There's a compelling case that VCJD is still very much with us, and like some sort of bovine
Jean-Claude Van Damme?
the disease might just be biding its time, waiting for the right moment to make a catastrophic comeback. In November 2013, the House of Commons assembled a panel of expert witnesses, doctors and professors with specific experience in prion diseases. Among them was John Collins, who was one of the first to confirm cases of VCJD back in 1996. As part of the Q&A session, the panel discussed the future risks.
The Soviet Union.
A startling detail emerged. For several years, John Collins had studied the Kuru epidemic in Papua New Guinea. That's the CJD cannibalism case that I mentioned earlier. While some sufferers there died within just a few years of infection, others experienced incubation periods of over 55 years. Clearly, there's a massive difference between the incubation timing for some people compared to others. This isn't just a chance, it's a matter of genetics. The key lies in certain amino acids within the body. In Britain, those who fell ill with VCJD during its first few years all had the MM genotype. In both cattle and people, this is linked with a short incubation period. Symptoms tend to show up relatively quickly within 5 to 10 years. But only around 40% of the UK population has this MM genotype. For those with others, known as MV or VV genotypes, there's a much longer average incubation period. During the Kuru outbreak, the potential time frame of 50 plus years was for human-to-human transmission, humans giving the disease to each other. In cases of cross-species transmission like BSE, incubation periods are usually longer anyway. This means that for some people with a certain genotype, the animal-to-human incubation period could actually extend beyond their lifespan. In a nutshell, they die of natural causes before showing any symptoms at all. This could be a good thing though, right? If VCJD doesn't have time to manifest, we could argue it doesn't really matter. Those people will never have to suffer in the way that other patients did. And that's all well and good, as long as those long-term carriers can't pass it on to others. Unfortunately though, as Collins pointed out at the time, we can't really be sure of this. People have been known to walk around with infectious diseases like cholera and typhoid without realizing, but all the time, they pose a serious risk to anyone they could come into contact with. If VCJD is the same, carriers could live to be 100 while showing no signs of the high-level infectious prions in their tissues. If they donate blood or organs, contaminate surgical instruments or needles, or even just cut themselves, they could be infecting others in their wake. In 2013, research by the Health Protection Agency...
Because they're proteins, there's no way to stop them.
What do you mean? It's prions?
Yeah.
There is no
They're
cure.
completely inert and cannot be killed.
Pretty
Because
interesting.
it's just a protein that folds weird. That's all it is.
Yeah. Very
There's no way to sanitize
it's very
any
interesting.
equipment that's been contaminated with prion.
thanks for
Or
that
prion.
shit out.
I think the proper pronunciation is prion. But fuck that.
Estimated that 1 in 2,000 people in the UK is a silent carrier of VCJD. That's between 20 and 30,000 people within the population. But Collins actually doubts that figure, saying that, quote, there is really no way of knowing that at the moment, so it could be a significant underestimate of the number of infected individuals. In fact, there's a huge amount we still don't know about BSE and VCJD. We don't know for sure where it came from or when it started. We don't know how it managed to kill a small number of vegetarians. We don't know why, out of the thousands of people who probably ate infected beef, only some seem to get ill. The only thing we do know is the impact it's had. For the families and friends of the CJD victims, it'll never go away, and all those questions and uncertainties only make it worse. Francis Hall, whose son Peter was one of the first to contract the disease in 1996, has spent years
video
working
of
with other bereaved
Russians
families.
getting hit by
She
a
said,
Ukrainian
quote, "The
drone.
effect is like no other illness.
And all I can
Somehow,
think about is,
you can come to terms
hey,
with losing
sunflowers."
someone through an accident or a natural disease, but these families feel their child had been murdered.
I didn't
nobody
realise
is
the
going to be
fields of
punished or
sunflowers
even
were like that.
apologise. BSE,
That's
mad
cool.
cow disease, was a scandal that defined the late 20th century. But there's every chance it's not over yet. It's died down, yeah, but it's not died out. The final outcome is how many cases are still to come, or when it might, at last, end, if it ever does. Thanks for watching.
Fucking prions. Is Kura still a thing, or have they?
No, it was
sorted that out?
eliminated like within years of its discovery.
Okay, I thought it might have been. I
Yeah,
wasn't sure
and
whether
like
it
specifically, it was being spread. I said this before, but the women were. It was.
Women
it-
and children were
No,
consuming.
it was. It was
wasn't
the women specifically. It can still spread between people.
Ah.
So the women specifically were the ones getting it, but like they were able to because it was already a very isolated disease. So like they were able to track it by observing that only this specific tribe
Oh.
is doing this specific practice.
Interesting.
But like there was only one doctor who was like studying.
Is it?
And it
is
was,
it
and he was
all-
able to eliminate it.
Like, is it all consumption of human brain matter that does it, or is it human meat? Period.
Well, I'm not sure because like with the
Human meat.
spongiform shit, like they were
Right.
saying it was coming from the spinal cord.
Damn, that's cool as fuck.
What?
I'll tag you in it on Twitter.
Spinal cords?
No. It's a flamingo being launched.
The bird?
Sure, let's call it a bird. I didn't realize it was rocket-assisted takeoff off a sling, basically. That's a huge thing to launch off a sling. Ah, that was Cal posting the horseshoe. That's funny.
The what?
Cal posted a political compass meme. I saw it. I'm like, haha, that's funny. Did you see in Australia there was a massive student walkout during the week?
No.
Specifically to protest Pauline Hanson and the South Australia One Nation leader essentially was out there filming kids. No One Nation attire, nothing, just salty old man filming children on the street. Real good look. So they're panicking. As I pretty much have been the whole time, I'm not concerned with One Nation. Like, as soon as they start talking, it collapses. Because they are actively avoiding hard questions, and they continually keep going to these foreign outlets and like propaganda outlets to ask them soft questions. And then you have Barnaby Joyce screeching at his dog. It's not a good look. So I'm really not concerned. They might win a few seats, but that's about it. No major changes will happen. They'll just pillage a bunch of Liberal votes.
That dog is the real patriot. My favorite is the Katie Porter video of her yelling at the intern. Okay.
Bro, what a head.
I'm going now.
Alright. All right. See you later. Goodbye, everybody.